Good morning. Welcome to round 7, Teesside Autodrome, round 7 of the owner-driver sprint series. Although that says round 8. I think it's round 7. Might be round 8. Anyway, it's been a long year. Welcome to Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough in the UK. Circuit length just over 1 kilometre, 13 turns and 26 feet of elevation change. My name is Tom Butterworth. Alongside me in the commentary box, joining me very shortly, will be my cohort, my partner in crime, David Sullivan. Weather today, it says there it's a bit cloudy with a 14% chance of rain, and of course with it being Teesside there is of course always that chance that could happen. However, blue skies and just a light sprinkling of very white clouds high up at the moment, so it's not looking too bad a day. David is here now, joining me in the commentary box. Welcome, David.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Apologies for my my late arrival. I was getting some water from the cafe.
You've got nothing to apologise for, sir.
Thank you.
It's been a busy morning. A busy morning. We've got lots of interviews that we've been conducting with not just pole sitters, but also other members up and down the grid. And we have a special guest with us in the commentary box while we're just waiting for the final practice and qualifying sessions to be completed. We're going to have a little interview, aren't we?
We certainly are. I might need to borrow your headset as well,
yes,
Tom,
I'm going to hand it over. So there's a camera in the commentary box, so we should wave to the camera first, and then you will see me hand over my headphones. There's me. Hello, hello, hello.
Which means that's me.
And yeah, so I'll hand it over, and you can conduct the interview with a very famous person.
Fantastic.
Bear with me a moment, and I will be, yes, I'll leave you in the capable hands of David.
Fantastic. Thank you, as always, for joining us here at Teesside Autodrome. It is, of course, round 7 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Please, thank you very much for joining us. Do give us a like and subscribe on the Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel. Live chat is open. As you can see, joining next to me, we've seen some super performances here at Teesside this season. We haven't seen any superheroes yet, but we certainly do now. Joined in the combox by Captain America.
How are you doing?
Very good, thank you. Now, as we say, we don't always see a superhero here. We do see some super performances. Let's start off by asking, why are we here as Captain America?
Yeah, so young Catherine, she contacted me, and I've come down to watch the racing.
So that's Catherine Potter from our Minimax class, and there must be some reason as to why we're here as Captain America. I know there is, but if you'd like to share it with us, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, I've come down to watch the racing, watch all the people race, put a smile on people's faces, and obviously I collect for charity. There's a link on Captain_Durham or Captain Durham. If people can donate any amount to the cause for cancer, Jeanette's legacy, that would be fantastic.
Brilliant. I think we're going to put a link as well into the comments, either in the live chat or into the main thing. So if you want to check that out as well and just drop some pennies in there, that would be wonderful. And I know that we're live on the Circuit PA. Captain America will be around the circuit throughout the day, Please feel free to stop him and have your picture taken with him. It doesn't have to be kids either. If the adults are brave enough, they can have their photo taken as well with Captain America. And we look forward to seeing him around the circuit throughout the day. We might get you. We're not having a lunch break. So I was about to say we might get you to run a lap later on, but there's no lunch break, so it might be too treacherous to get that one done. But thank you very much for joining us here at Teesside and in the commentary box. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
There we go. From one superhero to another, we've got Thomas Butterworth back on comms.
We'll just get the captain into the middle, and we'll have a nice little picture for us.
There we go.
On our live stream. So everybody look at the camera up here.
Oh, it's up there.
And then look at the camera over here to Adam. He'll be there in a minute, folks. Lovely. Thank you very much, Captain. Thank you for being here today. An absolute pleasure.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Fantastic cause as well that he's raising money for, so please donate whatever you can. Very, very important to a lot of people out there. David, we have our final qualifying session underway at the moment.
We do. Senior Pro Kart out. Obviously, we're running a slightly behind schedule because we do have the second edition here this season of the Micromax UK Championship joining us. They will be fit into the middle of the schedule. Their races will come out just after our Honda Cadet class here, so between Honda Cadet and the Mini and Junior Rotax class. So we'll see 3 heats and a final for our Micromax UK Championship. And Tom, we are at the business end of the season now here at Teesside. It's round 7. It's a drop score championship, of course, so it's 9 rounds, 7 point scoring rounds, drivers taking their 7 best scores. So technically, we can have championships wrapped up here at round 7 today. I think when we look at the numbers, we'll fire the laptop up later on, but I think there is only one championship that can get wrapped up today. It is very, very unlikely in terms of numbers. It will need a maximum score, or as near to a maximum score, by our current championship leader in that class. So we'll come to that one later on in the day for that one. But I say, business end of the season now. It's when things start to get ramped up in the classes here for our season here at Teesside Autodrome. We have, of course, got the usual run-through of classes: Bambinos, Junior Pro Kart Cadets. Micromax UK will then follow. Then we've got the Junior and Mini amalgamated class for our Rotaxes. Then we'll go to Senior Rotax and Senior Pro Kart. Each class will get their 3 heats and a final as well. And hopefully it will get wrapped up just in time for tea at around 5 o'clock.
Yes, very much so. I mean, it's going to be another cracking day, isn't it? Especially with the weather. We're not, although it said on the forecast that we are expecting possibly a sprinkling of rain. I don't really think there's going to be much. If it does happen, it'll be very late on in the day. But it is there. It is always threatening. You know what? We're up in the northeast of England here. There is always a chance that it could have a little sprinkle bubble up from somewhere, and it could mix things up. But as you say, the only championship that can be settled today is the Cadet Championship. So we will be monitoring that very, very closely. The rest of them will roll on until the next round.
Yep, round 8 in a month's time. Then we finish on the 28th of November for the final round.
See, I thought it was round 7. Our graphic said round 8 earlier on.
Definitely,
but it is
definitely round 7.
Good. Just to clarify, I mean, it's been a long day for me already, but yeah, I'm glad it's not been that long.
We appreciate your early start, Tom.
Not that I've been mentioning it at all. I'm not milking it at all. I've not mentioned it, have I? I started early this morning.
Oh, you mentioned it by turning up with sunglasses on at 7:30 when the sun hadn't even considered breaking through yet.
Anyway, moving on. So that is our format for the day. We've gone through that. As we've said, final practice qualifying is underway at the moment. That is currently being headed by, literally as I started saying that sentence, David flicked off. It's being headed at the moment by Aaron Alexander from Kieran Lambert, Connor Lucas and Thomas Braid. These are not live pictures that you're seeing at the moment. These are our stock images, just while we do the introduction. There's a couple of minutes left in that session, and then we will move straight on to our first heat of the day. David, what are you up to?
I'm firing the live chat up, Thomas.
Oh, here we go. Yes, indeed. Good call. Morning from Bathurst, Australia. 8 p.m. here. Michael Burke. I think that might be a bit of an old one. Is that an old one, or is that No, that must be fresh.
Fresh.
Good morning,
fresh.
Michael. And Max Prentice has been on as well.
We could
not
do
racing this weekend,
No, we
Max.
could do with seeing him back here at some point.
Yeah,
He
come back, Max. We do miss you.
Missed the double header, although they do come down from Scotland. So don't know what the fuel situation's like up there, Tom. But you know,
honestly, as far as I've seen, nobody's bothered.
Decent. Well, yeah. Well, that's a stark contrast to south of the border.
Yes, very much so. No, from what I've seen, the evidence that I've seen, the fuel situation that we currently have here in the UK is not a problem. Most people, certainly that I've seen in Scotland, are not adhering to the media hype of us running out of fuel, because it's just not true.
Yeah. Do you know what there is hype for, though, Tom?
Me?
Today's race day.
Oh, no. There we go. Today's race day.
Oh, nothing like ruining my segue early on in the day.
This is what we're here for, folks. This is what we do all day. Yeah. All day, we just bring you comedy and racing.
Yeah,
sometimes we talk about it.
If you are expecting an improvement in the commentary standard, you're going to be sorely disappointed.
That's not what we do. We just do our thing, and it seems to work.
Well, we'll say,
you enjoy
though,
it.
Tom,
As you say, David, keep those comments coming in on the YouTube chat. We can read those out, and Michael Burke saying it is definitely a fresh comment. fresh comments, so thank you for that, Michael. Yeah, keep your comments coming in on the YouTube channel. We will have Facebook comments as well as we go through the day, but right now we are just looking at the YouTube comments. So if you are watching on YouTube, give us a like, give us a subscribe, and leave us a comment, and we will give you a shout out. Or whoever you are supporting, we will give them a shout out as well.
Yeah, we do like it when there's people actually in the paddock racing. They drop into the live chat comments with the odd bit of information. So if you are, thank you very much for joining us across multiple platforms. If you do obviously want to join us with the live chat, then YouTube is the place to be. Give us a subscribe so that you can comment as well on there. You can also comment on Facebook, but generally it's a little bit harder to dip in and out of them throughout the day. We have obviously got the YouTube up here. I think our producer's just about to drop a link into the live chat comments as well, which has a lot to do with the interview earlier on that we conducted with Captain America. Now, Tom, just having a quick look at the qualifying times here, and I know that we're not going to show any of it, but we're going to come back in. But at the moment, Aaron Alexander is on pole position, and the last couple of rounds, starting at the round before the British 24-hour and the double-header, Aaron Alexander has started to eke into the points lead that Connor Lucas had built up in the opening few rounds of the season. And at the moment, it looks like Aaron Alexander's going to start on pole position. He's going to have a nice buffer alongside him, as well as BPEC teammate Kieran Lambert, who is leading our Clubman Championship here in the Senior Pro Kart. But if you were to take his points and put them side by side with the Pro Championship, he'd be level with Scott Tate, who is third in that championship. So there's a lot of talent there in the 14-year-old. And he got pole position here at the double header as well. So Clubman Kart on pole position previously, currently on a provisional front row berth alongside Aaron Alexander, Scott Tate and Connor Lucas on a provisional row 2 with just under 1 minute remaining in the final qualifying session of the morning.
I was just going to say that shows the level that Kieran Lambert's operating on at the moment. He is... Oh, and in fact, we have got live pictures now that we're bringing to you right at the end of the session. But yeah, it shows the level that Kieran Lambert is operating on at this present time. He is absolutely flying. And although Thomas Braid is down in 5th as well, and only 3/10 off, well, he's a 10th and a half off the pace of Kieran Lambert as well. So Thomas Braid flying, as well as Connor White and Jake Richardson. That is your Clubman class. Those are designated by the red numbers on the left-hand side. Then we have your blue numbers, which is your pole sitter Aaron Alexander, provisional pole sitter Aaron Alexander. Then Scott Tate, Connor Lucas and Jack Morris, they are in the pro class. Then we have the green numbers on the left-hand side that you can see David Bruce in 13th, Mark White in 19th. That is our over 40s class. And then finally, a little bit further down the order, you'll see some black numbers. There we go, black background, white numbers. That is our novice class. So 4 individual classes in the Senior Pro Kart Championship. So within that championship, we've got 4 different classes running. Of course, there is overall honours up for grabs as well as class.
Speaking of classes, Tom, we do have a new one in the cadets as well now. From round 7 onwards towards the end of the season, we're going to have a 3-round Clubman Championship for drivers that are currently outside of the top 15 in the championship. The cadet grid has grown massively over the season. We've got our largest, what I believe is our largest ever cadet grid here at Teesside Autodrome for our Hondas. We're going to have 36 Hondas and 1 Club Micro Max, the 66 of Riley Buckton Young, will be running with our Club Hondas here at Teesside. He will go off the back as normal with the other Micro Maxes that we normally have. They've moved into the Micro Max UK round for round number 7 here at Teesside. So Riley will go off the back of the Hondas. We'll have 36 Hondas, and some of those will be designated with a CM, which is Clubman, so we should hopefully get different colour background on those as well for our Honda Cadet class, which I think is a welcome addition, Tom, with how big that class has grown here at Teesside Autodrome. We are almost about to go racing for the first race of the day. I think we're just having a quick check on some of the karts. They're marking some tyres actually there. That's our chief scrutineer on the left, Ben Douthwaite. We're getting a little bit of assistance down the right-hand side. I don't know who that man is. I've not been around here expecting the rear ends of gentlemen here at Teesside Autodrome, so I'm unable to tell you who that man is bent over doing the tyres. What's the problem, Tom?
Starting early.
What's the problem?
Starting early, David. We've got some comments coming in. So we've had Riley Wright.
It's Rowan.
It's Rowan. Okay, right. Thanks for that. We've had Riley Wright saying, hi, guys. Well, you interviewed Riley earlier on.
I did sensational qualifying session from Riley Wright. First time he's been here at Teesside Autodrome and has qualified on the front row in our cadet class.
And for me, so far what I have seen, best colour scheme of the day as well on his sticker kit. Really, really nice looking, black and white.
When you look at it, not actually much colour to it. It's black, white and grey, but when it all puts together, it's brilliant, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. So it's got partly like a digital camo kind of thing worked in with a Union flag and some spikes and stripes and stuff all over it. It looks amazing. And we've got support as well from Steve Dewan as well, saying go Riley Wright, first time at Teesside in Honda Cadets, which is exactly what you just said. Yes, indeed. And then we've got Andy Barlow as well saying, morning guys, top marks Captain America for attempting the northern accent, which is absolutely right as well. You know, we are up here in the northeast, so he had to give it a go, didn't he? And well done to him. But yes, there will be a link going up, or there is a link in the comments, in fact, now that's you can see, which will take you over to the Just Giving page for Captain Durham / Captain America.
Correct, Tom. It's almost time to go racing for the first time. The opening race of the day, heat number 1 from our Bambinos.
So, round 7, heat number 1 for Bambinos. Pole position taken by Austin Oman. Second place will be Colby Patterson. Third is Max Gilman. Fourth will be Harvey Bacon. Fifth, Riley Morrow. And sixth, Josh Cormack. Seventh will be Ellis Child. Eighth, Fraser Anderson. Ninth is Joey Swan. 10th, Grayson Wortley. 11th, Harris Barber. And 12th, Edward Rye. 13th is a returning Amelia DL. 14th will be Connor Butler. 15th, Alfie Watson. 16th, Buddy Hugo. 17th, Jack Mellon. 18th, Ethan McClelland. 19th will be Jack Hutchinson. And rounding out your bumper 20 kart Bambino grid will be Jake Gibbon.
Yeah, a few snapshots from that. Riley Morrow in 5th place. His best qualifying here at Teesside this season. Goes off the 3rd row as well. Issues yesterday in practice for Buddy Hugo. Sees him have an engine change and slightly down on power and slightly down on his usual grid position inside the top 10 here at Teesside Autodrome. So hopefully he can get used to the to that engine change and come through the field throughout the day. But Tom, as you say, an absolutely massive grid of Bambinos here at Teesside Autodrome. As always, they'll race to a time limit rather than number of laps. And they will take the chicane at the first time of asking. They'll be sent forward Noah of Arc style.
Noah of Arc?
Noah of Arc.
Is that Jones' dad?
Correct.
Yes, so I think what David means is they'll be sent forward 2 by 2, which you will see on screen.
I'll put the ball on the tee, you knock it off,
That's
Tom.
That's the one. And then, they'll come forward. And we have had a change in the regulations from it started at the last round, which is although they are allowed their helpers on the grid. So this is something, if you're new to watching us, the Bambinos, with them being so young, what used to happen is the dads, parents, carers, mechanics, whatever they may be, were stood behind the car and they would lift the back end up and they would clear that carb out by the kids. Let's be honest, they're 5, 6, 7 years old, revving the engine and clearing the carb out of the kart. Now there's a stop being put to that. So now they are just there purely for a kind of a moral support role, and I think that's absolutely right, that they are young kids at the end of the day, so it's good that they are still able to be there and support them in whatever way they need it, and just give them a final few words of encouragement, a little fist bump, tap on the helmet, close of the visor, go on lad, go on girl, that kind of thing, and that's good to see, because we don't want them going out there and feeling all the pressure at this young age.
Yeah, Tom, just having a quick look.
Be enjoyed.
Yeah, just having a quick look out the window. We are missing Max Gilman at some point. His dad's down there waiting for him, but he qualified in P3 And at the moment, Harvey Bacon's in that position at the moment. So as you said, from when we ran through the grid, it's Oman and Patterson on the front row. Should be Gilman and Bacon row 2, Murrow and Cormac on row 3. So we are missing one driver at the moment. Not sure what the issue is, although his helper is down here, although I think we're about to have a shuffle. And this is the helpful thing with the Bambinos, Tom. They are very easy to lift. You couldn't do that with a driver in a senior pro kart.
Well, you could, but it might take a few more than 2 people to do it, I think. It's hard enough just to lift the cart with 2 people. Never mind with someone weighing 85 kilos plus on top of that. Yeah, it's you might need something pneumatic.
Yep, so the Bambino reshuffle, certainly at the front, is now complete. Gilman in the number 50 kart, and I think he's shown actually on the timing as number 1, because I think he runs number 1 in other series, having won the Super 1 New Era Championship last season. So he runs the number 1 in some series, but does normally run 50 at the IKR events, and that is a number that is on his kart. He is in 3rd place. So it is an AC Racing 1-2 with Oman and Patterson on the front row. And Tom, as always, and we see this a lot from the outside of the front row, Colby Patterson's kart pointed very aggressively towards the apex of the 2nd corner here at Teesside, which is the left-hander of the D chicane. And he was very forceful in his comments when we interviewed him earlier, that he does not want to get mugged off the start line. I think that was his exact words, actually, he used. He says he's been mugged off the start line before, and he's just going to go straight for it off the start line. So expect Colby Patterson to be making the play for the victory, and certainly for the lead going into the first corner here at Teesside.
He was certainly punchy in his interview. We've got a few on the outside row have moved up a little bit. I think the marshal's going to spot that and just drop them back into position a few feet because they have sort of bunched up a little bit on the outside row. So I'm sure that will be corrected before we go green here. So just a slight pause in proceedings. We are already running ever so slightly behind schedule here, but just a slight pause in proceedings while we get this first heat underway. It's important to set the precedent for the day and make sure that we get off to a good start.
It doesn't bother us that we're running behind, Tom, because we just enjoy ourselves here. The longer the day goes on, the more fun we have.
Yes. Sorry, I was just watching some. I was just watching some grid action. I was listening.
I thought you were about to venomously disagree with my statement.
No. We do the. We are quite well versed in the. You stop talking, I start talking situation. But I was engrossed in what was happening down on the grid. There, just as we were waiting to get underway. It looks like we have green flag in hand. Green flag is up and down, and we are away for heat number 1.
Yeah, and it was a good start, actually, from pole position for Austin Oman, who has managed to hold off Colby Patterson. Harvey Bacon moves through from 4th place on the outside of the 2nd row into P3 at the expense of Max Gilman, who is coming under pressure round the national loop from Josh Cormac, who's tried to run all the way round the outside but has to slot back into position. And now, as Gilman returns the favour into hairpin 1, down the inside of Bacon, back up to P3. And behind that, Riley Murrow is trying to get past Josh Cormac for P5.
And I think he might have done it. I'm not too sure whether he has actually made it through or not. But, yeah, lovely move from Gilman at hairpin 1. We didn't actually have our onboard lap this time, did we, to take you around the circuit? So we'll try and get that in during this Bambino race, providing there is a lull in the action. But as we speak, that's Colby Patterson going to the outside, trying to get the cut back on Austin Oman through hairpin number 4. That's Amelia Dial up the inside of hairpin number 4 and taking the position as well. You spot her quite easily with the bright pink cart. So it is Oman from Patterson, Gilman, Bacon, Cormac, Child, Wortley, Swan, Anderson and Rye are your top 10 as they come over the line for the first lap in Bambinos. We've said it's an 8-minute first heat, 8-minute second heat, 8-minute third heat, and then it will be a 10-minute final.
Yeah, I believe you to be correct there, Tom, as the top 3 have broken away ever so slightly. And Max Gilman is going to try and get into the slipstream, and the hole that was punched by Austin Oman, although Colby Patterson has come down the inside and it will hold firm. But the top 3 now, Tom, have moved away with the gap of around about 3 or 4 kart lengths, although we know that with these Bambinos, as soon as they start battling, everybody else just filters back together, and then once again we see there now, and now it's back to being a 6-kart race for P1.
Yes, indeed. It really seems to be hotting up here. Max Gilman took a big chunk of time out of them on the opening part of this lap and seems to have dropped back ever so slightly. That's brought Bacon and Cormac with him. And then it's only a slight gap again back to Grayson Wortley.
Yeah, just having a quick look, Tom, at the start when I thought it was Riley Murrow on the back. I think it was Ellis Child in the 88 who'd actually moved up at the start, because Riley Murrow from that P5 berth in qualifying is now down in P16. So difficult opening couple of laps for Riley Murrow. Hopefully he's still got the pace to come back through, as once again Oman and Patterson, the 2 AC Racing duo, are side by side. Oman, though, still has track position, defending to the inside. Harvey Bacon's going to get hung out to dry around the outside of South Bank, and Josh Cormac will move through into 4th place.
Yeah, it's really hotting up this battle at the front. It looks like we might not be able to take you around a lap of Teesside, but we will do our best at some point during this heat as Colby Patterson tries to go for the over and under, but we've seen that's the long way round, and Max Gilman takes full advantage. Lovely opportunistic move there from Gilman. Just saw the gap open up that was left by Patterson, and Gilman just filled it straight away and pushed Oman straight through. Yep,
good awareness then from Max Gilman. I think we are going to go on board at the end of this race between the end of Bambino and the start of Junior Pro Kart, so we will be able to bring you an onboard lap of the Teesside Autodrome circuit. Is that Gilman had actually...
lovely move from Patterson, round the outside, then chopped the nose off.
Yeah, it looked like Gilman went wide, Tom, and now he's going slow. Gilman then going slowly down the back straight, and Tom, I thought it was because he'd run wide round hairpin 1, and that was why Patterson managed to get the run round the outside of hairpin 2. But Max Gilman, who qualified and started the day in 3rd place, looks like he's heading towards retirement halfway through Heat 1.
Yeah, such a shame for Gilman as well, just taking 2nd place, as you said. And looking very racy as well, so that's a real shame. And if he does in fact finish at the back of this pack, that's where he will start heat number 2. So that's how it works here at Teesside. Qualifying only sets the grid for heat number 1. Heat number 2 is where you finish heat number 1. Heat number 3 is where you finish heat number 2. And then the final is based on a point system where you score points throughout those 3 heats, and that's how you get assigned your grid for the final.
Yep, just having a quick look out the commentary box window, Tom. The pit board is being prepped with the first number of the day, and I think that's going to be accompanied by the warning flag, and it looks like it's the number 24 of Colby Patterson who's going to pick that one up when they come through. He's currently in 2nd place, so I would imagine that's for a tiny bit of contact in trying to overtake Austin Oman, as Josh Cormac holds on to 3rd place. Harvey Bacon behind, tries to get alongside, but he will have to go right the way around the outside there, and he's already decided to slot back in through the dogleg section. Behind them, I've noticed now, as you see on the timing, the quick change there is how much closer Grayson Wortley is now. A driver who we've seen up here at Teesside before on a practice day, was supposed to take part in the O-Plate meeting back in December that then got cancelled, wasn't available to come to the revised running in March. It's his first time here at Teesside Autodrome. Didn't qualify superbly. He was down in 20 outside the top 10, but has now started to come through in this race and is now just behind this battle on screen, going down the inside of Ellis Child for 5th place.
Yes, indeed, and now we're looking at our 2 leaders, and that is the unfortunate Max Gilman, who's pulled off at the exit of hairpin 1 and the entry to hairpin 2 in that little that cut through there. Just pulled off there and is nice and safe. That kart will be recovered at the end of the heat, and he will be able, we hope, to go again in heat number 2, but from the very back of the grid.
Yeah, Max Gilman then towards the end actually of his Bambino career. There's a cadet already lined up. He was practicing in a cadet here yesterday as well as his Bambino, but is in the top 3 or 4, I believe, of the Motorsport UK Bambino Championship. So they are going to see the season out in Bambino and try and secure that top 3 in class before switching next season to the cadets. And as the top 4 continue to battle with a minute and a half remaining, I think they will likely see the last lap board when they come round. It's around about a 1 minute lap here at Teesside Autodrome for our front running Bambinos, so they are going to get 8 laps in at the very least. I think they're likely to see the last lap board come round because I think it's going to be within a minute of them crossing the line. We will confirm that when they come through, and it will of course change at the top of the screen to the last lap if they do indeed take the board. We'll wait for them to come through, and the confirmation will be shown now because the last lap board is out, and Austin O'Man with a 59.152. A fantastic lap for him. And Tom, I'm going to hand you that back, so I need to just have a quick check. That may well be a new lap record here at Teesside Autodrome, but I will check.
It's definitely a quick lap. It's a 59.15. Helped along, it's got to be said, by the aero being taken off the back of him by Colby Patterson, who's now up the inside. Has he got a run? Not quite enough. Austin O'Man giving him the squeeze. That's going to give Josh Cormack a look up the inside, and Josh Cormack is through on Patterson. I think Patterson might have had to lift ever so slightly, and Cormack is now looking up the inside of O'Man as we head into the final 2 corners, the final corner of the lap. O'Man trying to go the long way round, gets the up and under. Is he going to be able to keep this speed up and run round the outside of the dogleg? There is a long way round, but it is going to go to Cormack. It's Austin O'Man, followed by, I'm not sure. It's Colby Patterson has taken it by 2/100ths of a second, or just over 100th of a second. Just over 100th of a second. Colby Patterson, Josh Cormack, Harvey Bacon, Ellis Child, Grayson Wortley, Harris Barber, Fraser Anderson, Joey Swan, Edward Rye round out your top 10. Then it's Alfie Watson, Amelia DL. And as we get the final few across the line, it is Connor Butler, Buddy Hugo, and Jack Mellon. And then it will be Riley Morrow, Ethan McClelland, and Jack Hutchinson will be your 18th finisher, with Jake Gibbon in 19th. But yeah, fantastic action right at the end of the race there as Patterson and Cormack really went at it through hairpin 4. And you've got to say, Patterson as well with a fantastic run, not just to get up the inside with that cutback on Cormack, but then to keep that speed up and run right round the outside of the dogleg as well, which is unusual to see here, to be able to carry that much speed around the outside.
Yep, just had a quick look, Tom. It's just missed out on the fastest lap ever for a Bambino here at Teesside Autodrome. The fastest lap of 59.106. Austin O'Man in that one of 59.152. So half a tenth off the fastest lap here at Teesside Autodrome. So close there for Austin O'Man. I know that we've had a lot of actual speed increases here at Teesside. The fastest Bambino lap beaten by somewhere in the region of about 6/10 this season, so it's been fantastic to see the improvement of these Bambinos. They're making their way off track. We are going to have the recovery of Max Gilman, which will give me just enough time to take you on an onboard lap of Teesside Autodrome. Here we are then into the D chicane, where I once sent Tom onto the grass in a hire kart session, round the national loop, hugging that white line round the inside before you don't want to run too wide and open the door into the chicanes. It's a right left before a heavy braking zone, then down into hairpin number 1. Not letting the kart run too wide because you want to make the most of hairpin 2, because after that it's a long run down the back straight on full throttle round South Bank as well. You're on full throttle in most of these karts for around about 15 seconds, and you need to make sure you get hairpin 2 right before the heavy braking zone, then down into hairpin 3. Once again, not letting the kart run too wide. Just get the most out of hairpin 4 because you're on the throttle again through the dogleg section, past the con box on the left, and over start finish for a lap of the Teesside National Circuit.
That was me giving you the universal symbol of twice you fired me off at that chicane, David. Not just the once, twice.
Was there any?
And I pointed it out with a hand gesture.
Correct. on both occasions.
Yeah. But no, we love it here, don't we, Teesside? It's a fantastic circuit to drive. It doesn't look like it, but there is elevation change, especially through that D chicane. Hairpin 1 is slightly downhill, hairpin 2 slightly uphill. Then you've got the South Bank corner, which is banked as well as being at the south of the circuit, aptly named, South Bank corner. Then it goes into hairpin 3, which is very, very tricky, undulating on the way in, which is another word for it. There's a big bump on the way in.
Yeah, and when it's damp as well, the water runs off South Bank into hairpin 3, so it doesn't dry as much as the rest of the circuit. Like I say, don't think we have that problem today, but that makes that corner very tricky.
Absolutely, and then hairpin 4 as well. There's a distinct line that you can take through there, but if you're trying to overtake, you can send it up the inside, you can go outside and get the undercut, and then round through the left-hander and then through the right of the dog leg as well. And yeah, fantastic circuit here, but lining up already on the grid is going to be your next heat, so heat number 1 for Junior Pro Kart. So coming up will be your grid for heat number 1 of Junior Pro Kart. Pole position went to Maximus Shields, followed by Lennon French, Sebastian Pereira in 3rd, Caitlin Frame in 4th, 5th for Harvey Still, and 6th for Ben Hogarth. 7th is Joe Arnold, 8th Christian Oblag, 9th Sophie Porsey, 10th Jacob O'Connor, and 11th Matthew Allen. So we are looking for the resumption of hostilities between Maximus Shield and Lennon French, which has been raging all season. But we've also got Mr. Pereira in 3rd place as well, who's had a fantastic qualifying session and has put himself P3.
Yep, best qualifying for Sebastian Pereira, so he'll go off the 2nd row alongside Caitlin Frames, number 18. She's been on pole position here before at Teesside Autodrome in changeable conditions at the end of last season. Green flag is down and we're away and racing. It's a fantastic start from Lennon French, and he's going to get alongside Maximus Shields into that D chicane, but Max Shields is going to have track position from that P1 berth. They've got a spinner in the background. It's a round 5 winner, Harvey Still, facing the wrong way. He's going to drop down by about 4 or 5 seconds now off the back of the pack. Top 3 as they come through, then Pereira's managed to hold on from Frame. So it's Shields, French and Pereira, the top 3.
Yeah, here we go, guys. So lap number 1, Junior Pro Kart, heat number 1. Into South Bank for the first time, as we've said, absolutely flat out in these Junior Pro Karts. There is a big bump here coming into the entry of hairpin number 3 that will unsettle the kart, makes it really, really tricky on the brakes because you're braking and turning at the same time. Through hairpin number 4, as we've said, multiple lines here. 1 racing line, multiple lines if you want to get an overtake done, but it is Max Shields from Lennon French, Sebastian Pereira, Caitlin Frame, Ben Hogarth, Joe Arnold, Sophie Porsey, Christian Oblag, Jacob O'Connor, Matthew Allen and Harvey Still as they come across the strike for the first time.
Yep, let's see how far Harvey Still can then get back into onto the back of the pack. He's already starting to close in on the tail end of our Junior Pro Kart grid here, but that spin at the start of heat number 1 certainly won't help his chances as Sophie Porsey has a little helmet tap. She's moved up from a 9th place start into P7, and yesterday, Tom, her pace in practice was very, very good. She managed to do an entire practice session almost on the back of Lennon French, who is obviously in P2 at the moment. And for her now, Tom, we know this is her first season in Junior Pro because she moved up halfway through, and I think it's just now a case of improving that racecraft in this much heavier Junior Pro Kart from the Cadet. The pace is clearly there, you know, in a practice session where there's not too much dicing going on. It's just that extra bit of racecraft as she follows Joe Arnold through the chicane, holding off Christian Oblanks. Obviously, in practice, you're not defending and attacking at the same time. But certainly, as she's going to defend and then go down the inside of Joe Arnold. Joe Arnold leaves the door open. Porsey runs in wide onto the rumble strip, and they're going to go 3 wide down the back straight. Christian Oblang makes up 2 places. Thank you very much. Joe Arnold's going to get hung out to dry around the outside. Last round's best performer for me, Jacob O'Connor, will also come through up into P8 unless Arnold can hold on into 4. I think he's going to. Will O'Connor get the cut back down the inside? He does, but scrubs off too much speed and has to settle back into line.
That was a red mist overtake from Joe Arnold into hairpin 4 with a thou shalt not pass.
Yeah, so Arnold and Porsey having a little side-by-side action into hairpin 2.
I should clarify that and say it was very, very clean overtake, but there was no way that he was going to let him through.
No, I think Sophie Porsey will pick up a contact warning for that incident, exiting hairpin 2, where she just let the 77 run wide into the number 2 of Joe Arnold. It was side pod to side pod rather than front to back. They were side by side, but I think Sophie Pawsey will pick up a contact warning for that indiscretion.
Fairly equidistant gaps between the top 6 at the moment. So this battle is the one for 6th place overall. So that's Christian Oblag leading Sophie Pawsey, followed now by Joe Arnold. And then it is going to be Jacob O'Connor is about a second back, and there is confirmation of that warning for Sophie Pawsey. Oh, well, I said it was equidistant. Lennon French must have heard me, because he's now closing back in onto the back of Max Shields. And we've seen this before from the pair of them. They tend to sort of keep the powder dry for the first few laps. Don't tend to battle too hard. It seems to be a case of the two of them are generally speaking the quickest in the field, and so they tend to not work together, but certainly don't hold each other up for the first few laps, and then they'll all kick off with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, and we noticed at the start of this race, Shields was almost 0.8 of a second in front, and now Lennon French has reeled in the O plate, and Shields feels the need to go defensive. We're only half race distance, and already going into hairpin 1, Shields noticeably tighter than what the optimum racing line here is at Teesside, which is within a kart length of the white line on the outside. And now Lennon French will come down the inside into South Bank corner. Maximus Shields is going to go back down the inside. Racing engaged then between the O plate and the 120. They're still side by side round hairpin 4. Looks like it's been finished off though by Lennon French, and as I say, that Max Shields gets back alongside the 120, but he is on the outside. Lennon French then into the lead.
Well, it shows what I know, doesn't it, about their mentality, because I said it was going to kick off with 2 laps to go, but instead it kicked off with 5 laps to go. So well done, Lennon French, for engaging race mode, and away we go. And Max Shields having another look into hairpin 1. Not into hairpin 2, though. Decided to go line astern. As they head out onto the back straight, he's going to use that slipstream. Is he going to do what Lennon French did to him on the last lap and dive up the inside into South Bank? No. Thinks about that. Has another think about going into hairpin 3. Again, stays in line. As Lennon French holds the lead. Max Shields now right in tow still. Lennon French unable to gap Shields at this point in time. 3 laps to go. Max Shields setting a personal best lap coming across the line using that slipstream of Lennon French. Caitlin Frame also with a PB as she came over the line in 4th place. So it is French from Shields, from Pereira and Frame. Then Bain Hogarth is a 2.5 back in 5th place.
Yep, less than 1/10 of a second then between our 2 race leaders. Max Shields right in the slipstream. In fact, drops himself down. Shades of Connor Lucas actually there as the knees came up and the head went down behind the steering wheel. I'm sure that there's a little bit of mutual respect there actually from Max Shields there in doing that move, because I know that he holds Connor in such a high regard, and that move there, just dropping his head down behind the steering wheel, we've seen that many, many times here at Teesside Autodrome.
It's the other member of the animal kingdom. We've seen it when go-kart drivers put their head down behind the steering wheel. They lean down, we call that shrimping. Well, this is when you put your knees up and your head back down and you duck down into the car. That's the gopher. Go for this, go for that.
The full animal theme going to this live stream after the Noah's Ark reference earlier on in the day. If you'd like to let us know your favourite animal in the live chat comments.
It's gonna be the animal drinking game, isn't it? Take a drink every time you mention an animal.
Does that include go for the lead?
David, come on, it's far too early for that. Anyway, we still have Lennon French being hounded all the way, and now around the outside having a look is Maximus Shields. We've had Sparkly Eagle 111 has been in touch on the YouTube and said, dang, it's vegan Stig. I'm assuming that means Lennon French.
Possibly so. Last lap board is out then, half a lap remaining in Junior Pro Kart Heat 1, and Maximus Shields goes down the outside. Lennon French leaves half a gap down the inside. Don't know why French is putting his arm up, because he left a gap there and then aggressively chops across the track. The gap was there, Tom, because he was definitely not hugging the curb down the inside into hairpin number 2. There was a gap for Shields to go in. Shields put the kart in there. Not entirely sure why Lennon French feels aggrieved, because in the end, Tom, I think he's going to pick up the victory anyway. Holds off Shields as they come through the dog leg. The first sparring session of the day in Junior Pro goes to Lennon French from Max Shields, and Sebastian Pereira finishes in P3. Frame gets 4th, Hogarth, Oblang, Arnold, Pawsey, then it's going to be O'Connor, and still rounding out the top 10. Matthew Allen will then come over the line in P11. And once again, Tom, it's a small grid in Junior Pro Kart, but it is all action.
Yes, indeed, and always action between these two at the front of the grid as well. Lennon French, Maximus Shields, as we said, the resumption of hostilities. I mean, they do get on quite well away from the track, or certainly away from being on the track together. Yeah, there's no holds barred between these two when it comes to going for the race win.
Absolutely not. Visor down.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
That's it.
Visor down, race driver mode engaged.
Absolutely, and we've got Michael Burke has been back in touch on the comments and saying, go the animals. He's saying, where's the kangaroo reference? Well, there it is, Michael. you've made it for us.
No, Junior Pro Kart, Tom, they'll be straight off. Next up then, heat number 1 for our cadet class.
Just before we run you through the massive grid that we've got here for cadets, I'll give you a kangaroo reference. I must be the only person who's been to Australia, went to Australia for 3 weeks, never saw a kangaroo. That's my kangaroo story for you.
Cool story, Tom.
Take us through the grid, David.
Riley Buckton-Young is shown on P1, but that Micromax will get moved to the back of the pack, so it will be championship leader Jared Fox-Whiteley on the front row. He'll be starting alongside Riley Wright, Thomas Potter and Ben Adrian on row 2. Then we're going to have Tom Holden and Amy Peacock with the best qualifying for her in P6 on the outside of row number 3. Leon Barlow and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on row 4. Melissa Adrian and Ethan Charles will then complete the top 10. Daniel Minto will start alongside Lewis Goff, with Joshua Sullivan alongside Oliver Sibbald on row 7. Harris Alley and Joseph Yao, row 8. Kyle McLean and William Howard on row 9. The top 20 completed by Larry Price alongside Ben Robinson. Mason Dinsdale will start 21st. Sam Hayes 22nd. Missed Hoover's 24th, but we'll get there in the end. Tom Percock will be 24th alongside Mason Webster, with Harry Brown and Charlie Eibel. Then we're going to have Sam Robson and Cody Lamb in 29th. We'll then have Tommy Ambler in 30th. Kian Logan, slightly out of position for Kian. He'll start in 31st alongside the 33 of Ollie Carter. Reese Peniston alongside Morgan Cooney. Scarlett Percox will start in 35th place alongside Zach Turner. And that time, Tom, for Zach Turner leads me to believe he may well have had an indiscretion in our qualifying session for our cadets. I'm going to have a quick look down there as well, because the driver of the number 99 has been dropped 17 places in qualify for failure to attend scrutineering or the weighbridge, and he will start all the way from the back. And that time of a 49 should put him well in the midfield pack, actually. So yeah, we'll look for Zach Turner's number 99 machine to come through the pack. But as I say, he will be starting down. Another one that's going to look to come through as well, Kian Logan. He is out of position after a poor qualifying session. Sees him to qualify down towards the tail end of the top 30.
Yes, as we've said, though, it's not the end of the world if you do qualify poorly in this particular heat, because although you do have 3 heats and a final here today, where you finish heat number 1 is where you start heat number 2. Where you finish heat number 2 is where you start heat number 3. So plenty of chance to make your way up through the field, and we've seen it in many classes, not just in cadet, or not least in cadet, as we've gone through the season so far. We've got Andy Barlow has been in touch on YouTube and said, go on Leon number 42, and good luck to all the cadets. Well, thank you, Andy, for getting in touch.
Yep, just having a quick Leon obviously missed the double header here because he was poorly, and so he returns, but we'll drop those 2 double header rounds, so we'll need to maximise the points as well.
It was noticeable that he wasn't here as well, to be honest with you. We did actually, we did miss him.
Yep, so
welcome back, Leon.
In his final season in the cadet class, I believe, so he will start today's racing from the inside of the 4th row in P7. Final few, actually, no, we've still got plenty more. They're just hidden behind the bush to the right of the commentary box. There's the 51 of Kian Logan, just waiting for him to come forward into position.
Is that the bush I was whacking this time last month?
Yes, he was sent you out early doors to try and flatten that down so we could see them queuing up. But handily, the camera's done the job for us this time.
So strap in and hold tight, folks. This is a bumper grid here of cadets. As we've said as well, there is a clubman class or clubman subclass to talk about as well. And we will be monitoring that throughout the day. But yes, all action in cadets. Massively closely matched, not just in terms of chassis, but mostly in terms of engine, and huge parity in terms of driver skill as well. Most of these drivers are in or around the same age, and it really is the actual the driver's merit that really puts them to the top, much more than it would be, you know, how much you can spend on an engine, etc.
Correct. Final few runners then, Tom, now into position. You can see the debuting Scarlett Percox as number 36 being rolled into position alongside the 99 of Zach Turner, who I believe actually drove across the dummy grid, which is why he has been DQ'd from quali. And
that's that colour scheme I was talking about with Riley Wright. So you can see it is all black and white, so it isn't particularly colourful, but his helmet matches, his suit and his cart and everything, and it looks absolutely fantastic. So that for me is the best scheme or sticker kit of the day that I've seen so far. I like my orthopedic shoes. I stand corrected, or I am able to stand corrected.
Start line marshal then has made his way to the front. Of course, remembering cadets, we go straight down to the national loop at the first time of asking, then the chicane is reinserted. The green is up, the green is down. We're away in racing. It's a fantastic start from Riley Wright, and it looks like Tom is going to go all the way around the outside, and on debut he leads the Honda Cadet heat number 1, does he? He did for about 4 or 5 metres. Jared Fox-Whiteley then retakes the lead. Riley Wright into second place. Potter third. Holden fourth. Adrian in 5th. Amy Peacock's holding on into sixth place. Looks like most people have made it through, with the exception of Ollie Carter, Sam Robson. Looks like Scarlett Percox and another driver as well, driver number 8, having issues. And it looks like Ollie Carter is actually going to stop, is he, on the outside of hairpin number 1. I think that car is having a bit of a problem with it looks like we might have a bent rear axle with how that one's going. It's because it's not going, it doesn't look overly comfortable for the driver.
Yeah, and we had a good shot there of Thomas Potter giving it the old don't overtake me, let's think about this and work together. And then, as I've said before, which is my sort of trademarking commentary, that's the immediate signal to the guy behind to send it up the inside.
Yep, straight out the window. As looks like Tom Holden now has moved through into 3rd place with Thomas Potter P4. The top 10 then, Fox-Whiteley, Wright, Holden, Potter, Adrian Barlow, Adrian Peacock, Minto the leading clubman, Ethan Charles rounds out the top 10.
Yes, indeed. So 37 karts in the grid today. As we said, it's a bumper grid. We're looking at Thomas Potter here in the 38, followed by the 48 of Ben Adrian as they resume hostilities from the previous round as well. So they were going at it. Thomas Potter, of course, with that incredible performance in the doubleheader on the Saturday. 2 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else in the field. Never been done before in Honda Cadets, and most probably will never be seen again. Because of the parity that we get in the field, things like that just don't happen. It was a unicorn moment. Absolutely fantastic drive from Thomas Potter, and we'll look to see him do or try to replicate it as close as he can once again.
Yeah, the weather conditions that day just played into the hands of Thomas Potter. The decision to put on incredibly scrubbed wet, effectively what we call an inter, but they were almost down to slick, played perfectly into the hands. Don't take anything away from the driver there. We scythed through the field at that round. We saw it the following day as well with the Micromax of Seb Corking. He's going to be out in around about 10 minutes time for Micromax UK as Potter goes down the inside of Holden. Holden left the door open. Thomas Potter then back up to P3. And Potter needs the points because at the moment, the top three in the championship, Jared Fox-Whiteley, and then Thomas Potter and Tom Holden are being split by Riley Wright. And Tom, in the national series for this class, the CKC Championship, the top two in that championship split by a single point, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Riley Wright.
And Riley Wright is definitely not letting Fox-Whiteley get away. Fox-Whiteley has been there or thereabouts, has been the cream of the crop as we look at the 17 of Amy Peacock going up the inside of Leon Barlow with those distinctive red wheels for this season. They were fluorescent yellow last season, they're bright red for this season as they go at it again into hairpin 3 and once again into hairpin 4 side by side, and it looks like Amy Peacock finally got that move done.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to actually have a bit of a switch around inside the top 10 because Isabella Stansmore-Wilson will appear there at the expense of Ethan Charles. Daniel Minto is up into 8th place, so that's the, you see him coming round there in the blue and yellow helmet, and he's now as well in front of Leon Barlow, who lost out 2 places, not only in that battle with Amy Peacock, but also now behind Daniel Minto, the leading clubman runner, the driver of number 28, up into P8.
Yes, and as I was saying, it's no surprise to see Fox-Whiteley at the front, but bringing with him Riley Wright, and now Thomas Potter has used the slipstream of the 2-cut slipstream to close right onto the back of this front 2, and he's now looking very racy, and he's going to try and make a move on Riley Wright.
Yep, Thomas Potter's engaged the magnet on the front of that number 38 and just used it to reel in the leading duo, who so far, Tom, haven't really look to overtake each other. They've stuck nose to tail. They're going to sort this one out. We're already well beyond half race distance. It's only 8 laps, and now, Tom, they are starting to catch some lap traffic.
They are indeed, and working their way through it nice and cleanly as well. It looks like they saw them coming. And
good awareness as well, though, from the lap traffic, as you say.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, they're keeping nicely out of the way and letting the leaders through. So no hold-ups there for the front 3, but it's now become a front 5 because Tom Holden has engaged the magnets front and rear, it seems, and brought Ben Adrian with him as well. Yep, so it was a front 2, then a front 3, and now it's a front 5.
Yep, so we're going to have a fantastic final 2 laps then. Looks like Melissa Adrian hasn't been managed to drag along. She is currently in no man's land in 6th place with a equidistance from the back of 5th, and then back to Daniel Minto, who's found a way past Amy Peacock, although having said that, looked like Peacock was going to try and go back down the inside of Daniel Minto. So Amy Peacock running inside the top 10. This will be her first top 10 finish here at Teesside Autodrome if she can hang on for a lap and a half. But Leon Barlow and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, 2 drivers that are used to running in the top 7 here at Teesside Autodrome, slightly out of position and behind both Minto and Peacock.
Yeah, fantastic drive so far from Peacock.
Leaders, Tom, are going to come over start finish now, and they are as close as ever, and Thomas Potter is in front of Riley Wright. So the top 2 in the championship now here at Teesside, 1 and 2 on the tarmac, heading into the final lap, and it's the best lap of the race so far then for Potter. Fox-Whiteley right the way down the inside and hard on the brakes. He is not going to make this one easy for Thomas Potter. Goes wide as well and opens the door. Did he there? I thought he was going to allow Holden and Wright to come down the inside of Thomas Potter. I'm sure that's what the intention was.
Well, Holden and Wright switched positions in hairpin 2, it looked like. Wright tried to get an opportunistic move around the outside, and it didn't quite come off. And now it looks like Wright's going to try that again. Fox-Whiteley goes extremely defensive, but leaves the door open for Potter, who gets a nudge through from Holden. And Thomas Potter is going to take the win here in heat number 1, and he owes Tom Holden a big bag of sweeties for that one.
Haribo to the Holden awning.
Yes, indeed. Haribo inbound to the Holden awning. For Tom Holden came out of that corner in P3 and ended up in P5 purely because he got bolts pushing Thomas Potter through. So it was Potter from Fox-Whiteley, from Wright, from Ben Adrian, who took 4th place over the line from Tom Holden in 5th. Then it was Melissa Adrian, Daniel Minto, a best ever finish for Amy Peacock, we believe, in P8, and a fantastic result for her. Then Leon Barlow and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, your top 10.
Just having a look, Tom, at the clubman subclass. Daniel Minto takes the victory in that one from heat number 1 with a P7. finish. Harris Ali comes through the field to finish P14 and second. Joshua Sullivan finishes in P15. That is your top 3 in our clubman class, the new clubman class here at Teesside Autodrome. Tom, I think the stage has been set at the front of the pack. Obviously, Jared Fox-Whiteley, you saw his arm go up after that final corner. Clearly not happy with that one, but still, as he has all season, still comes over the line, less than 1/10 of a second off the race leader, picks up the points for P2. He is leading the championship as well going into this round by around about 30 points. And that has been the staple of Jared Fox-Whiteley's season, is that he has very, very rarely been outside the top 3. He's finished every race as well. That has been the secret for Jared Fox-Whiteley. Many, many wins, but also a huge amount of consistency.
Yes, indeed. That's kind of his nickname in the commentary box as well, isn't it? Is Mr. Consistency. He's just there. He's always there or thereabouts. Stays out of trouble to the best of his absolutely fantastic abilities. And yeah, he just manages to just pick up as many points as humanly possible at all times. Doesn't allow himself to get involved in 50-50s and things like that, but it's got to be said, he went extremely defensive for the final lap and it didn't pay off for the heat win. But still came across the line only a 10th off. Left that door open ever so slightly, and Thomas Potter took full advantage. I still think without that nudge though, without that push through from Tom Holden, I still think Fox-Whiteley would have won it. So yeah, I think the Potters owe the Holdens a definite big bag of sweets.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Tom. But no, without further ado, we are up for our 4th race of the day. I'm just having a quick look, actually. That's what I was saying about the 33s coming down. You'll see it if we stay on this camera for around about another 10 seconds. So I'm just going to hold off, actually, on introducing Micromax UK. That, Tom, you can have that as your kangaroo reference.
Oh, well, there we go. Well, there we go. Well done, David. Good segue.
Issues for Ollie Carter in the 33. Work to be done on that machine, but plenty of time because we have an extra 4 races today for you with the introduction of Micromax UK.
Lots of support coming in for Thomas Potter as well. So we've got Chazza and Debbie Trevor have both said well done to Thomas. So here we are for Micromax heat number 1. It's Zine Quecker who has taken pole position, followed by Rory Armstrong, Caden Simpson, Sebastian Corking in P4, who had that fantastic run here in the final, because they started at the back of the cadet grid here last round, and Sebastian Corking taking the overall win from near enough last on the grid. Aston Brown in 5th and Charlotte Stanley in 6th. 7th will be James Roberts. Oh, it's random grids.
It is for Micromax
thank you for clarifying that, David.
Not
Sorry,
a problem.
It's my first experience of a Micromax grid, so I didn't realise it was a random grid allocation. Looks like we only got 6 here.
Believe so. That looks like it's Aston Brown then on the outside with Seb Corking on the inside. So those on screen might have been actually from the qualifying position, but we are on a random grid. Green is up. It's a rolling start for Micromax UK. We are over the line, and in the final practice session, the top 3 were split by less than 1/10 of a second. So even though it does look like it's a small grid, don't expect drivers at the front of the pack to be able to break away too much. We know Sebastian Corking has been here a lot. He started off at the back, and there he goes through into the lead, and this is what he needs, Tom. The opening couple of corners, the opening couple of laps, is to try and move away as everybody comes through this mixed-up grid. But I know Zane Kuwaker in the 44 was very quick in practice. They've had 2 practice sessions this morning, whereas the rest of the classes have had one practice and 1 quali. Micromax have just had 2 practice sessions, so we are expecting them to have to come through the field. Some of these drivers, and we saw, Tom, at the previous round here for the cadets, is that one thing that Sebastian Corking knows how to do, and that is come through a field.
Absolutely, yeah. Racecraft was impeccable, exceptional at the previous round. If none of you have seen that, there are some highlights up on the Alpha Live YouTube channel of just what Seb Corking did in the previous round.
Here we go then. It's 10 laps for our Micro Max in the heats. They are obviously a little bit quicker than the Hondas, as the 68 of Rory Armstrong goes down the inside of Zane Kuwaker. They're both now in front of the 57 of Aston Brown. So on that lap, Armstrong has managed to come through and take both Kuwaker and Aston Brown. So just to give you a little bit of background for this Micro Max UK Championship, coming into this round, Sebastian Corking leads the way on 443 points. Rory Armstrong is second in the championship, but only 5 points behind on the drop score provision in that championship, running currently with 438 points. James Roberts, who was shown us in 7th, but it actually isn't on the timing, and we do only have 6 runners, so I'm not sure whether he's here but has a problem or couldn't make it, but he's 21 points behind Seb Corking at the head of the pack, as we see the 22 of Charlotte Stanley going down the inside of Aston Brown into hairpin number 3. Brown's going to try and get back alongside as they come through, although Stanley will chop across. Not sure what's upset Brown during that, because I didn't see any contact at all between that. I thought it was a really good move, actually, by Charlotte Stanley.
I think it was the chop across the bow that he wasn't too happy with, but I don't think there was anything untoward there from Charlotte Stanley. I thought it was a good move. Standard
Teesside defence, that, isn't it? Come out hairpin 4 and chop across to stop them getting alongside, because certainly with these Micro Max karts, Tom, the faster they are, they generally tend to be able to run all the way around the outside and then get track position on entry into the left-hander for the D chicane.
Yes, indeed they do, as we look at Sebastian Corking now coming through hairpin 3 and 4, and that is Rory Armstrong in second, who's having a very, very good race so far.
Correct, we're almost at half race distance, one more lap and we will be, as Sebastian Corking comes over the line. Rory Armstrong, though, takes a little bit out of Sebastian Corking, although the gap now only down by a tenth from 1.1 to just over a second. And we'll need to start taking around 2 to 2.5 tenths a lap out of our early race leader, Sebastian Corking. But the pace certainly there for Rory Armstrong, and there will be a time throughout today, Tom, where he is on the front row. Obviously, 6 karts on the grid, and therefore everybody should get an opportunity in the 3 heats to go off the front row, be it on the inside or the outside here at Teesside Autodrome.
Yes, indeed, and looking forward to that. And that's what we get from mixed up grids as well, and it will give us good racing, we hope, throughout the entire day. Even though there's only 6 of them, it doesn't mean that the racing is going to be poor, as we can see from Aston Brown now still hounding Charlotte Stanley to try and get back through and retake that position of 4th place.
Yeah, seems to carry quite a lot of speed, actually, Tom, out of hairpin 4 and through over start finish, but then got balked, actually, because he carried quite a lot of speed into the D chicane and found Charlotte Stanley not going as quick maybe as him through there, but she was then able, because she was slow on entry, was able to maximise the speed round the national loop, and we know it's single file all the way through there, through the chicanes. You know, paying the adage to the slow in, fast out piece of advice that is often banded around kart circuits throughout the country.
Yeah, Sebastian Corking's currently, in fact it's Rory Armstrong who's currently got the fastest lap of the race as well, with a 46.508. So just while we have a little bit of a breather in the action here, if you like, as most karts are line astern. Tell us a little bit about the difference between the Micromax thing, compared to a Cadet. Obviously it's a completely different engine, but the other differences, so were they running on different tyres, aren't they?
Yeah, on Mojo tyres for Micro Max. Also, most of them run on a 950 chassis rather than a 900, so that's the centimetres in terms of the length of the chassis, which is slightly more continental, Tom. Most Cadets actually run 950 over on mainland Europe, as Rory Armstrong sets the fastest lap of the race, 0.2 of a second faster than Sebastian Corking's fastest lap, Sebastian Corking's personal best, the gap down to 0.7. So obviously slightly grippier tyres, but one thing that we did notice, Tom, whilst we were looking at the karts coming off after their second practice session, is that the actual contact patch of the front tyre is a lot narrower than what it is on the Honda Cadets using the Dunlop. The actual profile of these tyres, as you see them on the front coming down, goes up and in, whereas the Hondas generally just go up and then just keep going up. And, you know, it's more of a squarer front tyre than what these are. You know, it's got the curve
way
at
that
the top.
I would say is imagine the difference between when they had the grooved Ridgestones in Formula One. That's very much similar to the Dunlops and the Honda Cadet. So it was a very flat profile, almost a block-shaped tyre, whereas the Dunlops are very much early Pirelli. So it's up and over the top, almost, you know, a much more oval shape than it would be more squared off. The difference between the Mojos, and also it seems like the Mojos are a softer compound as well.
Yeah, we're heading towards the business end of this race. So what we'll do is we'll save the engine chat for heat number 2, because there is a lot to go on for these Micromax engines and the evolution of them all the way through the classes up into the senior Rotax. Last lap board, though, is out as they come over, and I know Tom's pointing at the screen because there is a Rory Armstrong coming for a battle as the last lap board comes out, the gap down to half a second.
I want to talk about chassis length in the next heat as well, because that's fascinated me now, what you've said about the different length of chassis, and probably why we're seeing a Sodi chassis here that you don't see in Cadets.
Nope, correct. They go round hairpin number 2 for the final time, and I can't help but feel, Tom, that the laps have beaten Rory Armstrong in this one, because he has started to, he's been reeling in Sebastian Corking since he moved into second place, and there is certainly plenty of optimism for Rory Armstrong, because he will start heat number 2 from the front row alongside Zane Kuwaker with Sebastian Corking in P3. Checkered flag is out. The opening Micromax UK race of the day goes to Sebastian Corking. Rory Armstrong's charge leads to the fastest lap of the race, but he can't get there in the end and takes P2. Zane Kuwaker completes the top 3. Stanley and Brown still nose to tail, as they have been for most of the race, in 4th and 5th. Caden Simpson crosses the line in 6th place. And Tom, looking at the mixed up grids, it's going to see Kuwaker alongside Armstrong. Then we're going to have Simpson and Corking alongside each other. So Corking will be directly behind Rory Armstrong in heat number 2. So we could see a complete switch around here. And we know how tight it is in the championship, only 5 points between Corking and Armstrong. It's going to be out a little bit further, obviously, now, because Corking's won heat 1. Certainly, though, opportunity for Armstrong to close that gap back down to 5 points in heat number 2.
So as they come across the line and head towards the scrutineering and weighbridge section, we will move on very swiftly to our next heat of the day. So heat number 1 of Junior Rotax and Mini Rotax as well, or Mini Max as we like to call it. Pole position is headed with Gracie Mitchell, then it's Isaac O'Shea, Ben Ficini, Alfie Wallbank, Oliver Buckton and Bella Franklin. Then it's Rocco Baker, Vincent Bailey, Lucas Miles, Amelia Pennington. Then I believe we're moving into our Micromaxes here as well. So we've got Lizzie Mentier and Addison Smith. Catherine Potter and Lewis Goff, Oliver Watson, Michael Ambler and William Robinson round out your field. So yes, we have 2 races in 1 here. If you are new to watching us at Teesside, we have a Junior Rotax and Minimax going off. There will be a, roughly speaking, half a lap separation from them at the start of the race.
An absolute bargain, Tom. If you're a race fan here, 2 for the price of 1, so we'll get 2 rolling starts. Hopefully we'll be able to catch both of them, but it will be Gracie Mitchell and Isaac O'Shea with Ben Ficini and Alfie Wallbank on row 2. Bella Franklin starts in an uncharacteristic P6 alongside Oliver Buckton. The green drops as they approach the acceleration line, and we're away and racing down towards the national limit, and there is contact. Franklin was one of them, but it's caused a concertina effect down the back. Wallbank, Vincent Bailey, and it looks like potentially Lucas Miles as well, I think, in the number 18. We'll get confirmation on that number as they come through. That's Vincent Bailey facing the wrong way. Minis are away and racing for their first time of asking. Addison Smith on the outside. as they go into the first corner.
Oh, and immediately they're round as well. We've got 2 round in the Minimax field. One off the
Lewis Goff and William Robinson, the 2 drivers. So Lewis Goff is a runner. We've got a number of karts off again, Tom, at hairpin number 1, all in the minis. We've got Oliver Watson, Addison Smith, and the driver of the number 25 machine as well, Michael Ambler, off at hairpin number 1. And we do often see that Tom here in the 2-stroke class here, as Isaac O'Shea goes incredibly wide and allows Ben Ficini to come through. Will Oliver Buckton take advantage and get down the inside? I think he will, towards South Bank, although Isaac O'Shea now on the outside, got on the power earlier and has to settle back into place. Tom, we see this a lot here at Teesside. The opening race of the day in the rolling start classes is usually less than clean.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fantastic double move from Bella Franklin now.
Sorry, Tom, just noticed there, and I know what it's going to be. It's going to be a mechanical flag for Isaac O'Shea, the rear bumper hanging off the left side of the number 84, and I am fairly sure that one is going to result in a Heat 1 retirement for Isaac O'Shea, because that rear bumper, there is absolutely no way they're going to let that kart carry on all the way through. I know we have a slight change here at Teesside in that we've got a change of clerk of the course today. Nigel Pritchard joins us instead of Ken Potter, but I know universally throughout the karting world that you're not allowed to finish with a bumper hanging off the back of your kart.
Yes, indeed, that is not going to be acceptable, and in fact we haven't got the marshals preparing the meatball flag yet.
Yeah. Oh yes, we do.
Do we?
Well, it's here.
Ah, right, it is ready, it's just not been shown yet. I think you'll get it next time round. Anyway, sorry, we should focus on actually what's happening on track, David, shouldn't we? That is the Ben Ficini, Oliver Buckton battle for second place overall. Gracie Mitchell has moved into the lead by 1.3 seconds. Then it is Ficini from Buckton. Bella Franklin now in 4th place after that early spin, and I don't know how she managed to catch up so well onto the back of the grid.
I think she was sideways, Tom, but then managed to get it back. I think she got tagged in the rear. What we do with these, certainly in these Rotax classes, is that we do have a drop-down bumper provision. So, in terms, it's the bumper at the front. If it exerts too much load on it, it pushes it in and drops it down. So, what we will do throughout the day is endeavour, as the results filter through to the commentary box, is highlight any penalties, because it is an automatic 5-second addition to the driver's race time in the 2 rolling start classes, or certainly the usual rolling start classes here in the junior and mini Rotax, and also in the seniors, which are up very shortly, as Gracie Mitchell actually there gets balked behind a little bit of lap traffic. And one thing we do know now, Tom, is because of the incidents on that opening lap, is that everybody is everywhere at the moment.
Yes, the field spread has been astronomical in these opening exchanges, but in your Minimax class it is Lizzie Mentier with Catherine Potter right on her tail, just 3/4 of a second separating those guys. Then it's Addison Smith, Oliver Watson, Lewis Goff, as we saw, went round, but is right on the tail of Oliver Watson. And then it's Michael Ambler in 14th and William Robinson in 15th, but now they're both a lap down.
So everybody in that class, with the exception of Mentier and Potter, has had a spin. It was just that Ambler, Robinson and Goff and Robinson was at National. The other 3 were at hairpin 1 on the opening lap. Lewis Goff today pulling double duties. You might remember that he was out in the Cadets about 20 minutes ago. He's also pulling double duties, hiring the Teesside Karting Academy Minimax today. So he is pulling double duties and is currently in 5th place in class.
That's going to be a sore neck tomorrow.
Certainly is. He was practicing. To be fair, he was just actually practicing in the Mini yesterday rather than the Cadet. So he's now right on the back, actually, of Oliver Watson, battling it out for P4 in class. And behind them coming through, there is the race leader, Gracie Mitchell, as Ben Ficini, who, to be honest, Tom, hasn't had the best of seasons, was second in the championship here last year and has struggled thus far until round 7. We know that he's very difficult to overtake, as he's proving at the moment with Oliver Buckton, and we saw it earlier on in the year when he does get into a good position. That number 4 kart is probably about the widest thing in Teesside for each 10-minute heat for our Rotax class, as Buckton this time tries to squeeze the nose down the inside. Can't be too forceful though, obviously. We're talking about that drop nose provision. You know, he doesn't want to drop that down and cause himself to drop down the order, because as you mentioned earlier, the grid positions for heat number 2 set from the finishing positions from heat number 1.
Absolutely, and it was a bit of a robust defence from Ficini through the dogleg and then the kink section, and that has brought Bella Franklin and Rocco Baker as well onto the back of this, and it's now a 4 kart train for 2nd position. Gracie Mitchell at the front checked out, 3.4 seconds in the lead now.
Yep, taking full advantage.
Oh, Franklin, that was way too ambitious. There was never going to be a gap
right
there.
Over the top of Oliver Buckton. Oliver Buckton does manage to keep going though, although that will be a very, very uncomfortable ride back now for the driver of the number 66. Pretty much hands this 2nd place now to Ben Ficini. Rocco Baker taking full advantage, and one driver that we haven't had the opportunity to really speak about, Tom, and we will do later on in the day, is the driver with the green background who's come through the pack. Is the only runner running a Junior X30. Amelia Pennington is now up into 4th place with Franklin, and having that issues with Buckton. Alfie Warbank, who had the spin on the opening lap as part of that first corner incident, is now moving up into 6th place. Checkered flag is already out. Gracie Mitchell so far down the road that she has already taken it. Ficini and Baker complete the top 3. Pennington gets 4th place. Bella Franklin takes the checkered flag but comes straight off the track and into the pit lane. So she's not had the easiest start of the day, qualifying down in 6th, finishing in 5th after some incidents in the opening race of the day. Warbank and Buckton come through. Miles will complete, and now we will have our race winner. Heat number 1 for the Minimax class. Lizzie Mentia opens up the championship lead even further from Catherine Potter. Addison Smith will come through in a superb 3rd place. His first outing here in the Minimax class. The number 15. We've still got a few more to come through, actually, that I don't think had taken the checkered flag, but will now cross the line with Lewis Goff and Oliver Watson. And Tom,
that was hectic.
It was, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, I called it at the time with the Bella Franklin move. I didn't think that gap was there. I think there was a gap there, otherwise she wouldn't have gone up the inside. But I think it was a little bit too late to make that move, and it was always going to close that gap.
I like to call that it was almost like a Monaco move, as in you require the other party to be compliant.
I think she required the other party to know that she was there. Correct. And I don't think there was the time to make that adjustment. But that's how we called it at the time. Anyway, moving on very swiftly, and it's going to be Senior Rotax next.
Next rolling start up, though, will be Senior Rotax Championship leader Daniel Kell. Leads them out of the dummy grid. Alongside him, Ashley Savage, Tom Reeve and Kieran Savage on row 2, Martin Fisher and Lee Bell on row 3. 7th is Chris Crowther alongside Emma Brown. Paul Swan and Josh Redhead complete the top 10. Christopher Stoves completes the grid in 11th place. Let's see if the seniors can make a much better go of it off the green flag rolling start than what both our juniors and our minis did, because minis had the issues at hairpin number 1 and juniors had the issues at the national loop. Dan Kell will, of course, be the pace setter. We've got the cones out on the track. You'll be able to see them around about 20 metres before the green flag line. That is the acceleration zone. It will allow them to come through side by side. But they're into the zone now. The green is down and we're away and racing. Tom Reeve on the inside has had a good start, but not good enough to get alongside Ashley Savage. So it's going to be Kell, Reeve and Kel Savage and Reeve leading the way through, with Kieran Savage holding off Martin Fisher. We have got a spinner into hairpin 1. It's Paul Swan's number 95, but he is able to cut across the grass and rejoin the back of the pack in 11th place.
Yes, indeed. So it is Kel leading the way as they come through South Bank for the first time into hairpin 3 through hairpin 4, and we will get them across the line. I'll give you your full rundown. Heat number 1, Senior Rotax. Really looking forward to this one today. Actually, it's been a while since we've had some really close action in Senior Rotax, but it's looking like it's going to be a good day today. It is Dan Kell from Ashley Savage, Tom Reeve, Kieran Savage and Martin Fisher. Then the leader in your 177 class is Lee Bell, Chris Crowther and then Emma Brown. Josh Redhead, Chris Stokes and Paul Swan round out the field.
Now, Tom, we know in this one that Daniel Kell, who leads the championship here, has so far done really well in terms of actual race wins. What he has had, though, is a couple of retirements. He was leading the way, I think, at round 4 as Christopher Stoves goes down the inside of Josh Redhead. That moves him up into 9th place. And obviously he was leading the way, Tom, and had to retire from the final, having won all 3 heats at round 4. And then the chain came off and he had to retire. So under normal circumstances, we'd be saying that Dan Kell can maybe wrap this championship up here today. However, because he's had 2 sub-200 scores, been well down in points because of issues throughout the season in terms of reliability, is that this one will certainly, at the very least, roll through to round number 8 in a month's time.
Yes, and we're kind of thankful for that, in a sense. I don't mean any schadenfreude to Dan Kell, but it certainly kept it interesting.
We do like it to go all the way down. I'm still trying to push the Clio Cup narrative of not having that, meaning that round number 9 cannot be a dropped score, which will then automatically take all of our championships to the final day of the season, and we can have a championship round here at Teesside, which I think would be amazing as a championship day or a championship weekend. But at the moment it's still going to be 7 from 9 as Kieran Savage, we remember he moved from the junior Pro Kart class mid-season. He made his debut in the Rotax class at the double header last month and is now acquitting himself very well, and he's up into 4th place on the back of Tom Reeve. Martin Fisher behind sets a personal best over the line. Lee Bell, drivers with the green numbers down the left side, are our Rotax 177 class. Bell, Crowther and Brown then the top 3 in that at the moment.
Please keep your comments coming in on YouTube and we will read them out, or endeavour to read them out. Ross O'Meara's been in touch and says can't beat cadet racing. Well, yeah, that's kind of true, Ross. It's always action in, especially with such a massive grid as well. And Ross, you're notable by your absence as well this weekend, because I think this is the first round you've not been here this season. So we hope you come back soon.
Yeah, so we are at half race distance now then. Kell, Savage and Reeve leading the way, and Reeve sets a personal best, but he hasn't been able to shake off Kieran Savage or Martin Fisher. Here they are coming through. Paul Swan has managed to catch up onto the back of Christopher Stoves after that earlier spin. Tom Reeve having to go defensive into that section there, and now Kieran Savage looks over, has a quick play around with the radiator, the 2 at the front with the radiator flap up. Fisher behind, radiator flap still firmly down.
And all that means, folks, is it's just a water temperature adjuster. That's all it is. They've got a readout on their lap timers. They'll give them the temperature of the water in the radiator, and you can move that flap up and down depending on what the water temperature is. Keep it optimal to get the best cooling for the motor.
Correct. Thank you very much then for joining us here for round number 7 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. 2 more rounds of this championship before the end of the season. And that is round number 8 on the 24th of October before the 28th of November sees the final round of this wonderful series, Tom, that just continues to grow and grow into one of the premier IKR championships in the country as Savage and goes down the inside. I think he's lined that one up really for a couple of laps. Tom Reeve is not going to be able to slot back into his previous position. And Kieran Savage, only three race meetings now out of the junior Pro Kart class, moving up and sideways into seniors, could be on for a first ever top 3 finish in this class.
Indeed, and Martin Fisher's looking very racy as well in 5th. Leader of U177 class is Lee Bell, followed by Chris Crowther and Emma Brown. They are your podium at the moment for heat number 1 in 177. But as we see, that is Martin Fisher up the inside now of Tom Reeve. Is he going to be able to hold it through the dogleg? Does get the overspeed and manages to cut back in front, and that's Martin Fisher. So 2 places dropped for Tom Reeve in 2 laps. Unfortunate for him, but good news for Savage and Fisher.
Yeah, and Tom, that kart looks like it's at the moment, when he's going into the corner, it's just not gripping for the 22 of Tom Reeve. It's pretty much it's drifting round the corners like a broken ship at the moment. He's just going so wide. Last lap board will be out then for our race leaders when they come through. Daniel Kell is being kept honest by Ashley Savage, but there you can see in the background, you'll see again as they come round the corner, I just think that Tom Reeve has either cooked them tyres a little bit too much, or is just pushing too hard, because he's starting. Now he's been overtaken by both Savage and Fisher, is falling away because I think he's really struggling with some handling issues.
Yeah, it seems that way. Just probably a setup tweak between heat number 1 and heat number 2, and hopefully that will be all sorted. But as we look at your leader, Dan Kell, coming down for the last half of the last lap through South Bank, he will enter hairpin 3 for the final time. Very swiftly through hairpin 4 for the final time, through the dogleg, through the kink, and he will take the checkered flag. And heat number 1 goes to the O-play of Dan Kell. Followed 2.8 seconds behind by Ashley Savage. 3rd across the line will be Kieran Savage, then Martin Fisher, Tom Reeve. Oh, in fact, Tom Reeve lost another place on the final lap to Lee Bell. So Lee Bell taking your 177 class, but managing to overtake Tom Reeve on that final lap. Then it's Chris Crowther and Emma Brown rounding out your podium in 177.
There is Daniel Kell, and he's been all over the country this weekend. Yesterday, he was part of the Northern Saloon Kart Championship. Their 2 rounds at Snetterton yesterday. Straight up here, so no testing for Daniel Kell yesterday here at Teesside Autodrome. And he's straight into, I mean, he is local anyway, so at least he was coming back. But yeah, Snetterton yesterday with the Sierra Cosworth, taking 2 class podiums as well in the Northern Saloon Car Championship, and now takes the opening race win of the day in our senior Rotax class.
Bit of a different experience, I'd imagine.
Oh, the Rotax is much better.
Sierra to
the Rotax is much
Tony
better,
Kart.
so I'll have the Sierra.
Okay, yes.
Final.
I'd take the Sierra as well, to be honest.
We are almost at the end of our first cycle of heats here at Teesside Autodrome. The final race in the Heat 1 cycle will be up next. It's time for Senior Pro Kart.
Senior Pro Kart heat number 1 at round number 7 for Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series. Thank you for joining us, taking you through your grid now. So pole position went to Aaron Alexander. 2nd place, fantastic performance from Kieran Lambert. 3rd did go to Scott Tate, with 4th championship leader Connor Lucas. Thomas Braid is in 5th, followed by Jack Morris in 6th. 7th for Connor White, then it's Mark Tate, Jake Richardson and Joe Grinsell round out your top 10. 11th will be Rob Lowe, and 12th, a disappointing qualifying for the angry man himself, Mr. Josh Falkers, only returning because David likes to poke the bear. And I'm sure he will take you through that.
I may have upset him in the last over the double header.
We'll take you through that as the race and the day goes on. But David Brewis is in 13th, with Simon Doughty in 14th, Brandon Jennings in 15th and Joe Burrell in 16th. Brandon Truman Reddish is 17th, with Mason Parker 18th. Then it's Mark White and Josh Eden rounding out your top 20. Then it will be Jonathan Allen, Thomas Lowther, Craig Harris and Dan Fulsham. Callum Booth, Jordan Guy, Neil Catlow and Alban Dow, Dan Fielden and Lee Austin in 30th and final place. So, David, do you want to take us through the just while we're gridding up the the Falcus situation?
Not particularly. No,
basically he was winding him up.
I'll address the comments. I was dangling the carrot. All I said was that statistically, over the last 2 years, Connor Lucas has been the fastest, either fastest or best, whichever way you want to do it, in terms of positions and points or whatever, here at Teesside, because he's won around about 50% of the races. Josh took exception to me saying that he was the fastest because there was like literally 1 point between them last year in the championship, and the desired effect has been occurred because here he is back racing again. So
that's Connor Lucas there in the 43. I dangled slightly right. You will see.
I dangled enough carrots
Josh
that we almost had
in the number 5.
Yeah, I dangled enough carrots. We almost had donkeys and reindeers here at Teesside this weekend. Just some updates from our Rotax classes. Bella Franklin given a 5-second penalty for advantage by contact. Don't think either Tom nor I are surprised by that one, given the incident down at hairpin number 4. No penalties applied in Rotax Senior Heat number 1, so that's the only one so far today in terms of penalties. Looks like nobody got actually any bumper penalties as well, which is surprising, given that there was loads of people off all over the track. Senior Pro Kart Heat number 1, though, is about to be away and racing. 30 karts on the grid. Green flag is up in the air. The action is underway, and it's a good start from Scott Tate on the inside of row number 3, and he's going to come through into second place. Connor Lucas may well come through as well, because Kieran Lambert got a slow start and then got hung out to dry around the National Loop. He's down into 4th place.
Everybody's made it through the National Loop for the first time cleanly. There is one bounced over the chicane, but it seems as though everybody's going to make it through hairpin 1 cleanly as well. Can they get through 2? No, they can't. Simon
Dougherty facing the wrong way in the 757. Side pod to side pod contact for him. Connor Lucas, though, down the inside into South Bank. He knows how tight this championship is. Only 11 points between Connor Lucas and Aaron Alexander, and he cannot afford to allow Aaron Alexander to move away. Granted, there is only 1 point in terms of finishing positions between first and second in the heats, but then when it comes to the final, Tom, big numbers. 7 the difference between the 2 leaders. Then if you end up in 3rd place, it's another 5. So potential throughout the day to make up 15 points, you know, if the driver is towards the tail end of the podium, and even 10 points if Alexander wins them all and Lucas finishes second in them all as well. That'll mean the championship goes down into round number 8 with a single point between our 2 protagonists.
Yeah, and it is really, really hotting up as well. We've got a contact warning coming out. It's a 3-digit number. I can't actually see it on the board here, but I'll try and get a quick flash of it. Oh, it's the 151, I've been told. Thank you very much.
Brandon Truman Reddish, I believe, picks up the contact warning. Over the line then for the second time in this 10-lap Senior Pro Kart Heat as Thomas Braid and Connor White come through almost side by side. Alexander, Lucas, Tate, Lambert, Morris, Braid, White, Mark Tate, Richardson and Rob Lowe, who returns for the first time this season. We have seen his dad, Darren, in that number 64 machine throughout the season up to date. There's another contact warning coming out. This time it's for the 71. That's Brandon Jennings. Will pick up a contact warning. He's in 17th place at the moment.
Yes, indeed. And it's your just to go through very quickly as well the different numbers that or different colours that you've got on the left-hand side of the screen. So you've got your Pro class with the blue background. Your Clubman class are your red background. There, in fact, indeed is confirmation of the contact warning. Black background with a white number is a novice class, and green background with a white number is the over 40s class. So I just wanted to clarify that for any new viewers that we've got. 4 classes running within the one race, although they're all running essentially the same karts and same engines.
Yep, entirely down to either driver age, if he in terms of the 40s class,
yep,
driver newness in the novice class, and then a split based on past performances both here at Teesside and throughout the country in the Sprint Series. throughout using this sealed RPM GX200 Extreme engine. Lowe and Grinsell are side by side, and that will allow Folkers to come down the inside, although Grinsell will have track position. And this, Tom, still outside the top 10 because Rob Lowe is 10th in front. That'll be Grinsell 11th, Folkers in 12th at the moment. Behind them is going to be David
went up
Brewis.
and over the top. That was Folkers on up the inside of Grinsell, and he went up and over the top of him, and you can see the damage to the Grinsell kart, the 199.
The issue there that they had, Tom, is they've had to wait for the rest of the pack to come through before they can rejoin. That was, I think, most of the reason why Folkers threw his head back, is that he was having to wait as all of the other karts came through to allow him to get back onto track.
Not sure how you're going to call that one, David. If you were the clerk of the course, there was definitely a gap there, which is how Folkers managed to get up the inside. But it's whether Grinsell is judged to have turned in on him, or whether Folkers is judged to have outbraked himself.
I don't have to share my opinion. Tom, the clerk of the course, has done the job already. There is a warning flag going out. It's a single-digit number, and I believe it to be the number 5.
Okay, so it is indeed. Well, Grinsell's pitted according to the live timing that we have.
Yeah, we had that. The nose was sideways, wasn't it? Which means that the bolt at the bottom's obviously they come out or been sheared off with that contact for Joe Grinsell. So I think he'd have had to come in anyway under a mechanical flag.
Yeah,
so
he's preempted that, which is a safe and good move. And there will be a penalty applied to Josh Folkers. Well, there's a warning being applied to Josh Folkers.
There's still the option, though, for that warning to be increased to a 5-second penalty. We will check that out throughout the day, because even though there's a warning flag to notify the driver of the indiscretion, the actual penalty can be anywhere from just a notable warning up to a 5-second penalty here at Teesside Autodrome for the first infringement. What I will say, though, Tom, is obviously it's cumulative warnings, so it's a warning flag, and then you start getting into the dangerous black flag territory.
Yes, indeed, and we're looking at, well, that is the 52 of Connor White up the inside of Thomas Braid once again. So these two have been going at it all race so far, and we're already with only 3 laps to go in this heat number 1. Connor Lucas setting a personal best lap of the race, but still not as fast as Aaron Alexander. 46.5 for Aaron Alexander, 46.6 for Connor Lucas on that last lap. 1.4 seconds is the gap, only half a second further back to Scott Tate. Kieran Lambert desperately trying to go with them as well, as Kieran Lambert, who started P2, has dropped back to P4, but is still on the back of Scott Tate.
And these two, Tom, even though Kieran Lambert leads the Clubman Championship here at Teesside, Scott Tate is 3rd in the Pro Championship here at Teesside, this being Kieran's first year in the senior ranks. They have exactly the same number of points. So if Kieran Lambert was in the Pro Championship, he would be equal 3rd with Scott Tate. So as they run nose to tail in 3rd and 4th place respectively, we know from the points, and they don't lie, absolutely nothing between these two drivers.
Points don't lie, much like Shakira's hips.
No, they don't lie either. Down the inside goes Kieran Lambert into hairpin number 2, up into 3rd place. Scott Tate will now have to settle back into 4. Nose to tail down the back straight. Will Tate pop out down to South Bank? He doesn't. Kieran Lambert up into 3rd then. Runs slightly wide though round South Bank and gives Tate half a sniff at returning to the lead. Last lap board will be out this time. Over they come. 1.7 seconds the gap. Aaron Alexander has been able to open the gap up, but as it stands though, fastest lap of the race, as it stands, Tom, heat number 2 is going to see Alexander and Lucas sharing the front row.
Yes, indeed, and we're mouths are watering at that prospect as well, as Tate has a little look up the inside of Lambert, but decides to not go for the move on that attempt, and we'll see what happens down into South Bank and hairpin 3. But Connor Lucas looks comfortable in P2, although what's going to be most probably 2 seconds off the back of Aaron Alexander.
Yep, Lambert's felt the need to go defensive, as you would with a driver of Scott Tate's calibre behind, and he'll do the same into hairpin number 4. Out of her hairpin number 4 already though comes your Heat 1 race winner, Aaron Alexander. Lucas will get 2nd, Lambert 3rd, Tate in 4th. Then we're going to get Morris, White and Braid. White and Braid completing the top 3 in Clubman. Mark Tate, Jake Richardson and Rob Lowe complete the top 10. David Brewis takes the victory in the 40s class. And then we're going to have Craig Harris come through in 18th overall, leading novice. His battle in the novice championship with Jonathan Allen sees him take the first spoils of the day. One thing I did note on the last lap as well, though, Tom, Callum Booth, the driver of the number 13, dropping away down the timing on that final lap here at Teesside. Not sure what the issue was with that car. I think it's still running, so I think he might have just had a last lap incident.
Yeah, you beat me to it,
Teesside
David.
Autodrome.
Beat me to it. I was just about to point that out, that we missed it on camera. But yeah, Callum Booth. Also, Joe Burrell, I think, lost a few places on that lap. So whether there was coming together between the two on the final lap, not too sure. We missed it off screen. But yes, unfortunate for those two. There are your leaders, or your race winners and podium places across the weighbridge. And they will be scrutinized, and immediately we will go into Bambino heat number 2. So fantastic action in heat number 1 of Senior Pro Kart, as always. And we will look forward to more of the same.
Yes,
as
Tom.
the day goes on.
Before we start running through this grid, I would just like to remind viewers at home, no lunch break today with the Micromax UK Championship joining us, so we'll be running all the way through. So if you were thinking of getting up and making some dinner at some point, fire up the app, we're going for Uber Eats, Just Eats or any other eats, get your dinner ordered in, stay comfortable on the sofa or wherever you are watching, because we are about to go racing once again with Bambino heat number 2. Austin O'Man and Colby Patterson will once again see an AC Racing share the front row. Cormac and Bacon on row 2. Ellis Child and Grayson Wortley, who had that great race in heat 1, he will start on the outside of row 3. Row 4 sees Harris Barber, a much improved Harris Barber actually as well, Tom, alongside Freda Anderson. Joey Swan and Edward Wright complete the top 10. Alfie Watson alongside Amelia DL on row number 6. Row 7, Connor Butler alongside Buddy Hugo, Jack Mellon and Riley Murrow on row 8. Ethan McClelland and Jack Hutchinson in 17th and 18th respectively, with Jake Gibbon and Max Gilman. And keep an eye out for that number 50, retired from the opening race of the day with issues at half race distance. And believe, Tom, as well, we do have a message to spur him on in the live chat as well on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. It's I think it's his mummy.
I believe so, possibly.
Come on, Max. So, yeah, lots of support coming in. Please keep that support coming in as well, and please keep your comments as well coming in. We will endeavour to read them out as fast as we can. It is only on the YouTube that we are on the YouTube. Making myself sound very old.
Oh, and like, you were laughing at like my Noah of Ark earlier. Oh.
Yeah, so please keep your comments coming in. Oh, and we have had a update on the penalty for Josh Falkus in heat number 1 of Senior Pro Kart. 5-second penalty for advantage by contact has been applied to his finishing position, so that will see him drop down to somewhere in possibly the low to mid 20s.
Quick maths, he will start 27th. It's going to drop him 2 places behind Neil Catlow and Alban Dow, and he will start on the final row of our Senior Pro Kart grid alongside Joe Grinsell.
So final few runners making their way into position for heat number 2 of Bambinos. Had a pretty good race heat number 1. And looking forward to number 2. Sorry, I'm being pointed at something.
So final few runners then being rolled into position. The final row of the newbie Jake Gibbon, who continues to improve and keeps lowering his lap times in the 111 as he starts his journey on the motorsport ladder. And he will start alongside the number 50 of Max Gilman, who we've spoke about already, Tom, and don't think we need to say any more. We're going to let the driver do his own talking in around about a minute's time when heat number 2 gets underway.
Absolutely, and what I was being pointed at is that apparently there's brownies and fudge in the commentary box, which is just a recipe for disaster for me.
It's a recipe for sorting my hunger out.
The grid is being cleared. Marshall has the green flag in hand, and he makes his way to the front of the grid. Green flag is up. Green flag is down, and we're away. Heat number 2. Fantastic start from the 21. I think that's Cormac. Doesn't manage to gain a position, but did have a good look at the inside of Austin Oman from 3rd place and had a good look at the lead as they head round the national loop for the first time. So it is Oman from Cormac from Patterson. As we look to see how Gilman comes through, as we said, through the pack in heat number 2, and Patterson immediately moving up the inside of hairpin number 2 and taking 2nd place. So got a great run through hairpin 2 and manages to take that position. They head into South Bank for the first time and into hairpin 3. Welcome back, David.
Thank you very much. I certainly didn't miss the start of that race by tackling the portion of Brownie.
Well, you didn't miss it. You just had a mouthful, that was all.
Certainly did. Oman, Patterson and Cormac, the top 3 then. They're dragging Harvey Bacon along as well for fun. Let's have a quick look at the timing screen as they come through in this 20 kart Bambino grid. Oman, Patterson, Cormac, Bacon, the top 4. Child, Wright, Wortley, Barber, Anderson and Swan, the top 10. Max Gilman comes through from 20th into 14th on the opening lap. He's starting to make his way through the traffic. He's now behind Buddy Hugo, and I think he's going to try and get down the inside later on in the lap as the leaders once again go side by side. And as we see this a lot in the Bambino, it's a race to the inside down the back straight before South Bank.
Indeed, yeah. If the driver in the lead or 2nd or 3rd or whatever feels that the one behind has got a run, they will immediately chop, and you'll see that white line. You don't see it in any other class unless it's the final lap or so of the race where they don't feel the need to go defensive. The reason is that as the speed goes up in the higher up classes, you need that racing line, whereas in the Bambinos the speed is so much lower. You don't get that scrub of the tyres. They just grip and go right round the inside, so they don't need to use that wider line.
Yeah, we see it as well. Cadets, they generally sometimes try and get to the inside a little bit earlier as well because they don't have that sort of pace to scrub off. The 2 leaders, though, continue so far, Tom, to work together, although Austin Oman is being somewhat defensive into there, once again. So there's absolutely no love lost between the AC Racing duo at the front of Oman and Patterson, and they are once again nose to tail down the back straight along that white line. Oman in front of Patterson with Cormac and Bacon, keeping them honest, not allowing them to move away at the head of the pack.
Yes, indeed, but as we've seen, Bacon is right there and having a look around the outside. That's not going to work on Cormac. Is he going to get the cut back up the inside? Yes, he does. Can he get the overspeed to get through? It's going to be very tricky. But no, doesn't. Cormac holds it up the inside and retains the position. But Harvey Bacon looking very racy and again trying to go to the outside. Again, that's not going to work around the national loop. Such a long radius corner as Max Gilman is now up to 11th.
Got a yellow flag out, Tom. Sorry to interject, but it looks like Harris Barber's had a spin on the exit of the D chicane. Saw the yellow flag come out, but the right driver managed to get that car facing in the right direction. We'll have a confirmation of that on timing, but I do think it was the driver of the 32 who was running inside the top 10, actually. As Harvey Bacon moves past Josh Cormac, then down the back straight and up into 3rd place. And can Bacon do what Cormac hasn't been able to do so far in the mid part of this race, and that is challenge the leading duo? We know Cormac was there at the start, and then as soon as Patterson managed to get back through, they've managed to move away. We do have a warning flag coming out there. That's what the black and white half and half flag is for. We'll try and get confirmation on that number, at least in the com box, if nothing else, for who has picked up that warning flag. But as you see, Harris Barber does drop a few positions down on the screen. I think he's going to come through in around about 14th or 15th place, maybe even further actually after that spin. We'll get confirmation as they all come over. And I will try and find out who that warning flag is for.
So it is still Oman from Patterson. Bacon, I said, was looking very racy and has now taken third place from Cormac, who's still line astern and also looking very racy. What are you pointing at here, David?
I'm picking the number 20 of Alfie Watson picked up a warning flag.
Ah, that's what the contact warning was for. Now we have a 4-car train. It seems that Harvey Bacon has closed that gap dramatically. It was 0.8 of a second over the line. Harvey Bacon, is that a new lap record?
59.054 from the number 8 of Harvey Bacon. Breaks the outright lap record here at Teesside Autodrome for a Bambino. Previously held by Max Gilman with a 59.106. And now Harvey Bacon is in third place, but will also, at the moment, be taking home the new lap record here at Teesside Autodrome.
Yes, indeed. Fantastic lap from Harvey Bacon. Has slightly dropped Josh Cormac now, not by much, but has dropped him and is now very, very much not just in the slipstream, but right on the back bumper of Colby Patterson. So he's already made his way through Cormac. Is he going to be able to get through Patterson and Oman? There he goes. That was exactly what he did with Cormac. Set up that different line. It looked like Colby Patterson got slightly balked there through hairpin 4. Bacon not able to take advantage through the kink and through the dog leg. And he's actually dropped back ever so slightly, just to a quarter of a second. Oman and Patterson setting personal best laps on that lap round. So that could have been pressure from Harvey Bacon, making them go a little bit quicker as well. Oman holding a tight line through hairpin 1. That's going to give Patterson, who follows in the wheel tracks and chops to the inside on the exit of hairpin 2. Bacon is going to try round the outside, and Josh Cormac is going to take full advantage of that. Sees that gap, closes that door, and that moves Bacon back. So, as Cormac has a look up the inside of hairpin 3 as well, but
yeah, it's an incredibly long way around the outside of South Bank, certainly in a Bambino, isn't it?
It is, and Bacon had, I think Bacon had the run and had to take the opportunity, but it was Cormac who saw what was going to happen as he takes to the grass on the inside, and Bacon goes right round the outside and takes third place back.
No contact there, it's just Cormac went so tight, just went bounced over the grass. Last lap board is out as the leaders now close up onto some lap traffic in front as they go through the chicanes. Which way will they go? Will this have an effect on the lead at the end? The blue flag was out, but it looks like they're all going to go round the outside of the 111 without issue, and it's going to be a drag race down the back straight now as Colby Patterson tries to get alongside Austin Oman, but once again Austin Oman defending superbly in that number 16, and has even opened up a kart length, which granted they're not long karts, Tom, but it's still a metre or so from Colby Patterson, which should give him enough respite because Patterson's also having to defend from Bacon and Cormac.
Yes, indeed, and Patterson is right there now as they come through the final corner. I think he just needed another lap here, but Bacon is up the inside through as they go through the dogleg into the kink. Josh is up the inside as well. Who's going to be crossing the line in third place? It is Bacon, just. So it's Austin Oman from Patterson, from Bacon, side by side over the line with Josh Cormac. Then it's the Ellis Child. Edward Rye takes 6th place on the final lap from Grayson Wortley. Max Gilman recovering to 8th place from 20th on the grid. Joey Swan in 9th, Fraser Anderson in 10th, then it's Mellon, Hugo, Morrow, Butler, DL, Watson, Barber, McClelland, Hutchison and Jake Gibbon. And in fact, Harris Barber took 15th from DL on the final lap. Looks like they're still racing here as they go through the final, as the cool-down lap. Austin Oman still not feeling the need to let anybody come through.
Yeah, final runner comes through then to take the checkered flag. That'll be Jack Hutchinson, the final runner on the lead lap. Top 3 confirmation then: Austin Oman, Colby Patterson and Harvey Bacon. And, once again, Tom, this top 4 moving away, I think we said it at one of the previous rounds, certainly at the double header, is that it's going to be a massive shame at the end of the day because one of those drivers is going to potentially miss out on the podium, and you know, once again we might have to knock up a 4th step.
got some support coming on YouTube as well, saying good luck to all my friends on Cheer You On from home. Freddie Murray.
I'm going to just step in there, actually. Freddie Murray was due to be racing here this weekend, and unfortunately was taken ill during the week, and that is the reason why he isn't here. So from everybody at Alpha Live, everybody here at Teesside Autodrome, we would like to wish Freddie Murray all the very best. We cannot wait to have you back for round number 8 on October 24th. Please keep yourself safe, keep yourself well, and we look forward to welcoming you back here with what I do know is a brand new helmet, and it's beautiful. It's red, white with an absolutely massive number 91 in bright fluoro yellow on the back as well. So Freddie Murray, we look forward to welcoming you back here at Teesside Autodrome. All the very best from everybody at Alpha Live and Teesside Autodrome.
Absolutely. Further support coming in. Come on, Maxi boy, we know you thrive on this. You aren't called the Teflon Kid for nothing.
Well, here we go. I'm not sure whether that was that could potentially have been for Max Gilman, but we've certainly got another Max out this time because it's time for heat number 2 for Junior Pro Kart.
So your grid for heat number 2. Lennon French taking pole position from Maximus Shields. That's a reverse of the qualifying order with the benefit of Lennon French taking the win in heat number 1. Sebastian Pereira retaining 3rd place with Caitlin Frame in 4th. Ben Hogarth in 5th and Christian Oblag in 6th. 7th is Joe Arnold. 8th, Sophie Pawsey. 9th, Jacob O'Connor. 10th, Harvey Still. And 11th is Matthew Allen. So here we go again. It's going to be the French and Shields show, is it? Do we think, David?
Almost certainly. I'm not going to put my house on it, but I think I'd put me doors and windows.
As they grid up very quickly here for Junior Pro Kart. These guys and girls really do know what they're doing in terms of formalities here at Teesside nowadays.
Yeah, but normally when they go out, they go side by side down the back straight. It's almost like we could just rolling start them, isn't it?
It is, yeah. They're pretty good. The juniors,
very
the junior pro karters definitely know the score of how the event runs here, and they're always very, very smooth as well. Slightly different Nassau panels there, David, for Lennon French and Max Shields. I've just noticed that.
Yes, quite right. Looks like there's some slightly newer one on Sebastian Pereira's kart. Anyway, green flag is up, green is down. It's a good start from Shields, but he elects to drop straight in behind Lennon French as Caitlin Frame behind gets quite racy and tries to get alongside Sebastian Pereira. They two have to both drop into position as well. Harvey Still's managed to make it through the first part of the lap this time without issue. He's coming through in 9th place behind Sophie Pawsey as everybody charges down towards hairpin 1 for the first time. Looks like everybody's got through cleanly. So it's going to be French, Shields, Pereira, Frame, Hogarth, Oblang, Arnold, Pawsey, Still, O'Connor, and then Matthew Allen down the back straight. They go. There's our leaders. There's Harvey Still trying to get down the inside of Sophie Pawsey. He was just keeping a quick look out the window in the background to see how the leaders were faring. Already starting to open up a couple of kart lengths. But Tom, in the last one, we actually saw Sebastian Pereira closing back in the latter part of that race as both French and Shields started to get racy a lot earlier on than what they normally do.
Yes, indeed. Well, they started going at it with 5 laps to go as opposed to the usual 2 or at the most 3. We will see what Max Shields has still got left in his pocket, if anything, pace-wise, and see whether he can mount an attack on Lennon French. French was certainly quicker in that previous heat, managed to not have the quickest of starts, and in fact Shield gapped him ever so slightly in the opening couple of laps, and then he reeled him right in and just went for it.
Yep, so I'm not sure whether that necessitated a setup change for the O-Plate Max Shields, but they're still nose to tail. And one thing that we will note, and we'll see it in around about 20 seconds time, is that hairpin 1, which is a usual overtaking spot here at Teesside Autodrome, Lennon French's line in there, he's got a very, very early turn in, and he doesn't go anywhere near as wide as some other karts in there, and makes that corner very, very difficult certainly for him, for other people to overtake, because he gets on the brakes and gets the kart sideways and effectively makes that kart about a foot wider than what it is because it's slightly sideways. And we've seen there with Shields in the past having issues to getting past Lennon French down into that corner in at least one earlier round this season.
And we've mentioned that Max Shields is very much looking up towards Connor Lucas in terms of the way that he wants to drive. But the line from French is very similar to what Connor Lucas actually does. The way he gets the car sideways and then almost backs the car into the corner and then full lock.
Yep, nothing between the two leaders over the line then, less than a tenth of a second. French still holding firm from Maximus Shields.
And there we go, that's a perfect example of what I was talking about. Thank you, Lennon, for demonstrating that.
Team player.
It's like he's listening.
Down the back straight they go then. It's a 10-lap race for our junior pro karts, and it was around about a tenth of a second between the two leaders. The French looks like he has opened up a little bit of a gap, and this, Tom, in heat number one was around about where French started to come in, really. He started to reel in Shields after the opening couple of laps. Let's see whether that car is set up once again to start opening up that gap as we head towards half race distance.
Yeah, it could be a tyre pressures thing. They could be running different tyre pressures. So Max Shields with slightly higher pressures, getting the heat into the tyres early, with Lennon French running slightly lower ones. Takes a couple more laps to warm up, and then he's away.
Yeah, time-wise, though, on the last lap, Tom, 47.008 for French, 47.011 for Shields, so absolutely nothing between them.
And you can see that Shields is actually, when French looks around, Shields is actually pointing, you know, look, I'm not going to overtake you just now. Let's work together. I'm quite happy to sit behind. We'll work together, 1 and 2, build a gap, and then we'll go at it with a few laps to go. So this is what we normally see from the pair of them.
Yeah, they're very, very sensible, aren't they, in terms of that?
And that's what I was trying to say in heat number one, and then Lennon French clearly heard what I said and threw that straight out the window.
Yeah, so Lennon French, the 15-year-old from Dundee, Max Shields, 12 years old, from Wetherby in West Yorkshire. Both of them very, very mature drivers for junior runners, and they know that the race certainly isn't won in the early part of the race. They're going to have to sort it out, as Sophie Pawsey and Joe Arnold, although I think Pawsey's trying to suggest that they work together, but she is going to have to now push Joe Arnold because he's moved through into 8th place. And I think part of that was because Harvey Still got past Sophie Pawsey in the mid part of that race, and now he's actually got past Christian Oblang as well. So a good few laps actually there for Harvey Still, as his quest to come back through the pack after that Heat 1 spin now sees him in 6th place, as Seb Pereira, Still and O'Connor all set personal bests.
Yeah, it's a shame we haven't seen Pereira moving a little bit closer to the front too, but Still is quite comfortable in 3rd place. With Caitlin Frame also looking very comfortable in 4th at the moment.
Yep, this was about the stage where French started getting a little bit racy, and that was where in the previous heat, and that was what allowed Pereira to actually close up towards the latter stage. When will Maximus Shields show his hand? Over the line they come then. 3 laps remaining in junior pro kart heat number 2. And less than a tenth of a second still between the top 2.
I think that's potentially why Max Shields has been giving the signal of, you know, let's work together, let's not overtake each other for a good few laps, is because they both will have most probably watched the footage back from heat number 1, brought to you by Alpha Live, NRG Cycles and Lucas Racing, and will have watched that footage back.
What it is now, though,
what Pereira was doing.
Yeah, what it is now, though, Tom, is that the longer Shields leaves it, the more French is going to anticipate an overtake, because he knows it's probably going to come, like, you know, between now and obviously the end of the race. So it's the element of surprise goes down the more with the laps. Down to 2 laps remaining now, round the national loop for the penultimate time.
I think that's a very fair comment, and I think that potentially that's what maybe got French the win in heat number 1, is that it happened so early.
Yeah.
That it caught Shields out.
Yeah, Shields didn't defend it, did he? He was taking the normal line down the back straight, which is the one they're probably both going to take this time out. And, you know, granted, leaving it till the last lap does have its advantages, because it minimises the time for your adversary to return the favour and go back to the head of the pack. However, That's what I mean, is that now Lennon French knows that the overtake's going to be coming at some point. There's only a certain amount of overtaking places on this circuit. Last lap board is out. Let's see how it pans out.
As they head through the National Loop for the final time in heat number 2. So it is French from Shields, Pereira, Frame, Hogarth, Still, Oblag, Joe Arnold, Sophie Pawsey, Jacob O'Connor and Matthew Allen. French with a tighter line this time, much tighter entry into hairpin 2, and that left Max Shields with the overspeed to get into hairpin 2, chop across from Lennon French. Max Shields not happy with that at all.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive chop across, and you know, if that was a few inches further forward from Max Shield, that one would have probably speared Lennon French off into the wall on the inside.
Yeah,
as
not
it
the
is,
wisest of moves.
No, as it is, it's going to see him cross the line with a second race victory of the day for Lennon French. He will start heat 3 from pole position over the line, just over a tenth between the top two. Pereira, Frame, Hogarth, Still, Oblang, Arnold, Pawsey, O'Connor, and then Matthew Allen will complete the grid. Tom, I know you like to throw the difficult questions. Certainly you did with the regarding Josh Folkers. What are your thoughts on that from Lennon French, chopping across so aggressively down the back straight? Because ultimately it's worked out for him, but if Max Shields had been, if he'd have been even an inch alongside, the only person that's not going to work for is Lennon French.
Yeah, absolutely. He was, I think he was more luck than judgment that he was as I say as far in front. He was in front of Max Shields there, but I'm not sure he was fully aware that he was in front when he did that chop across. So, like you say, if he continues to do that, Max Shields is not going to back out, especially down the straight. So the only person that's going to hurt is going to be Lennon French. So I'm not sure that that's the best idea for him. But Max Shields taking second place. He did get a good run out of hairpin 1 purely because French went so defensive. I say so defensive. He took a tighter line into hairpin 1, gave Shields a run. Shields is not going to back out of having the look up the inside into hairpin 2, and then because French went round the outside, managed to counter speed, but then that chop, yeah, not sure that's a really good idea, David. Not sure at all.
No, what it is a good idea though is to stick around here on the Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel for the rest of the day. Next up, already making their way out of the dummy grid, heat number 2 for our cadet class. Grid is up on the screen then. Heat 1 winner Thomas Potter will start alongside Jared Fox, Whiteley, Riley Wright and Ben Adrian on row 2. Tom Holden and Melissa Adrian on row 3. Row 4 sees leading clubman Daniel Minto alongside Amy Peacock, Leon Barlow and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson complete the top 10. Ethan Charles and Larry Price on row 6. Row 7 sees Lewis Goff alongside Harris Alley. Joshua Sullivan starts alongside Joseph Yao on row 8. Ben Robinson and Oliver Sibbald on row 9. The top 20 are then completed by Sam Hayes and Mason Dinsdale. Zach Turner, who started the day from the back of the grid and had to work his way through, starts 21st alongside Holly Swan with William Howard and Harry Brown. Then we've got Tom Percox alongside Kian Logan in 25th and 26th. Kyle McLean alongside Mason Webster with Charlie Eyeball and Reese Peniston completing the top 30. Tommy Ambler starts alongside Cody Lamb with Sam Robson and Morgan Cooney. Scarlett Percox starts in 35th alongside Ollie Carter, who retired from the opening race of the day. And then Riley Buckton-Young's Micromax will have its own rolling start and will then try as best he can to make his way through the cadet grid. Now, having a quick look at the timing on this one, although I'm actually just going to dip into the comments. Brilliant front run battle there from Leeds Cal 46 and Caleb Lawson Donachie has just wished Sophie Pawsey good luck. He just says love mum, Caleb and Kaylee, and she has just finished in the junior Pro Kart, and Gemma still living on with saying good luck to Harvey. He's come through the pack in that previous race. Moving straight on then to the cadet class. This is the one that could mathematically be wrapped up today, but it does require our championship leader to take a huge haul of points away and his nearest rival to certainly I think he needs to outscore by around 5 or 6 points, but that changes throughout the day with the drop score provision, because if the overall points haul falls below that of the of a previous score, then it will drop that down. But when we were talking before about the consistency, Jared Fox-Whiteley has not scored less than 197 points throughout the season. Round 5 saw 197, round 1 199. All the other rounds above the 200 mark. So consistency has been the name of the game from our championship leader. Final few runners, we are awaiting them into position here at Teesside Autodrome. Well, it looks like there is a bit of a switch around down there. It looks like that's Charlie Eibel running the 101 today. His normal race number, the number 10, already allocated throughout this championship here at Teesside Autodrome. So he runs the 101 here, and he's just having a quick swap around with the 40 of Tommy Ambler. Just having a quick look again at the comments, just saying good luck Will Howard, sorry we can't be there. I think that's from his mum, because the comment has just been taken away from me at the death David. By my co-commentator Tom Butterworth. Yep, correct there. So they can't be here, but they are watching at home, and we thank them very much for joining us here at Teesside Autodrome. As always, please feel free to give join us in the live chat. Also, give us a like and a subscribe as well to the Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel. That will be greatly appreciated. Ollie Carter rolls the 33 that retired from the previous heat into position. Riley Buckton-Young, 66 as well, will get his own rolling start at the end, and then he will try his very best to come through all 36 of our Honda Cadet runners here at Teesside. The largest Honda Cadet grid we have ever had here at Teesside Autodrome. And we are just waiting for the final few runners to get into position. Looks like Cody Lamb has just been pushed back slightly. They're going to allow the 40 of Tommy Ambler to retake his position. There he is. And then Riley Buckton-Young's number 66 will start there. That is the sole Micromax in the joining us in the Honda, so he's joining us racing under the Micromax Club rather than Micromax UK. Start line marshal making his way to the front then. Heat number 2 from our largest class of the day, the Cadets, is about to be underway.
Green flag is up, green flag is down, and we are away. And it's a good start from Thomas Potter, but it's an even better start from Jared Fox-Whiteley, who gets right alongside. Can't quite get through so far, and he's going to have to take the long way around the national loop and tucks back into second place. So it is Potter from Fox-Whiteley from right. Your front 3 as they head into hairpin 1, 3 wide. Further back, we've got somebody bouncing across the chicane as well. Looks like everybody through hairpin 1 nice and cleanly, and through hairpin 2 almost. Let's have a look. Yes, everybody through hairpin 2 nice and cleanly as well as they head into South Bank for the first time.
Yep, good start then from our Honda Cadets as they head off on the first of 8 laps here for heat number 2 as Tom Holden and Ben Adrian argue over the same bit of tarmac. There's a move in the background there. Looked like it was Joshua Sullivan and Ben Robinson going side by side. Zach Turner, actually, who continues, Tom, his charge through the field. He went very, very well in practice yesterday, Zach Turner. Had to start the day from 36th place and is now starting to move through the field. He is up into 18th place.
Yes, indeed. 3.8 seconds off the lead as they came over the line for the first time. And that's right, moving up the inside of Fox-Whiteley through hairpin 2 and taking second place away from Fox-Whiteley. Shake of the head from Fox-Whiteley. I think he was expecting Wright to work with him, but he left the door open, and and Riley Wright was going to take that invitation with both hands and went straight through. So it is Potter from Fox-Whiteley, from Wright, from Ben Adrian, Tom Holden, Daniel Minto as they came across the line first time. Tom Holden now moving up into 4th place.
Yellow flag's out, Tom, but it's not for an incident. It's because there's a chain guard off on the circuit. I think we're going to be able to retrieve that shortly when the rest of the pack comes through. It's a clear Tillet one, so we don't know who it's from. We'll try and pick it out.
Oh, there we go on camera. Thank you very much for that. Well spotted.
So we've got one driver down as Jared Fox-Whiteley tries to get back down the inside of Riley Wright. Riley Wright looks to the side and he's going to be overtaken by Jared Fox-Whiteley, but as we see a lot here, steam trained by the rest of the field as well, and he's going to lose at least a place to Tom Holden. May well lose another one to Ben Adrian as Ben Adrian forcefully makes his way through. Daniel Minto in the 28 is going to get alongside. Riley Wright now has a fair bit of work to do to get back into the top 3.
I think Riley Wright was a little bit kind there, coming down the back straight, left Fox-Whiteley a little bit of room.
Yeah,
rather than what we've seen is chopping across the nose.
Potentially, Tom, conscious not to get involved in a championship battle here at Teesside, but have every right to defend that position.
Yeah, and kind of chose not to.
No, still, though, on the back of this pack. And that, Tom, has really closed everything up. We're still nose to tail. There's very little break, actually, in this train, all the way down to around about 18th place, with the exception of maybe 4 or 5 kart lengths. But this, Tom, is nose to tail. This is proper cadet racing.
Absolutely, and Tom Holden now looking very racy on, trying to get onto the back of Fox-Whiteley. Bringing Ben Adrian along for the ride as well, as Ben Adrian now gives him a little bump, and that's going to move him up. Riley Wright with the fastest lap of the race, so lost 3 positions on the previous lap. An immediate response puts in the fastest lap of the race, and he's right on the tail now of Ben Adrian. And looking up the inside, but decides to back out of it last second. And we've got Daniel Minto there as well.
Riley Wright goes down the inside, actually, of Ben Adrian. They're going to run side by side down the back straight. Let's see whether Riley Wright's a little bit more forceful this time. I don't think he can be, actually, because Ben Adrian has got track position, but he has managed to chop across then the bows of Daniel Minto, and then gets down the inside of Ben Adrian into hairpin 3. Tries a late move down the inside of Tom Holden, or Tom Holden already round the corner. Minto performing beautifully on the back of this, running inside the top 6 in front of Melissa Adrian, who's now lost a place on the previous lap to Leon Barlow.
Yeah, and Amy Peacock's still there in 9th position with Ethan Charles in 10th as well, so good performance from both of those. Riley Buckton-Young in that Micromax has now made his way up to 21st position.
Yep, doing very, very well. Ollie Carter as well has come past Harry Brown, Morgan Cooney, Scarlett Percox. Kieran Logan's come off into the pit lane, although that was actually right on the opening of the first lap, so maybe he was the driver that doesn't have a chain guard attached, although we will check that throughout the on the slowing down lap, because we'll be able to hopefully see, because the engine side is Combox side. We should hopefully be able to pick out if it's one of the runners out there. Over the line they come then. 2 remaining in Honda Cadet heat number 2. As Riley Wright sets the fastest lap of the race, a 47.864 for the debutant here at Teesside Autodrome. And they are just about coming up to some lap traffic here at Teesside. Round hairpin number 1, the train is going to go round the outside of Scarlett Percox. She's going to stay offline sensibly as well, and allows the rest of the field to come through.
And Wright got alongside Tom Holden up the inside of hairpin 2, but couldn't make it stick. Fox-Whiteley up the inside of Potter, though, will make that stick.
What a move. So late down the straight that Thomas Potter did not see it coming. And Jared Fox-Whiteley, the championship leader, goes down the inside, and the last lap board will be out. They're still side by side as Thomas Potter gets a fantastic run out of the final corner. Jared Fox-Whiteley makes the O-plate incredibly wide. Tom Holden benefits up to P2. Potter down into 3rd place, coming under increasing pressure now from Riley Wright. The top 8 nose to tail. Fox-Whiteley down to Melissa Adrian in 8th place.
1 second separating the top 8 as they come across the line for the final time. Thomas Potter looking very racy, looking trying to get through. He's in a bit of a hurry to get through, and that's actually going to cost him 2 places potentially. Definitely 1 as Riley Wright moves up into 3rd place.
Yeah, fantastic racing then on the final lap. Thomas Potter's championship points haul after heat number 1 has been decimated in heat number 2. Certainly if Wright and Holden can hold on, they're going to go defensive. Potter goes to the inside. Riley Wright comes through and forces Tom Holden wide. Potter's going to come through alongside. Who's going to take it? It's going to be Fox-Whiteley. Wright's going to get 2nd, Potter 3rd. Ben Adrian on the line for 4th place. Demotes Holden down to 5th place again on the final lap. Minto, Barlow, Adrian, Charles and Price are the top 10 here at Teesside. Dan Minto is the leading clubman in 6th. Then we've got Joseph Yao and Harris Ali, the top 3 in clubmen this time round. Absolutely sensational once again from our cadet class here at Teesside Autodrome.
1.168 separating the top 8 karts. Amazing action here, and there you go. Good sportsmanship there between the number 4 and Jared Foxwiley. Who is the number 4 there, David? That is that's Lewis Goff, isn't it? Yeah, Lewis Goff. Sorry, missed that one initially, but yes, good fist bump, and Jared Foxwiley looking very pleased with himself, and so he should be. Had to work very hard for that one. Probably the hardest we've seen him work for probably most of the season, I think. But yeah, made it through and got the win. Riley Wright. Right place, right time. Made the right moves. Got mugged a little bit early on in the race, but made up for it and took 2nd place. Thomas Potter the other way, down into 3rd.
If you're playing Tom's Riley Wright bingo of how many times you can put right into a sentence at home, please feel free to tick off all 4 corners.
Did I? It was completely accidental. I didn't even notice that. Our director is in hysterics at the side of me. Completely accidental, folks. I'm here all week.
Unfortunately.
Tip your waitresses.
Cadets then, final few making their way off, and I say that actually there's still an absolute train of them on the start-finish straight. Such is the number of the here. As they make their way off, that lines us up for the next of our Micro Max UK heats. It's heat number 2. Micromax UK will be out for their grid. We'll just note on this one that James Roberts, who is listed on the screen, will not start from that pole position berth because he's not with us. And heat number 2's grid will see Rory Armstrong and Caden Simpson on the front row, Seb Corking and Aston Brown on row 2 with then, actually no, it's going to be Zane Kowaker and Rory Armstrong, sorry, on row number 1, Caden Simpson and Seb Corking row 2, Aston Brown and Charlotte Stanley on row 3. So slight change there as to what was on the screen. They will obviously do a rolling start as they did on the previous heat. 10 laps of action then on for our micros. And Tom, I know last time you were discussing the chassis. I know that some run the 900 and I think some run the 950. So there is an option to run the traditional, what we call the UK actual chassis length here, which is generally 900 for the Honda and the iArmy Cadets. The 950, the more continental of the frame. And we'll discuss that, as well as the engine power throughout. Just having a quick look there as well. Nina Brooks and good luck to Amy, number 17, Love Kyle and Mia. Amy Peacock, actually, in that number 17, has drove superbly today here at Teesside. Finished in the top 10 in heat number 1 for the first time. But we are now with a different type of cadet. It's Micromax UK, and we are away and racing. And right the way around the outside goes Rory Armstrong at the expense of Zane Kowaker. And we did say this, Tom, in the previous one, is that Armstrong needs to break away. He was closing up on the back of Seb Corking. He had a helmet tap coming through saying to Kowaker, let's work together. Kowaker then decides to ignore that choice completely, which is entirely his prerogative, goes down the inside into hairpin number 1. They're going to continue to battle it out down towards South Bank. Behind them, Heat 1 winner Sebastian Corking in the number 52, joining the party. 3-kart battle for the lead as it stands.
Yes, indeed. And as I've said before, the tap on the helmet as Corking goes up the inside into hairpin 4. Can he make it stick? Or is Kowaker going to run round the outside? No, he tucks in behind. So good move there from Corking. But as we said before, that tap of the helmet is... the driver in front seems to think that that's a let's work together sign, but the driver behind seems to think that's a no, I'm going to overtake you now sign.
Universally ignored, that work together signal, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's all, and I've always found as well, it's generally the idea of the kart in front.
The only time I do see it working is during endurance races.
Yeah, correct.
The rest of the time, it is just a signal to just come up the inside of me because I'm going to leave the door open. Oh,
Aston Brown.
That's unfortunate.
With some issues. That's on the outside of hairpin number 1 and the entry into 2. I think that'll be clear, though, Tom, by the time they come round. So we're still going to be under green flag conditions, but Aston Brown's number 57 retires out of this Micromax UK heat number 2.
So we were talking briefly about the chassis lengths, and I think that could well be, as you said, you see a lot more continental length of, well, essentially cadet kart, aren't they? But it's why you see a Sodi and a Kart Republic first and second at the moment in terms of chassis, because you don't see these in our Honda Cadet class, and very, very few in our Army Cadet as well.
No, correct. And Micromax, obviously a brand new class to the UK this season, and it's part of the Rotax family, bringing in the youngest now in the cadet class for our Rotaxers. Then you move straight through then to mini, junior and senior, effectively as well, just using the same, the same power unit, just with a different restricted, different radiator width. You'll notice later on when the next class up after this, the junior Rotax, the radiator, which is to the right of the driver, left on screen, but right when the driver's sat in it. A lot narrower on these Micromax karts, and obviously stops them gaining too much power down the straight.
So we've got Corking now moving up onto the back of Armstrong. It was a quarter of a second over the line. I think it's going to be a lot less than that now, and indeed it is. It's 0.179, and Corking is right there, well inside the slipstream and moving up onto the back of Armstrong. This is a role reversal from the previous heat.
Yeah, Armstrong closed in on the previous heat and probably got beat only by the number of laps, actually, because I think 2 more and he'd have been well within striking distance, and probably will have done. There's the work together signal, which meant that Seb Corking had a look down the inside into South Bank.
Immediately, didn't he? He had a look straight up the inside. But there's no, I mean, the thing is that they're 1.5 seconds clear of Zane Quaker. There's really no reason for them to work together right now. I think it's just a case of Rory Armstrong. It's a hope. A hope.
Yes.
Let's work together, please, because I don't
psychological.
I don't want to be overtaken
as much as anything else, isn't it? This. So the leading battle then between Armstrong and Corking, the only real one out there on the track at the moment. Quaker almost 2 seconds behind. Then you've got Stanley and Simpson with a very similar distance in terms of times as well. And Tom, Seb Corking, with the exception of that, well, it wasn't even a half move, was it? It was a glance down the inside on the previous lap. So far, hasn't really, taken the fight to Rory Armstrong, but I do imagine that'll change in the next 4 laps as they'll come over start finish now, and they will be down well beyond half race distance in this 10-lap heat for Micromax UK. And Seb Corking sets the fastest lap of the race, 46.468.
Rory Armstrong taking a lot of curb there on the inside, and that's going to scrub off some speed. Not quite enough to let Corking have a look up the inside into the national loop, but he thought about it into hairpin 1, takes a wider entry into hairpin 2, trying to carry the speed down the back straight. But what we have seen, certainly through the last couple of rounds, when Seb Corking has been starting at the back of the cadet grid, is that he is not lacking in racecraft.
Absolutely not. He came through the entire field here at round 6, came through the field of Hondas just to give that thing. So the Micromax is a little bit quicker, as you can see from the lap times at the top. Certainly in terms of its actual race pace, when they're not battling it out, they're around about 1.2 seconds a lap quick around this Teesside Autodrome National Circuit. However, Tom, he came through the entire field, overtook them all with absolutely no contact at all. He just used his racecraft. Yes, it's a quicker kart, but still, it was a fantastic display of racecraft. In fact, we clipped it up and used it as one of the highlights of the week, which goes out on the Teesside Owner Facebook page every Friday at 7 o'clock. And that was one of the highlights from the double-header weekend here. And it was, as I say, it was a fantastic display of karting skill and awareness to come through an entire field of Hondas.
Yeah, I mean, it really was. Essentially, he overtook 36 or 35 karts and took the overall win. 35 cuts in 12 laps?
12 laps.
It's a phenomenal feat, really. Regardless of whether you've got a quicker kart or not. You've still got to get through.
Yeah, and you've got to think those karts that he's got to get through were all battling with each other for their own class victory as well. So he was very sensible, actually. You saw him in that race taking wider lines into corners in order to...
Lots of over and under
Yeah,
moves,
exactly,
yeah.
to sort of, you know, get on the power a lot earlier and then move away down the back straight, you know, and overtake people. The two leaders, though, will come through to take the last lap board this time here at Teesside Autodrome. Micromax UK heat number 2. And at the moment, we haven't yet seen Sebastian Corking try a meaningful overtake on Rory Armstrong. So they go round the national loop for the final time, through the chicane section and down into the first major overtaking pace of the circuit. Hairpin number 1. Can't get it done, though. No move into 2 either, so it will have to be in the second part. Will he get the run down the back straight? But Rory Armstrong goes very defensive down the back straight already. He thinks, you know, he knows something's going to come because there's only 2 more laps. We'll go defensive again. No, he doesn't actually. Takes the normal racing line around hairpin 3. Let's see where he parks it for 4. Quite comfortably, actually. Seb Corking's just watched him on this one. Comfortable with the second place this time out, so it's going to be even points between the two going into heat 3. Rory Armstrong sets the fastest lap of the race to boot and wins heat number 2 in Micromax UK from Sebastian Corking and Zane Kuwaker. Charlotte Stanley will then come through for a superb 4th, holding off Caden Simpson, with Aston Brown off into retirement. His kart will be retrieved from Marshall's Post 1 very shortly.
We've got support coming in from Jacob Rump, saying, go on, Rory. Does the Sodi kart racing, Jacob Rump, with Rory, so support coming in. And obviously it did him well because he's just taken heat number 2.
Yep, so it's a win apiece then for Rory Armstrong and Sebastian Corking in Micromax UK. Looks like Aston Brown's kart's going to be retrieved through the tyres, actually, so it's going to be a fairly
what have we got here?
Return.
Is that balloons? Got 2 balloons floating away.
That to me looks like helium 1, grip 0.
Yes, indeed. I like that. I like that. That's sick of me.
Aston Brown then, his kart being pushed back into pit lane, which means that before too long we will get to be underway and racing again, this time with the amalgamated heat number 2 for Junior Rotax and Mini Rotax.
So we're running you through the grid quite quickly because it's a rolling start for Junior and Minimax. So we have Gracie Mitchell with Ben Ficini, Rocco Baker, Alfie Warbank, Oliver Buckton and Bella Franklin, who took a penalty in the first heat. Then it'll be Lucas Miles, Isaac O'Shea, Vincent Bailey, Amelia Pennington in the X30 in 10th place. Then it will be Lizzie Mentier, Catherine Potter in the Minimaxes, followed by Addison Smith, Lewis Goff, Oliver Watson, Michael Ambler and William Robinson. So I ran through that really quickly because normally they fly around the circuit and we have a rolling start, and now we're still waiting on them coming out.
Yeah, nothing yet. But so that does give me a chance to have a quick chat about one of the debutants here at Teesside, and it is our sole Junior X30 runner, Amelia Pennington, who joins us for the first time, making the trip over from Rochdale. Now, absolutely no stranger to running at the head of the field, the 2019 NKF Championship winner, as well as the Manchester and Buxton Kart Club champion, all of that in Honda Cadet in 2018 and 2019 respectively. Not long since she's actually moved into Junior X30 and joins us here at Teesside. Came through the field actually in the early part of the previous race because there was quite a lot of confusion throughout pretty much all of it. In fact, you had to work very hard not to have had an incident in that previous race. The only ones probably not to were Ficini at the front, Mitchell at the front and Pennington. The rest of them, apart from with the exception of both Mentier and Catherine Potter at the front of the minis. Everybody else, I think, had issues in the first heat number 1. Not quite sure what the delay is in getting them out of the dummy grid, although generally here, with it being an IKR event at Teesside Autodrome, if there's a kart with a problem, we do try and get it sorted before sending the drivers out on their way. So there may well be an issue down there on the dummy grid, and we'll wait to get them out. It is, of course, a rolling start for our junior and minis, as well as the senior Rotax that will follow them. They will go straight down towards the national loop and then have the chicane reinserted.
Here we are.
Second time.
So these will be your junior maxes, the junior Rotax starting first. And then, as David said, there will be around about half a lap. And then it'll be the mini-max.
Yeah, I've really liked it actually here, Tom, since they've split that the juniors and the minis into their own separate start, because what we were finding is when the minis were right on the back at sometimes, the leader was occasionally using the juniors as a bit of an advantage, certainly if they were inside, and if they got a junior between them, it was pretty much game over for the rest of the minis because of the speed difference that they have around the corners and down the straights. Is that generally the minis are a little bit quicker around the corners because they're carrying a lot less weight, but down the straight, obviously the power of the junior is what helps them pull away. We are about to go racing then. Marshall just making sure there's sufficient space between the two lines. Gracie Mitchell will dictate the pace, puts the power down as she goes through the acceleration line. Let's see if they can get round the national loop at the first time of asking this time. There's still a little bit of bumping and boring further down, but it's certainly a lot cleaner start than last time. Let's see what as they follow it down towards hairpin number 1. Oh, we've got issues there. That's Alfie Warbank facing the wrong way. Minis are about to go racing as well. They've had a much cleaner start thus far, although we will have to see how they fare because they had issues down at hairpin 1 as well. Alfie Warbank, as I say, the driver that was facing the wrong way. They're going to come through. And Oliver Watson's had a fantastic start-stop, as has Addison Smith. Both of them up in front of Catherine Potter, who started in 2nd place, is now down in 4th.
Yes, fantastic start from both of those, or potentially a poor start from Catherine Potter, not sure which. But across the line, we have Gracie Mitchell from Ben Ficini. Bella Franklin has moved up a huge number of positions and is now in 3rd place. Rocco Baker in 4th. Isaac O'Shea in 5th. Again, Amelia Pennington moving up on that opening lap and taking 4 places as well from Lucas Miles, Oliver Buckton, Vincent Bailey and Alfie Warbank. Then it is going to be Lizzie Mentier, as we said, Addison Smith, Catherine Potter retaking the position from Oliver Watson in 4th place. Then it's Lewis Goff, Michael Ambler and William Robinson. Yeah,
I think we're having some timing issues, Tom. That was the reason for the delay. That's been sorted which very quickly, which has allowed us to get underway and racing again. So that's why there was a slight delay preceding this race. And Tom's just pointed out of the window very quickly, so I'm going to let him do the talking.
Well, it's Bella Franklin has moved up from into 2nd place, so she was down in, I believe it was 7th she started, and is now all the way up to 2nd place already as we start lap number 3 here, and it is Ben Ficini in 3rd place now with Isaac O'Shea in 4th. Amelia Pennington still looking pretty racy in that junior X30, albeit almost 2 seconds off the back of Rocco Baker now. But it is still Mitchell perpetually at the front of this race.
Ficini and O'Shea then going side by side, and that was a case of who would blink first, and Ficini blinks and O'Shea moves up into 3rd place then over the line. It looked like actually there, Tom, that Ficini may well have been able to hold that in terms of track position, because he would have had the inside into the left, but it would have been a brave hold, wouldn't it?
I think it was just pure bravery from O'Shea. Just stuck it up the inside and left it there, and gave Ficini the option of give me space or crash.
Correct.
But good clean move. Good clean move.
Yep, so Isaac O'Shea then up into 3rd place. Ficini will drop down into 4th. Rocco Baker, and in fact a much improved Rocco Baker actually. He's coming through and will now be over the line right on the back of Ficini in 5th place. And now this is Catherine Potter trying to get past Addison Smith, and Addison, a new driver into the mini ranks here at Teesside Autodrome. Started the season in the Honda Cadet class, was admittedly well over the weight limit in Honda Cadet. They've been running in the 112 class, and they were over the weight limit for that in the CKC Championship. He's moved up into the minis and he's fared really, really well. Debuted in the class over at Houghton Park 2 weeks ago and managed on their 7-kart grid to get on the podium with a superb second place, on that occasion behind Lizzie Mentier, which is where he is today, but he's currently holding off Mentier's championship protagonist Catherine Potter down the back straight. Top 3 in that class then, Mentier, Smith and Potter. And superbly as well, Tom, in P4, Lewis Goff in his first weekend as Potter goes down the inside of Addison Smith, uses the experience to go down the inside into hairpin 3. That's Lewis Goff and Oliver Watson. That's Goff in the Teesside Karting Academy kart. So if you are fancying a go in a Rotax, either from the minis, the juniors, or in the seniors, there is an option here at Teesside Autodrome through the Teesside Karting Academy for you to rent that machinery for the weekend and come racing here in the 2-stroke classes at Teesside Autodrome. Have a look at Teesside Karting Academy on Facebook. It's run by the very proficient mechanic Steve White, who also runs Bella Franklin as well in the weekends here at Teesside and throughout the country. And Tom, she's not allowing Gracie Mitchell to move away. In fact, I think she's probably closing up ever so slightly because she's had to come through. I think previous lap it was fairly even, although she did set a personal best, I believe.
Yes, indeed, she did, and seems to be closing ever so slightly onto the back of Gracie, but I think the comfort margin has been built up by Mitchell. I think it'll take a mistake for Franklin to get onto the back of her with 4 laps to go. It's difficult to see a 1.4 second gap closing without the aid of a slipstream as it is at the moment. But a 42.584 for Gracie Mitchell, 42.654 for Bella Franklin, so 0.070 slower. Isaac O'Shea putting in a personal best. It's only 0.6 off the back of Franklin, and Ficini only another 0.6 back again as we look at the number 20 of Catherine Potter. Now in front of the 15 of Addison Smith, but being hounded and certainly not being given any comfort margin whatsoever. And they go through the national loop. 3 laps to go for both classes. Gracie Mitchell comes across the line. 2 laps to go now. 1.5 is the gap, so remaining fairly static at the moment. The 2 front runners pretty well matched. But Isaac O'Shea taking up well over 1/10 of a second out of Bella Franklin, so that gap is closing up. Bringing Ben Ficini with him as well as Rocco Baker.
Yeah, it's been a good result actually this for Isaac O'Shea. Remember, retired from the opening race of the day with that rear bumper hanging off the back of the number 84, so has had to come all the way through from 10th place, although Vincent Bailey was down there as well, having retired on the opening corner. So still from 9th, he's had to come all the way through. They're now starting to make their way through lap traffic, and Bella Franklin has put one of them in between her and Isaac O'Shea. So a little bit of respite for Franklin in that battle for second. Still 1.7 behind Gracie Mitchell as the 18 of Lucas Miles has a spin. Looks like that's high up on the bank round South Bank. Last lap board is out. Mitchell already making her way down the back straight towards South Bank already.
And here we go. Coming out of hairpin 3 for the final time. Is that hairpin 3? Yes, it is. Around hairpin 4 for the final time, and coming across the line, it is going to be Gracie Mitchell taking the win from Bella Franklin in second place, Isaac O'Shea in third. Ben Ficini losing a place on the final lap to Rocco Baker, Oliver Buckton in 6th, Amelia Pennington in 7th, Alfie Wallbank taking 8th, and we await a few seconds for Vincent Bailey to come across the line in 9th. Lizzie Mentier coming out of hairpin 4, just there on your screen now, will take the win in heat number 2 of Minimax, followed by Catherine Potter and hounded across the line by Addison Smith in 3rd. And then it will be Lewis Goff, Lucas Miles, Oliver Watson, Michael Ambler and William Robinson.
Tom, it amazes me a lot of the time how drivers can go from effectively completely different types of machinery. Let's say in this occasion, we're going to use Addison Smith as an example. From a cadet kart that doesn't weigh a huge amount and has hardly any, in terms of grip, the Dunlops are, they're not the grippiest of tyre in the world, to be realistic, certainly compared to other cadets, certainly compared to the tyres that they're using out there. He's now with a kart that is a lot heavier, has a lot more power, a lot more grip as well. And it amazes me sometimes how quickly these drivers adapt to different types of machinery. We've seen it already this season with Sophie Pawsey. She's moved up from Cadets and adapted well to the Junior Pro Kart and is bang on the pace in that class as well, running comfortably in the midfield.
And Lizzie Mentier and Catherine Potter.
Oh, exactly, from their championship battle last year, although to be fair, we do expect that because they were champions last year, although we have seen drivers that have won championships and races here at Teesside struggle in the early doors of moving. But
there's a class that suits certain driving
9
styles
times out
people.
of 10, I've been really, really impressed with the way the drivers have moved and changed. Looking, for example, then out, this is the first weekend that behind there, Addison Smith, the 41 coming through, that's Lewis Goff. First time he'd sat in the two-stroke kart was yesterday morning. Thought he's done really well because he was, you could tell yesterday he was pushing in practice, had a couple of spins at hairpin 1 as he was trying to find his braking point into that corner, because obviously it's all trial and error, and I do always say if you don't spin in practice you're not trying hard enough.
Absolutely. Find the limit.
Next up though is the second instalment for our largest in terms of size and engine capacity. It's Senior Rotax.
They're already coming round South Bank on their rolling up laps. I'm going to fly through this.
Another famous Tom Butterworth.
So here we
grid.
go. Dan Kell on pole position, followed by Ashley Savage in second, Kieran Savage in third, Martin Fisher fourth, Lee Bell in fifth. In your 177 class, then it's Tom Reeve. Chris Crowther, Emma Brown, Paul Swan, Josh Redhead, and Chris Stoves in 11th. And here we go, already coming through the kink, or through the dogleg and through the kink. Over the line for the start of Senior Rotax heat number 2, and it is Dan Kell from Savage. As they head through the national loop for the first time, all liners done. Nice and clean start from the Senior Rotax.
Fantastic start from Lee Bell as well, who started in 5th place, up into 3rd already with Max Martin behind. Chris Crowther as well, Paul Swan, Tom Reeve, and then the rest of the pack. I've got a slight update in a few moments, Tom, when this one calms itself down regarding our cadet class. I've managed to find the owner of that chain guard from earlier on, but we'll keep you in suspense for another few minutes as we see Tom Reeve once again having some handling issues with that number 22. This time, though, round South Bank.
Yes, indeed, but better to have them early on in the race, and hopefully the pressures come up.
Correct.
Tyre pressures, that is, and get them sorted for the rest of the heat, because in the previous heat, it went the other way. It went all... he started off well and then dropped back, so now at the moment, he's dropping back, and hopefully, for him, he will now recover and make his way back through. So, Dan Kell across the line first from Ashley Savage. We've got Martin Fisher up the inside of Lee Bell.
Yeah, good move for 3rd it was, yes.
Yes, it is Lee Bell, sorry. I should have picked up on the helmet. Yes, Lee Bell in the 177 class. So I think Lee Bell was just... He had a fantastic start, moved his way up to 3rd and really, really cementing the lead of that 177 class. It is Paul Swan behind, and then Chris Crowther in 2nd place in that 177 class. So it is Dan Kell from Savage, from Fisher, Bell, Swan, Crowther, Redhead, Stoves, Brown, Reeve, up into 10th place because we've lost Kieran Savage.
Yeah, not quite sure whether that's out on track. It's not showing him in the pit, so it may well be, Tom.
He may have missed a start, although we've got a 1 minute 30. So he may have taken the rolling up lap and then come into the pit.
Yeah, potentially so. I can't see a stationary car out there unless it's taken on some sort of camouflage, or it could be just behind this massive bush that we can't see back on the right-hand side.
That's very true.
Daniel Kell sets the fastest lap of the race with a 41.643. Savage and Fisher continuing behind, and Savage still not allowing Daniel Kell to move away. Just going to give you a slight update, Tom, on that cadet thing that I was talking about earlier. The chain guard, unfortunately, belonged to Ben Adrian, and because the chain guard is missing, that means that that kart is not compliant, which sees Ben Adrian removed from the standings in cadet heat number 2. He did cross the line in 4th place, but will start heat 3 from 36th, which is very unfortunate for Ben Adrian, but good for the viewers because we're going to see him charging through the field in heat number 3.
Yes.
Paul Swan sets a fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
Tom there with an insightful response.
I've just had a message from Dan Fielden, that's why. Because
yeah, I imagine it's the same one I had as well.
yeah, wondering why he's qualified last
I think
in the senior pro kart race because he's not actually here.
No, it's because he's rubbish. And I told him so. No, I know he's not here.
Dan, get in touch on the comments. I'm sure you will put David right. But yeah, he's that was yeah. It did tickle me a little bit that. I've had a load of messages asking why I qualified last. I'm not even here. Okay, fair enough.
Half race distance then for our senior Rotax over the line. Kell, Savage and Fisher, the top three. Savage still managing to hold on to the coattails of Daniel Kell, only 7/10 behind our race and championship leader here at Teesside Autodrome. Having a quick look now, Tom. Now, Tom Reeve in the 22 is now some 26 seconds behind the lead and has dropped down into last place in terms of the runners. Kieran Savage is now showing his 2 laps down, so if we can have a look at the official timing, I think he may well be back out on track. And we'll see where he is in terms of everybody else, because if he's come back out, it'll just be a case of where he's slotted in. He is on track in 10th sort of place because he's over the line behind Christopher Stoves, albeit he is well down. But a 42.0 means that's only around 4/10 off the race leader's pace in terms of laps. So I don't know what the problem was for Kieran Savage and whether he was able to fix it fairly quickly. But he is now back out on track, albeit now 2 laps down on the rest of the pack.
And we said about Tom Reeve and his handling issues. Well, it doesn't seem to be that they have been sorted out because he is currently 20 seconds off the back of Chris Stoves in 9th place.
Yeah. What I will say as well, just going back to Kieran Savage, is that you only do pick up points in the heats here if you complete half race distance. So even though he wasn't out at the start and he is 2 laps down, at least by the time he gets there, I think now he's just actually gone over the 5-lap mark that he's completed. So he will be able to complete, which means that in terms of his qualifying points later on, he will pick up points for 11th place in the heats, which he's going to pick up 39 points. You know, the leader picking up 50. However, if he hadn't have got back out onto track, he'd have picked up 0 points, which almost certainly would have meant he'd have started the final from last place.
Yes, indeed. Whoa, that was lively from Paul Swan.
Yep, carrying at least 10 miles an hour too much into hairpin 4.
Yeah. I think it was, had a look at Lee Bell and then, very, very swiftly decided, no,
to be
that
fair,
wasn't
that
the
probably
right
took
idea.
Paul Swan more by surprise than it did Lee Bell.
I think it did, absolutely.
2 laps remaining. It's 1.5 for the leader because he's already making his way into the infamous South Bank corner here at Teesside Autodrome. The gap to the leader, though, still only 8/10 back to Ashley Savage.
Ashley Savage is keeping him pretty honest in this race. It was a bit of a bigger gap, quite a bit of a bigger gap on the in heat number 1, but Ashley Savage has definitely found some pace. It is just over 8/10 of a second as they go over the line for the final time. Heat number 2, Senior Rotax. Thank you for being with us. This is brought to you by NRG Cycles and HRS Racing Engines. Please keep your comments coming in on YouTube and we will do our best to read them out as well. And like and subscribe for more Alpha Live content. Coming into hairpin 3 for the final time is Dan Kell, still holding the lead from Ashley Savage and Martin Fisher. And he will come across the line. 2 heats, 2 wins for Dan Kell, making it look very easy so far. It is Ashley Savage in 2nd place. Martin Fisher crosses the line, 7.1 seconds down in 3rd place. Lee Bell takes you a class win in the 177 class and 4th overall. Then it's Paul Swan. Chris Crowther, 2nd place in 177. Josh Redhead, Emma Brown, Chris Stoves, and then it will be Tom Reeve across the line in 10th, and Kieran Savage, who did take the checkered flag in 11th.
Another good one there, Tom. And what I will say is, looking at the points, that's 2 race victories for Daniel Kell, 2 second places for Ashley Savage. And this should now give Kell the opportunity. Granted, he can't wrap it up today, but will certainly give him I believe if he keeps this sort of performance up with at least another heat win, you know, second place in the heat would still put him on pole for the final, and then a win in the final will mean that he can probably wrap that championship up at round 8 in October, because we are of course back on the 24th of October for round number 8, and then on the 28th of November for the final round of the Teesside Sprint Series. We do have a Winter Series coming up, the final few touches being placed onto that one, but I believe it will incorporate the O-plate here at Teesside Autodrome. Then an away day. I think from what we're saying that we're 99% sure we're going to Wilton Mill in Northamptonshire for that one, and then the final round of the Winter Series is likely to incorporate the opening round of the 2022 summer season here at Teesside Autodrome, so that one will double up in terms of points. Next out, though, they're already making their way round heat number 2 for Senior Pro Kart. Pole position then goes to Heat 1 winner Aaron Alexander, Connor Lucas alongside so the two championship protagonists. 10 points between them and 0 places on the grid. 1 and 2 on the front row. Kieran Lambert and Scott Tate row 2, Jack Morris and Connor White on row 3. Row 4 sees Thomas Braid alongside Mark Tate. The top 10 then completed by Jake Richardson and Rob Lowe, with David Brewis and Mason Barker in 12th. Brandon Truman Reddish and Brandon Jennings on row 7. Josh Yeadon and Tom Lowther on row 8. Joe Burrell and Craig Harris on row 9. The top 20 then completed by Simon Dougherty and Jonathan Allen, with Mark White and Dan Fulsham on row 11. Jordan Guy and Callum Booth on row 12. Josh Folkus and Neil Catlow, 25th and 26th. Alban Dowell and Joe Grinsell shown as 27th and 28th, although we do think Josh Folkus may well move down the order slightly, although I think he will actually start 25th. I think there's me adding 5 seconds to his time earlier on, which will automatically be done obviously by the timing here at Teesside, but even so, he's going to have to start from 25th, the second to last row, and has plenty of work to do to get through the pack. Final few runners rolling into position. Alban Dowell's 183 and Joe Grinsell's 199. He obviously retired as part of that incident at Hairpin 1 in heat number 1.
Final position just being taken up now on the grid, and we will await the start line marshal making his way down, which he is starting to do. So here we go, heat number 2 of the blue ribboned event here at Teesside Autodrome for the Sprint Series. And the marshal just making his way into place. So we have green flag in hand. Green flag is up, green flag is down, and away we go. And it is a good start from Aaron Alexander. Scott Tate pushing Connor Lucas through into second place, and Scott Tate takes 3rd place. All clean through the national loops so far, although they are 3 and 4 wide even as they come into the wiggles for the first time.
Yeah, Connor White, Tom, went very, very wide around the national loop and had to filter into position behind David Brewis, although now he gets alongside him into hairpin 2 in the background. And we've had a change for the lead on the opening lap already. Connor Lucas in front of Aaron Alexander, going down the back straight towards the South Bank corner for the first of 10 times here in Senior Pro Kart heat number 2. It's Lucas, Alexander and Tate the top 3, with Lambert. Then we've got Jack Morris, Tom Braid, Mark Tate, and then Jake Richardson coming through in front of Connor White, David Brewis and Rob Lowe over the line. That is the top 11 leaders in the subclasses then. Lambert in 4th, leads Clubman. Brewis in 10th, leads the 40s class. Craig Harris in 22nd, leads novice in front of Neil Catlow, Jonathan Allen and Jordan Guy.
And I was watching there as Josh Falcons is already up to 18th place and took 2 people down the back straight alone.
We've got a couple off, Tom, at hairpin number 2. Having a quick look, that's Simon Dougherty once again having issues at hairpin 2, and Joe Burrell as well in the 23. They've dropped all the way down to the back of the pack.
So it is Connor Lucas from Aaron Alexander from Scott Tate now, as we watch the front 3 Scott Tate going to try and hang on to the coattails of these two and bring himself back onto the rear bumper of Aaron Alexander, and needs to in terms of his championship. As it stands, Kieran Lambert still a very well positioned 4th place.
Yeah, absolutely nothing between the two leaders, and only 10 points in the championship going into the second heat of the day. Less than a tenth of a second as Connor Lucas has a double look over his shoulder, as does Aaron Alexander behind, although Scott Tate not close enough. He's pulling Kieran Lambert along. The top 4 have broken away from the battle behind, which out the window I can see now, and then there's a confirmation on the screen, has Tom Braid in front of Jack Morris, last year's junior Pro Kart champion, been overtaken by the number 12 of Tom Braid. Yes, over the line then, 3 in the bag already, Tom.
Just looking at them coming over the line in front of me, and they're 3 wide, and 4 side-by-side contact as they go into the national loop. That is the 4 of Josh Yeadon, and I think it's Brandon Truman Reddish.
I think, yeah, I'm trying to think. That's also Mason Barker, I think, involved there as well, the 41.
They went side-by-side through the D chicane. There we have this pack. They went side-by-side through the D chicane and then into the national loop, bouncing across the curbs. And here we have your front 4, now nose to tail, headed by Connor Lucas. Then it's Aaron Alexander, then Scott Tate, Kieran Lambert, leader in the clubman class, and right on the tail of these front 3 as well.
Warning flag being applied, Tom, by the look of it, being readied at the very least over start finish for the 4 of Josh Yeadon.
Josh Falkus now up to 13th place, but 6 seconds off the lead. 6.1 seconds off the lead of Connor Lucas, and Aaron Alexander's gone through, retaking the lead, but Lucas is back up the inside, down the back straight and into South Bank, and retakes the lead. That's a long way around the outside for Aaron Alexander. Is Scott Tate going to take the opportunity to go up the inside? He tried. He did have a good
close
go
there, wasn't it? I thought Alexander might have actually chopped in as Kieran Lambert takes full advantage of Scott Tate's attack. Means that Scott Tate doesn't have any defence, and he has no defence of 3rd place. And Kieran Lambert, the leader in the clubman class, leader in the clubman championship as well, comes over the line now in P3.
5 laps to go here at Teesside as they come into hairpin 1. Aaron Alexander looking pretty crossed up as they move in.
There's the move, Tom. I was just pointing out the window because we're around about a second behind on the thing. We can see it out the window. But Aaron Alexander down the inside, carbon copy of the previous lap as Scott Tate comes past Kieran Lambert as well. Returns the favour from the previous lap. Tom, that was a carbon copy of what he did on the previous lap. The only thing this time is he was able to defend it mid-corner and stop Connor Lucas coming alongside and retaking the lead. And now Aaron Alexander, who... having a look at the points, the top 3 rounds, we thought Connor Lucas was going to try and do what he did back in 2019, which was start the season strong. Back then he won 20 races at the start. This year he could only do 12. And since round number 4 has lost a huge amount of points to Aaron Alexander. Yellow flags out. Tom Lowther in the 186 round at the chicane section at the start of the lap at the D chicane. Yeah, I'm just confirming that, Tom, is that he's lost out. He lost over 20 or almost 40 points at round 4 to Aaron Alexander, so that round will definitely get dropped. Then he lost 3 to him at round 5, lost 10 as well at round 6. So it's an intense championship battle, and so far it's been a season of 2 halves. The first one was Lucas's, and then it's Alexander's.
Kieran Lambert just pumping in the fastest lap of the race with this triple slipstream that he's got off the front 3. Managed to put the magnets on and bring him right up to the back again of Scott Tate as Lucas goes up the inside into hairpin 1, retakes the lead from Aaron Alexander. Alexander tried to return the favour, but that was a bit tight. Too late, I think, the move there. Got himself all crossed up, and that's going to give Scott Tate 2nd place.
Yeah, the look behind over the shoulder there.
Or is it?
Oh, I don't know, actually. Back into 2nd place becomes Aaron Alexander. Kieran Lambert back down the inside into 3rd place. I was curious, Tom, look at that line behind. We'll come to that in a minute. Connor Lucas's look over the shoulder, it was so long, it was almost as if it was a disappointing look over his shoulder at that move. But even so, everybody still managed to get through into position. And now we've got all the way down to Connor White in 9th, nose to tail, 2 laps remaining.
Yeah, here we go. Let's have a look at what Alexander can do. Is he going to have a look into hairpin 2? No, Lucas feeling the need to go very defensive already.
Scouted, wasn't it?
Oh, and Alexander's going to leave the nose in. Is Lucas going to be able to shut the door? No, he's
No!
not.
Leader sideways, but manages to hold it. And to be fair, Tom, Lucas knew Alexander was there and still decided to turn across the bows of the 38.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Aaron Alexander was very much entitled to be there. He was fully alongside.
Yep, and Alexander, arm off the wheel, has voicing, if you can do so much thing with a helmet on and travelling at nearly 70 miles an hour, his displeasure at Connor Lucas there. Last lap board is out though. We're still nose to tail for the top 9. There's 1 or 2 kart lengths between the front 2. Let's see how this one pans out, because it could be anybody's, but it's going to be a second half of the lap battle rather than hairpins number 1 and 2, because Aaron Alexander not close enough to make a move into the first hairpin complexes.
Here we go then into the final 2 hairpins. Lucas is feeling the need to go slightly defensive, but not overly, so he will park it on the inside of hairpin 4. And it is going to be as you were, I believe, coming out of hairpin 4 and across the line. Or is it? Aaron Alexander had a look. Oh! Set the fastest lap of the race on.
You wait until that time.
Lap.
You wait till the difference comes up, Tom.
Whoa! 0.010. They were side by side. And has Lucas got damage?
Not sure. He's having a look down towards the right-hand side. Just taking confirmation, actually, in the ears that he was off the circuit, and we saw he was on the grass. The spotter believes that he may have had a little bit of assistance in that, but we're just going to confirm the top 10 as Tom looks out the window and just has a quick look, and he's continuing to look down. Lucas, Alexander, Lambert, Tate the top 4. Morris, Braid, Mark Tate, White, Jake Richardson and David Brewis. So David Brewis picks up the 40s win. Craig Harris with another win in the novice class. Kieran Lambert, of course, wins Clubman. I'm not quite sure what's happening there, or whether there's a bit of, is there something loose down there that Connor Lucas is trying to pull free.
Bit of an odd one. But wow, that was brave from Alexander up the inside of the over the line.
Yep, one thing that you can't do, Tom.
0.010 was the gap. Sorry, I haven't even run you through the top 10.
Oh, I have though.
Oh, have you? Oh, good. I was so busy watching what was going on post race.
Yeah, one thing that you can't do is knock Senior Pro Kart for action ever.
Absolutely.
I'm just having a quick look. Doesn't look like there's too much of an issue. The kart we saw it roll over the weighbridge before. We'll get confirmation of any issues later on in the day.
Just trying to figure out what happened now post race. So we'll look to see if anything, if there are any penalties applied or anything like that as the results come through. Please keep your comments coming in on YouTube as we will get ready for Bambino's heat number 3. So as they make their way round for heat number 3 in your Bambino class, we have pole position taken by Austin Oman. Second place will be Colby Patterson. Third place will be Harvey Bacon. Fourth, Josh Cormack. Fifth, Ellis Child. Sixth, Edward Rye. Seventh will be Grayson Wortley. Eighth, Max Gilman. Ninth, Joey Swan. 10th, Fraser Anderson. 11th, Jack Mellon. 12th, Buddy Hugo. 13th, Riley Morrow. 14th, Connor Butler. 15th, Harris Barber. 16th, Amelia DL. 17th will be Alfie Watson. 18th, Ethan McClelland, and then 19th, Jack Hutchison, and 20th, Jake Gibbon. David, you have an update?
I do, and it's also a public service announcement, and it is that Senior Pro Kart number 43, Senior Pro Kart 38, and Senior Pro Kart number 14 are to visit the clerk of the course on the bank behind the commentary box, please. Senior Pro Karts 43, 38 and 14 to the clerk of the course, please.
And for those people who are unaware, those are Connor Lucas, Aaron Alexander and Kieran Lambert, your top 3 from heat number 2 of Senior Pro Kart. So they've all been summoned to the naughty person's office.
Correct. Bambinos, though, will hopefully make a much cleaner showing of things here for heat number 3, which officially,
they've
Tom,
been fantastic so far,
yeah,
haven't they?
and it
There's been
also
lots of close racing.
Officially
all clean
starts the second half of our race day here at Teesside Autodrome with race number 15.
I mean, you do realise that we've just jinxed it, don't you, by saying that they've had very, very clean racing so far.
Correct. None of them are getting through the D-chicane.
No.
We know how it works, don't we? And we have said this before, that if you would like to jinx any of your competitors, we do take monetary contributions here in the combat.
We'll also take sweeties, donuts, anything bad for you.
Amen.
That kind of thing. So I am just going to have a quick look and see whether any penalties were or have been applied so far for Senior Pro Kart. Nothing showing yet.
No, and
I will keep across that.
Yep, the official results haven't been published either. They normally come out around about 5 or 6 minutes after the race concludes.
Just looking at the sides of these Bambinos here as they sit on the grid. Do like a chrome wheel. Not going to lie, David.
Are you chrome over black?
Yeah, very much chrome over. Well, realistically, any painted wheel, with the exception of Leon Barlow's fluoro yellow ones from last season, I think they were a personal favourite.
One thing I thought you were going to point out was Colby Patterson getting his visor aggressively cleaned by the arm of his dad's hoodie. So there's absolutely no excuse for him not seeing the apex of the first corner. One thing that we did miss as well, just off camera there, is that as all the helpers make their way through the gate, Austin Oman's dad's just jumped the tractor tyres and the barrier with barely touching them as well. He's got a fantastic leap.
I mean, he's not exactly a small fellow anyway, is he? But you know,
no, but I mean, not many people.
I mean, in terms of
legs-wise, yeah. Green is down. We're away in racing. It's a fantastic start, actually, from the visor. Clean Colby Patterson. He's going to get alongside Austin Oman, but Oman should still have track position for the inside right. Round the national loop, there is still a little bit of side pod bashing between the two leaders, but it's going to be Oman, Patterson, Bacon, Cormac. Then it's Ellis Childs, 88, in front of Edward Rye, Max Gilman and Grayson Wortley as well coming through. Then we've got Fraser Anderson and Buddy Hugo completing the top 10, as we've got at least one driver coming to a halt on the outside of hairpin 1. That looks like it's the 38 of Riley Murrow.
And there it is indeed, confirmation with that Hamilton-style helmet. Pulling up on the inside of hairpin 2, and hopefully that will be cleared off track before they get round for the second time. Ooh, as just coming through the bottom of the screen, it looked like Oman was under serious pressure from Patterson, but they do come in come out of hairpin 4 line astern, but they have gapped now the 8 of Harvey Bacon. So it is Oman from Patterson. Big gap then back to Harvey Bacon, then Josh Cormac, Ellis Child, Max Gilman making his way up to 6th place already.
That's the big thing, isn't it, Tom? And you've hit the nail on the head there, gapped, and really have opened up the gap as well from the rest of the pack, who are currently having to defend from Child, Gilman and Wortley, and it's leaving the two leaders as Colby Patterson has got alongside, I can see out the combox window, in the same way that Cormac has here, got alongside Bacon, and I think Bacon is far enough in front to hold off Josh Cormac.
Being very much pushed along is the 88 of Ellis Child by Max Gilman. not pushed out the way, but just pushed along ever so slightly through South Bank. The most efficient way to make it through that corner as well is just nose to tail, pushing each other along. So it is, Oman from Patterson, Bacon, Cormac. Gilman now has made his way through Ellis Child and is up to 5th. Then it is Child, Grayson Wortley, Edward Rye, Buddy Hugo and Fraser Anderson in your top 10. But that gap now, 2.2 seconds from Oman and Patterson back to Harvey Bacon as Gilman goes up the inside of Josh Cormac now and takes 4th, or potentially even 3rd. No, it is 4th. It is 4th because it is still Harvey Bacon in 3rd.
So Max Gilman coming through, although that was a bit of hand signals there between the...
After you, Claude.
It was very much, wasn't it? It wasn't even a point. It was like almost like a little scoop through for our Bambino number 50. No matter really on this one, Tom, how good Max Gilman does, that retirement at the start of the day is really going to hamper his final position.
It is.
It's going to be very, very difficult for him. Grayson Wortley moves up a place, up into 6th. Oman, Patterson, Bacon, Gilman, Cormac, Wortley, Child, Rye, Anderson and Barber, the top 10.
And there we have our trio of Bacon, Gilman and Cormac that we're looking at now. So Gilman is now closed up right onto the back of Bacon. There was a slight gap last race, last lap. And then it looks like Gilman is now closing right onto the back. Bacon feeling the need to take that tight line into South Bank as they go through. Gilman going wide, going to try and get the over and under, carry the speed round the outside and again into hairpin 4, feeling that need. I think he feels that that's the way he's going to get the run on Harvey Bacon as we look back to Grayson Wortley, Ellis Child and Edward Rye. Austin Oman and Colby Patterson still nose to tail, with Colby Patterson putting in the fastest lap of the race, almost a second quicker than Harvey Bacon in 3rd place. But it is 0.07 seconds, which equates to right on the back bumper, ladies and gentlemen, for Colby Patterson and Austin Oman. But they are still line astern, not feeling the need to battle each other at the moment. We look here at Harvey Bacon, Max Gilman and Josh Cormac as they come through the back straight, nose to tail once again. Gilman right there now, a lot closer than he was on the previous lap. And that's our first proper look today at Edward Rye in 8th position on the back of Ellis Child. Edward Rye in the 66, is 70 of Grayson Wortley, then it's Ellis Child and then Edward Rye. So we've got 2 groups of 3. We've got a group of 2 groups of 3 working together and working their way away from the packs behind them as well. So it is Oman from Patterson, Bacon, Gilman, Cormac, Wortley. There's a change for 11th, 12th and 13th. There's Connor Butler demotes Buddy Hugo and Jack Mellon down a position apiece. He makes his way up to 11th. So as I said, it's Oman from Patterson, Bacon, Gilman, Cormac, Wortley, Child, Rye, Anderson, Barber. That's your top 10. Harvey Bacon taking a wider line onto the back straight, not feeling the need to go defensive that time. But Gilman unable to get the run up the inside and giving Harvey Bacon a little push along into South Bank. And here is Austin Oman and Colby Patterson still nose to tail. So as you said, a group of 2. Then 2 groups of 3. Nobody seeming able to make any impact. Max Gilman putting in his personal best lap of the race, but unable to get past Harvey Bacon.
Yep, the top 2, Tom, have played this one perfectly, haven't they, as the rest of the field? And to be fair, the rest of the field haven't really battled too much, although out the window I can see Gilman getting past Bacon into hairpin 1. Is that they've just got the break on that opening lap and have just worked together ever since.
Yeah, I think Patterson is. I'm going to say he is trying. Of course, he's trying. What I mean is, I think he's trying to get through, but he just hasn't got an answer for what Oman has got with the position that he's got of being in front. So Oman is able to position his kart wherever Patterson wants to be.
Yeah, we see this a lot in Bambino, don't we? Is that often, certainly visibly, the driver in second place looks the quicker.
But there's an optimum line.
Oh, it's incredibly hard to overtake in Bambino.
Yeah, once you're, you need to, a bit like what we see in F1 sometimes, you need to have a massive speed difference to be able to actually get past, because there's so little braking. You can't outbrake somebody into a corner. If you do take a, you know, if the driver in front is taking that optimum line, and so you can't exactly run around the outside, you can't cut to the inside. It's kind of a no man's land, really. You can just get stuck on the back bumper and the status quo remains. And that seems to be what we're seeing between this front two, and then Gilman, Bacon and Cormac behind, and then Rye, Child and Wortley behind, sorry, Child, Wortley and Anderson behind that.
Correct. You can certainly see why Austin Oman, using the drop score provision, is our championship leader here at Teesside, because he's going to take 3 heats from 3 attempts so far today, and he's defended once again superbly from Colby Patterson to take the checkered flag and win heat number 3. Holds off Patterson by 2/10. Max Gilman's going to come through for a sensational third, having worked his way through the pack once again. So he's going to pick up some points in this damage limitation heats after his Heat 1 retirement. Bacon gets 4th, Cormac, Rye, Child, Barber, Wortley and Anderson, the top 10. Then we've got a great battle coming through behind with Butler, Hugo, Mellon and McClelland, as well as Joey Swan, all within 2 seconds of each other, nose to tail over the line. Action all the way down the field in our Bambino class here once again. And we will have a short interlude at the end of this, just because we have to collect the number 38 of Riley Murrow. Although we have seen before the karts going off at hairpin number 1, we are able to push them fairly comfortably through and into pit lane without the requirement actually of the recovery quad, which we haven't actually seen today, I don't believe, because all the incidents we've had have been at hairpin number 1. So we are able to retrieve them karts fairly quickly. There's some trying to figure out who it's for, but there's a huge amount of applause from the wall in front of the comm box for one of our runners who comes through. There's our Bambinos are making their way off circuit. We'll just wait for a few more, because I just want to pick out one who comes through. Buddy Hugo in the number, I'm not sure if he's got a problem, because Jack Mellon is pushing him home because he's having to use his feet. So it looks like the 11 of Buddy Hugo has problems on the way off the circuit. And you see a driver there in the orange, number 20, that's Alfie Watson. And his little sister is 4 today, so we wish Lucy a very, very happy birthday from everybody here at Teesside Autodrome. She's been celebrating it actually for the last 2 days, because she was walking around the paddock with a great big pink balloon all day yesterday. So happy birthday to Lucy. As we wait for the track to be cleared, it's time to queue up for heat number 3 for Junior Pro Kart. Grid on screen then, double race winner Lennon French will start from the prime berth alongside Maximus Shields, Seb Pereira and Caitlin Frame on row 2, Ben Hogarth and Harvey Still on row 3. Row 4 sees Christian Oblang alongside Joe Arnold, Sophie Pawsey and Jacob O'Connor complete the top 10, with Matthew Allen in 11th place. Tom's having a look for confirmation of the final standings in Senior Pro Kart from around about 10 minutes ago, with that result. It looks like it's going to be as it stands actually on that final lap as well, with Lucas, Alexander and Lambert. And then going to potentially in a few moments just have a quick dip into the comments if we've got any fresh ones.
Yeah, we've had a few. Sorry. Yeah, we've had a few come through. We've had good luck Harvey Still. Good luck, Will Howard. Sorry we can't be there. Oh, I think we've read that one already. Lots of support coming in as well for Rory in the Micromax. And come on, Max Gilman as well. And good luck to Grayson and Harvey. So that was from Mrs. Gill, which I'm assuming is Mrs. Gilman. From our Bambinos.
And Belisa, to be fair, Max was here with his dad Dan yesterday, and they went home because they had a party last night back to Rotherham, and then came back up this morning. So they practiced yesterday, went home, and came back up this morning. So I know you're having a quick look there. They're just giving the top of the chat. I think we've got a pinned link up there. And if you weren't with us at the start of the day, we had Captain America in the com box. He's looking to raise £10,000 towards cancer research and the legacy of his late wife. And he's around the paddock throughout the day with his fantastic motorcycle and his costume as well. So if you do spot him out there, do snap yourself a picture. We are about to go racing though for heat number 3 of our Junior Pro Kart Classics. The green is down. It was a very quick start, Tom, from Lennon French.
Max Shields immediately pointing.
And what I will say, it was very quick, and it's debatable now, and I might have our producer just have a quick look as to how quick that start was from the 120 of Lennon French. Let's see what the clerk of the course thinks in due course, because it was a quick start from the 120. I'm not sure it was Jean Lacey style reactions. If you remember what he was like in the early 90s off the start, he was fantastic as Sophie Pawsey gets alongside, I think, of Christian Oblang down the back straight. The leading duo, though, Tom, once again, and as predicted always, have made a very quick break of things, although Seb Pereira is trying to stick with them.
Good for him. Yeah, it was immediate, the point across from Max Shields to say that, or highlight what he thought of the start from Lennon French, but we await whether there will be any kind of reaction.
It's amazing how a driver can have his left eye looking at the green flag and his right eye at his competitor on the start line as well, but nonetheless, Shields was doing that.
So it is French from Shields, from Pereira, Caitlin Frame, Ben Hogarth, Harvey Still, Joe Arnold, Christian Oblag is in 8th, Jacob O'Connor in 9th, Sophie Pawsey 10th, and Matthew Allen 11th. As they head through hairpin 3 for the second time, and Max Shields had a little look up the inside of Lennon French there for the lead into hairpin 4, but decided against it so far, although looking very racy as they came out and across in front of the commentary box window. And here we have the 2 leaders, or we did have on screen, and there they are again. There we go. As they head into hairpin 1 for the 3rd time.
Yeah, hardly anything once again between them, Tom. And this, for me now, is what's going on in Max Shields' head. Because if he thinks Lennon French has potentially gone too quickly for the green flag at the start, and will then ultimately pick up a penalty, is that does he need to overtake as he dives down the inside of hairpin 3? French will have track position now for hairpin 4. Will he run Shields wide onto the tarmac? He does, but Shields should still have track position, Tom, ultimately as they come through, and Max Shields leads heat 3 in Junior Pro Kart.
I think that was very kind from Lennon French. He gave Max Shields quite a bit of room there, and that gave Shields the opportunity to keep his foot in and take the inside line through the dog leg and through the kink and take the lead. So Lennon French, although we said he was quite aggressive with his chop across the bows, which Max Shields was not happy with in the previous heat, I think he's had compensation there, because it gave him a lot of room.
What I will say is, once it happens all the time as a commentator, we express an opinion, and as soon as we do, the opposite happens. It's inevitable. It makes us look incredibly silly. And as we were saying at the time, I was unsure whether Max Shields would have felt the need to overtake if he feels that a penalty is going to be applied subsequently to his nearest rival. However, he hasn't left anything to chance and has moved into the lead, although Lennon French sets a personal best and has noticeably, Tom, closed the gap, because when Shields came through and over the line, the gap previously was around about 4/10, and it's absolutely nowhere near that now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sebastian Pereira and Caitlin Frame are also going with them now and really starting to close the gap. So that's only a second back to Pereira now.
Yeah,
as we
Oblang.
look at Oblag, Hogarth, Arnold and O'Connor.
Yeah, it looked like Oblang there went very defensive down the back straight, Thomas.
And Sophie Pawsey's in the mix as well.
Yep, right on the back of Jacob O'Connor, running up in 9th place. And they're over the line. 3/10 is the gap between the leaders.
Fastest lap of the race from Caitlin Frame as well in 4th place. So she's now starting to move on to the back of Pereira.
Yep, there's a sniff of a podium in around about an hour and a half's time in the Junior Pro Kart final for Caitlin Frame. She has been behind Sebastian Pereira for most of the day. In fact, the top 2 have been chopping and changing, but then it's been Pereira and Frame, the next 2. Harvey still, though, now, Tom, is on the back in terms of he's up into 5th place, but will have dropped a number of points in with that spin in the opening heat of the day.
Yes, indeed. And there he goes, just flashing through the screen as the 68 and 776, so that's the 68 of Ben Hogarth, taking Christian Oblag. Joe Arnold getting in the mix as well, and had a look round the outside, but that was never going to work. That's the much longer way round that corner, and the 42 of Jacob O'Connor is right there as well. So this group really starting to hot up, this group of 4. Sophie Pawsey still there in the background.
Yeah, although O'Connor is being dragged along, and Pawsey has dropped out of the tow, actually, of those 4 down the back straight, so she's going to have to work incredibly hard to close up. Although the preferred option, I assume, is that those in front overtake each other a lot and just drop back into her clutches.
Yes, indeed. And Oblag had a really big look at the inside of Ben Hogarth into the South Bank, and then he decides to just go for it at hairpin 4.
And look who's right on the back now, Tom, as they come through. Sophie Pawsey back into the clutches.
That's it. She's right there. She's going to use the toe of the 4 carts in front to bring her right onto the back bumper of Jacob O'Connor.
Change for the lead, Tom. Sorry, off camera. Change for the lead. Lennon French now leads once again, but over the line it was Max Shields leading the way. So unless French has gone round the outside into the D chicane, I missed it because we were watching on camera this enthralling battle from Oblang down to Pawsey, from 6th down to 10th. But Lennon French leading the way. So a little bit of contact there from Max Shields as he gets half a nose down the inside, but no harm done between our 2 leaders. Lennon French then continuing to lead the way. In fact, if anything, I think it probably impeded Shields a little bit more, but he does come over the line within a 10th of our news race leader, Lennon French. 2 to go in Junior Pro Kart Heat 3, and it could be a trio of heats for Lennon French if he can hold on from the O-plate Max Shields.
Yes, indeed. And when French set up that overtaking move, he'd set the fastest lap on the previous lap. The fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, and that set him up right onto the back of Max Shields, and we believe he went through in hairpin 1. And Shields now coming back up the inside. Oh, had a good look at the inside there into hairpin 3. Backed out of it last second as he saw the door closing.
Very inviting though, wasn't it, from French? It was. Very, very wide into hairpin 3. Over the line then they go. Last lap board. Less than a 10th between them. Fastest lap of the race, though. Sebastian Pereira with a 46.826 puts him within a second of the race leaders.
Oh, big cross, all crossed up there from Lennon French coming into hairpin 1, and there goes Shields. Oh, that again. Sort of a half move. It's what he did in hairpin 3, and you know, the door was always going to shut there. Yeah. Unless he was fully alongside on the way in.
That is likely, Tom, to have ruined any further opportunities during this lap, because it's put him a couple of kart lengths now behind Lennon French. On track at the very least, we'll wait to see whether the start will be adjudged as a jump or whether it was absolutely perfect for Lennon French. But over the line, it's a trio of victories for the 120. The young man from Dundee will start the final, at least provisionally, from pole position, with Maximus Shields and Sebastian Pereira, the top 3. Frame still, Oblang, Hogarth, Arnold, O'Connor, Pawsey come through to complete the top 10. Matthew Allen will come over in 11th place.
As we look at Lennon French coming round on the cool-down lap, your Heat 3 winner. So 3 from 3. Yeah, I'll put my tape in. 3 from 3 for Leonard French so far today. But we are awaiting whether there will be any news on a jump start or not. As in news either way. We have nothing so far. But we will keep across that as much as we can. We've got some more comments coming in. Fred French has said, "You're doing great, Flying Farmer. Keep it up." Well, 3 from 3 is doing pretty well. So, yeah, well done to Leonard French. But it's great to see Max Shields keeping him very honest as well and right in the mix today. We await the final when the big points are paid.
Yeah, next up, though, it will be heat number 3 for our Honda Cadet class.
So your grid for Cadet heat number 3 is headed by heat number 2 winner Jared Fox-Whiteley, followed by Riley Wright. Then it is Thomas Potter, Tom Holden, Daniel Minto and Leon Barlow. Melissa Adrian, Ethan Charles, Larry Price and Isabella Stansmore Wilson round out your top 10. Then it's Amy Peacock and Lewis Goff. Joseph Yao, Ben Robinson, Harris Ali, Joshua Sullivan, Sam Hayes and Zach Turner. Carl McLean and Oliver Sibold round out your top 20. Then it is Holly Swan, Mason Dinsdale, William Howard, Sam Robson, sorry. Tommy Ambler, Mason Webster, Thomas Percock and Reese Peniston. Then it's Cody Lamb and Charlie Ibol. Ollie Carter, Harry Brown, Morgan Cooney, Scarlett Percox, Kian Logan and Ben Adrian in 36th, with the sole Micromax running in this grid of Riley Buckton Young.
Yes, Tom, remember Ben Adrian removed from the results after a fantastic 4th place in heat number 2. The kart not complying with scrutineering because we were trying to find out whilst out on track whose kart was missing a chain guard, and it unfortunately belonged to that of Ben Adrian. So he will move from 4th place in the standings all the way down to 36th place. He will start in front of Riley Buckton Young's Sol Micromax. We will look for him to come through the field because he is a perennial top 8 runner here at Teesside Autodrome. And arguably, and I'm not going to throw it in there as any sort of as a family discussion, but the start of the year, Melissa Adrian certainly had the edge on Ben, and at the final couple of rounds, certainly the double header, Ben has stepped his game up in the family duel between Ben and Melissa Adrian, and is leading the way between those two. Taking a while, Tom, actually gridding up this Honda Cadet grid. After Isabella Stansmore Wilson, I think we are waiting, or it could be that we are not sure what's causing us an issue here, but we're either missing somebody, and I will try and figure out who that may be by using the handy WhatsApp group where all the grids are placed without having to have Adam pull it back up on the screen again.
Andy Barlow's been in touch and said, "Time to put your foot down, number 42. Let's go, Leon. Let's go." So support for Leon Barlow there, who is currently...
We're missing Larry Price, Tom,
on the grid.
Driver of the number 79 machine, should be in 9th place alongside Isabella Stansmore Wilson. And there is a gap in the grid, and we are currently...
2 gaps in the grid.
Currently missing Larry Price. Behind Isabella Stansmore Wilson should be Amy Peacock and Lewis Goff, and I can't see either of them either.
So we're missing 3.
We're missing a number of karts. That's why we're looking at it at the moment. There's a huge amount. Larry Price is there in the 79. Amy Peacock in the 17 is there as well. So we're missing a couple of runners that should be in there.
Unless they've spun on the outlap, they should be able to take their position.
That's the thing, isn't it, Tom, here at Teesside Autodrome, is that if you spin on the outlap, you weave excessively on the outlap, you get moved to the back of the pack. So we are missing Amy Peacock from what has been a fantastic day for her so far. We're missing Larry Price. We're missing Lewis Goff as well, although he is pulling double duty, so I wouldn't be surprised at some point if he was to move out of the cadet class throughout the day, just because he's been doing so much karting in the last couple of days for a youngster moving through. Although we'll try and have a look out the combox window. Although we saw actually when we had the back of the grid, we know Larry Price and Amy Peacock are there. But at the moment, it's effectively two separate grids at the moment, because the top 9 have got around about 4 or 5 metres back to the rest of the grid.
So we'll all await to see what happens. We've got another gap now, have we?
A ponderous from Tom.
Yes. Just weighing up the situation. So we'll await to see whether they do take their position, because there are 3 places missing essentially.
Yeah, and this will really mix things up, Tom, because there's people that have had a really good day so far, have done their heats, you know, better than they ever have been, potentially being missing out on taking up their grid position because of a potential, what we believe, an indiscretion on the outlap, as Scarlett Percox rolls her debuting number 36 into place. There's Ben Adrian rolling in, you can see in the background. And now we are waiting for the remaining 3 Hondas. So will they retake their position, or will they start at the back? Larry Price, Larry Price, Amy Peacock, Lewis Goff, although at least one of them is being sent through.
No, here we go. They are taking up their position.
It may well have been, Tom, that the people positioning them just simply couldn't find them on the way out, but they will now all take up their position, so no outlap indiscretion, and they're just going to have to roll them back in. So Price, Peacock and Goff take up their positions. Riley Buckton-Young awaits down at the tail of the field, just off the camera for our Honda Cadets. And we are about to go racing for heat number 3.
We're just going to have to move forward ever so slightly now, because the gaps are a little bit too big. So we're now going to have to reposition everybody on the grid.
Yeah, everybody closing up.
So apologies for the slight delay here, folks, but we will get going very, very shortly. Thomas Potter looks like he's about to have a nap in 3rd place.
Head down. I think Startline Marshall might have to give his shoulder a little wobble to wake him back up before we start.
But we are nearly there, folks, I can assure you. Bear with us.
Tom there making promises that he can't cash. No, we are about to go racing. Startline Marshall making his way to the head of the field. Jared Fox-Whiteley, championship leader then, on pole position. Alongside him, debuting Riley Wright, Potter and Holden on row 2, Minto and Barlow row 3. The green is up, the green is down. It's another good start from Riley Wright, but he is on the outside and he may well get hung out to dry unless he can get across in front of Thomas Potter. Round the national loop they go then. For the first time, Riley Wright's going to come through. He's going to have track position. It's Fox-Whiteley, Wright and Potter as Tom watches the rest of the field to make sure that we've got nobody spinning into hairpin 1. Looks like we're fairly clean all the way through. We certainly are. So our runners make their way down the back straight then for the first time. And at the moment, Fox-Whiteley and Wright look like they've moved away, but down. I can just having a quick look off camera as we watch the field go through. And it looked to me like Tom Riley Wright had gone down the inside into hairpin 3. He does go down the inside into hairpin 4. Jared Fox-Whiteley comes back. Riley Wright's going to have track position. Thomas Potter's going to try and be brave and stick it out round the outside. What a move from the 38 up into P2. So it's Fox-Whiteley, Potter, Wright and Holden, with Minto up into 5th place. Melissa Adrian, Leon Barlow, Lewis Goff, Ethan Charles, Larry Price, Joseph Yao gets overtaken by Amy Peacock into hairpin number 1.
Yeah, fantastic action as always in your cadet class. As they head down the back straight for the second time now. It is Fox-Whiteley from Potter, Wright, Holden, Minto, Adrian Barlow, Goff, Charles and Price. As you said, David, They are line astern as they head through hairpin number 3 and into hairpin number 4 immediately. Wright had a little look at Potter but wasn't close enough. That's going to give Holden a good run coming out of hairpin 4. We've got the 46 around.
Ethan Charles, Tom, out of 9th place as well, Ethan Charles. It looks like there was another kart involved there potentially as well, but Ethan Charles has dropped out of the top 10 where he's run all day, actually, and he's dropped all the way down to the back of the pack.
Currently in, yes, final, last place at the moment, 37th. Dropping a huge amount of time, 1 minute 14, so 18 seconds off the pace.
Yep, tough then for Ethan Charles, loses almost 30 seconds there. And it looked like that was on the entry to South Bank, Tom, as well, on the inside on the grass. So I don't know whether he got squeezed or whether he was on the outside and got tagged across onto the grass. Over the line they come then, almost at half race distance in this 8-lap heat. It'll be 10 laps in an hour and a half time for the final. Fox Whiteley, Potter, Wright, Holden, Minto, Barlow, Adrian Goff, Peacock and Larry Price, the top 10.
Thomas Potter giving Riley Wright the signal of let's work together, don't overtake me, let's not battle. But Riley Wright isn't close enough at the moment to either work together or make an overtake. It is Fox Whiteley from Potter, and then it is Riley Wright, but that gap, as we say, isn't close enough for Wright to have a look just yet. Potter's certainly close enough. Not sure what that hand gesture means down there from the gentleman in the white t-shirt, but looked like he was firing dollar bills out.
Printing. Melissa Adrian sets a personal best in 7th place. Fastest lap of the race so far, though, Riley Wright, a 48.131. He's currently in 3rd place. There he is on the tail end of this battle between Thomas Potter and Jared Fox Whiteley. And Potter close enough to Fox Whiteley to make a move, but elects to just push the O-plate round the South Bank corner.
Well, if there's one thing we've learned in the few years of been watching Jared Fox Whiteley here in these cadets, is do not push Jared Fox Whiteley, because if you get even close enough to have a look up the inside, you need to take it. Jared Fox Whiteley is the wily fox.
He certainly is.
If he's given the lead, it's very, very difficult to come back through.
Into hairpin number 1 then, with 2.5 laps remaining. It's 3 at the top, but we are halfway round this Teesside National Circuit here in Middlesbrough. It's of course round number 7. It's the business end of the season and the first round that championships can mathematically be settled. Thomas Potter wants to take it to round 8 though, down the inside of hairpin number 3 on Jared Fox Whiteley. Fox Whiteley's going to have track position, and that's going to allow Riley Wright to get alongside Thomas Potter. Not enough though to get alongside in terms of putting himself into an overtaking position. Has to slot back in. It's still Fox Whiteley, Potter and Wright with 2 to go.
Indeed, it's as you were as they came over the line, and it is still as they head into hairpin 1. Potter had a little jink out there and was immediately covered off almost psychically by Fox Whiteley. Covered him off without even knowing that Potter was going to make the move.
Now we're defending. They're a back market. I wonder why they'd all come to the inside early, but they've got through past the lap traffic. And now Jared Fox Whiteley will defend into hairpin number 3. They'll see the last lap board, and I'm sure, Tom, it will be a much welcomed last lap board, although Riley Wright's going to inject himself into this battle once again down the inside of 4.
Just couldn't, I mean, he got further alongside Potter, but he couldn't quite get enough to do what in NASCAR they call the slide job, where you essentially slide straight up the inside, park the car in front, and get fired out of the corner. But couldn't quite get alongside enough, but was further alongside as they head into the final half of the last lap here in heat number 3. Fox Whiteley feeling the need to go defensive, and White line it down the inside. Defensive from Potter. Is that going to give Potter more speed as they head into hairpin 3? Slightly so, but not enough. It is Fox Whiteley from Potter from Wright. Fox Whiteley again going defensive. Potter trying the over and under, and they come together.
Side pod to side pod, Tom. They both live to fight the final corner out.
Riley Wright's going to take full advantage of this, and indeed does take second place. So it's Fox Whiteley from Wright, from Potter, Minto, Holden, Barlow, Melissa Adrian, Goff, Amy Peacock and Larry Price, your top 10. Then it is Joseph Yao, Ben Adrian, Harris Ali, Joshua Sullivan, Isabella Sansmore Wilson, rounding out your top 16. Joseph Yao winning the clubman class with a P12 overall. Then it's Harris Ali and Joshua Sullivan. Oh, sorry, Daniel Minto in 4th place overall took the clubman class. Well pointed out, David. I missed that. He's
been sensational all day, Tom, as Daniel Minto. And that, the one thing for me, with that, I'm not taking away anything because Daniel Minto has got some good pace, but it shows you the importance of qualifying, because he qualied well, and he qualied well away from the rest of the clubmans and qualied with the front pack. And the front pack, he's managed to stick with all day and stick in the middle of it as well. And that has really, really played into the hands of Daniel Minto.
Yep, absolutely.
One thing that it has done, Tom, though, it's given a very, very clear picture in the championship battle for our Honda Cadet class. Basically, if Jared Fox Whiteley beats Thomas Potter, and I believe they've got to finish in the top 4 or 5 for each of them. I will just have a quick check on the permutation, but the minimum requirement is that Jared Fox Whiteley beats Thomas Potter. We will keep you updated all throughout that final race of the day, but I think that it may well be a very simple equation that if Jared Fox Whiteley can indeed hold off Thomas Potter, then he will wrap up the championship here in the Honda Cadet class. I will just have a quick check whilst you intro the next one, Tom. Have a look at the final permutations, although we do have a kart stopped.
That's what I was just looking at. We've got a kart stopped out on the entrance to hairpin 4, so we're going to have that recovered.
Yep, the first time we've seen the quad, and it looks like it's for Mason Dinsdale, driver of the number 24 machine. Did he take the checker?
I don't think so, because he's listed as a lap down. So might not have taken the check. I mean, it's marked as a checker flag, but not sure whether crossed the line or not. Either way, Mason Dinsdale finishing 36th.
Before we intro,
classified as 36th.
Before we intro juniors and minis, Tom, I've done the quick maths, and by that I mean I've put the numbers in the Excel spreadsheet in the com box. Jared Fox Whiteley needs to finish inside the top 5, and he needs to be 4th with Potter 5th as the worst case scenario, but he has to finish in front of Thomas Potter to wrap up the championship in our cadet class here today.
Right, just run me through that again. If he finishes in the top 5...
Yeah, so he's got to finish at least 4th with Potter 5th.
Right.
So he can't let Potter beat him, but then if they drop out and they finish 5th and 6th, then Fox Whiteley will drop today's score, and then it will roll on to the next round. So he does need to finish 4th or higher with Potter behind in 5th.
Okay.
So that's clear as mud.
Just trying to wrap my head around it all. Okay, so if he finishes, so long as he finishes in front of Potter and inside the top 4,
correct,
he gets the championship today.
Correct.
Right. Why didn't you say that then? We all try and wrap our heads around it.
If you'd like to stick around for my retirement speech.
The problem comes from drop scores, doesn't it, really? That's where all the confusion tends to come into things.
It certainly does. Micromax UK, then, the next race up for you for heat number 3.
David will run you through the grid.
Caden Simpson will lead them round alongside Charlotte Stanley, with Rory Armstrong, the Heat 2 winner, alongside Aston Brown, with Zane Kuwaker and Sebastian Corking on row 3. Looks like Aston Brown has managed to get the 57 machine fixed, because we are back to a full complement of 6 runners here in the Micromax UK Championship. And it will be Caden Simpson, of course. No qualifying in Micromax UK. It's a randomised grid, so everybody here today will have the opportunity to start on the front row. And here we go.
And
Green
we are away for heat number 3 of Micro Max. It is side by side through the national loop. Sebastian Corking, they're already making up, I think it's 2 positions, up into 4th place on the road. But it is your 22. Sorry, I'm just missing some live time at the moment.
So while Tom sorts out our live timing, it's been a good start then from Charlotte Stanley from the outside of the front row, and she will lead them through, although Rory Armstrong is going to try and come right the way around the outside, but no. Charlotte Stanley leads over the line, but down the inside goes the 68 of Rory Armstrong. So Armstrong leading the way then from Charlotte Stanley, with Caden Simpson, Seb Corking, Zane Kuwaker and Aston Brown coming through in that repaired number 57 machine. And already this is allowing Rory Armstrong, who started incredibly well off the second row, to move through and has opened up a gap now with Charlotte Stanley between himself and his championship rival Seb Corking. They went into this day with a 5-point difference. Corking took the spoils in the opening race of the day. Armstrong returned the favour in heat 2, so they go into this third heat of Micro Max UK with still a 5-point differential between the two of them in the championship, and still Sebastian Corking unable to find a way past Charlotte Stanley, and Stanley still holding firm into hairpin 1 as well as Rory Armstrong sets the fastest lap of the race. Yeah, indeed does Corking send it down the inside into hairpin 2, and Stanley will try and defend and come back down the back straight into the south bank corner. She yields at the end of the straight, and Sebastian Corking in the 52 moves through into second place.
Yeah, sorry about that, folks. We just had a slight issue with the live timing there, so it was showing transponder numbers rather than names, so we were having a bit of an issue there, although obviously we could see what was happening on circuit. The timing was having a bit of a difficult time with it, but anyway, we are up and running again now, so apologies for that. So 3 laps down, and we have Armstrong from Corking, Stanley, Kuwaker, Caden Simpson and Aston Brown in 6th place. But Armstrong setting the fastest lap of the race as well on the previous lap, over 46.762. So almost half a second quicker than Sebastian Corking in front, as we look at Aston Brown making his way through on Caden Simpson for 5th place on the road, and Simpson immediately returning the favour and it going back and forth, and this flip-flop through the south bank, through hairpin 3, through hairpin 4, and now Simpson chops back in behind, but it looks like Aston Brown has got that move done. Also been a change in position as well, with Zane Kuwaker overtaking Charlotte Stanley for 3rd place, and in fact there it is on screen.
Just had an update, Tom, direct from race control. The results haven't been published just yet, but a confirmation in the Junior Pro Kart Heat number 3 of a 5-second penalty applied to race winner Lennon French, judged to have jumped the start at the beginning of Heat 3. Not sure whether that's going to drop him down, but he was certainly piece 3, 4, 5 were all within that sort of time. So we may well see, Tom, Maximus Shields on pole position for that final, despite the fact that he hasn't won a race yet here today.
Yes, indeed, as Rory Armstrong sets the fastest lap of the race in Micro Max Heat number 3 that we are watching. But yes, it could be incredibly tricky for Lennon French, depending on what the points, how the points pay out here for him. Yeah, as you say, Max Shields could take pole position without even winning a race. Fascinating, and it will be interesting to see how quickly Lennon French can then side through the field and get onto the back of Max Shields, if at all.
Exactly, it's going to be a very, very important opening couple of laps in that Junior Pro Kart final in around about an hour and 20 minutes time. This battle, Tom, on screen there between Caden Simpson and Aston Brown has been fantastic all through this race in this Micromax class, as you point out, a fastest lap of the race there, a 46.391 for Sebastian Corking. Still, though, 1.5 seconds off the back of Rory Armstrong. And once again, it might well be the same story as it was in Heat 1, albeit with Armstrong behind. The laps may well beat Sebastian Corking this time round.
Yeah, he's finally got that engine wound up and firing again, and away he goes. And now just setting the fastest lap of the race, almost 2/10 quicker than Sebastian Corking. But as you say, David, he could well run out of time here. There's 1.5 seconds behind with 4 laps to go. I don't think that's going to be enough.
No, I agree, unless he can pull somewhere in the region of 3 or 4 tenths a lap out as this battle between Simpson and Brown rages on over the start-finish line here at the Teesside Autodrome.
A 1/10.5 quicker again for Sebastian Corking, but again, it's just not going to be enough, I don't think, unless Armstrong has an issue, and of course we don't want that to happen to any driver, but yeah, unless Armstrong makes a mistake or has an issue, I think this one's in the bag as well.
Sarah Simpson went very wide round hairpin number 1. Did that scrub off too much speed round hairpin number 2? It hasn't allowed Brown to get alongside then down the back straight into South Bank, and I thought it might have done because Aston Brown took a nice wide line round hairpin number 2. Same as he has done there actually around hairpin 4, and it closes him back up and it gets him on the throttle earlier than Caden Simpson. Over the line they're going to come. They've got 2 laps remaining. The race leader's already around hairpin number 1. Both Simpson and Brown setting personal best as we see them there making their way round the national loop here at Teesside on the national circuit.
Absolutely, and thought about having a look up the inside there, but well covered off by Caden Simpson. Tries the over and under round hairpin 2 and gets alongside, not quite, onto the back straight.
Yeah, I wonder there, Tom, whether if he'd gone wide and gone into the slipstream of Simpson, whether at the end of the straight he'd have had enough to pop out for Aston Brown. Plenty for him to think about in the before the final in that battle with Caden Simpson, because certainly down the back straight, I think Brown has a little bit more straight line speed, but has to do the move into South Bank rather than on the way out of hairpin number 2.
Indeed, and Charlotte Stanley setting a personal best lap of the race, as did Zane Quaker. 1.3 seconds a gap from Corking to Armstrong, so that's, I mean, it's come down by another 1/10, but like we said, it's not going to be enough. 1.3 seconds and they're on to the final lap. We look at Rory Armstrong coming through the final proper corner here at Teesside, hairpin number 4. They'll go through kink to the left, kink to the right, and over the line to take the checkered flag. Heat number 3 goes to Rory Armstrong, followed by Sebastian Corking, then Zane Quaker. Charlotte Stanley will come across the line in 4th place, 10.3 seconds back. Then it will be Caden Simpson just in front of Aston Brown.
Yeah, I saw Aston Brown throw his helmet back about 20 metres before the start-finish line. That race-long battle going all the way to the wire. Unfortunately, could not get past Caden Simpson, no matter how much he tried. Rory Armstrong then should make the move then onto pole position in the final. 2 heat wins. We'll see him start alongside Sebastian Corking, and that should mean that we have a much tighter battle, Tom, in around about an hour and 15's time for their final, so they won't have to come through any of the other runners on the mixed grids. Next up, though, it's a step up in the Rotax power. It's time for juniors and minis. Grid up on the screen then. Gracie Mitchell with 2 race wins will start alongside Bella Franklin, Isaac O'Shea, Rocco Baker, row 2, Ben Ficini and Oliver Buckton on row 3. Alfie Warbank and Vincent Bailey, row 4, Lucas Miles and Amelia Pennington on row number 5. Then it's the first of our minis with Lizzie Mentier alongside Catherine Potter, Addison Smith and Lewis Goff, row 2 for the minis, Oliver Watson and Michael Ambler on row 3, William Robinson on row 4 for our Mini Max class. Just waiting for them, and they're already out, Tom. We're about to see them. They'll pop into view in around, if we keep on this camera, in around about 30 Well, not even that, actually. About 3 seconds time, actually. There they are in the background, making their way around hairpin number 1. We'll then see Minis come out in the background around about now. Because the camera's moved and we don't have to confirm it.
They're only just coming out now, in fact, David. So
there or thereabouts, wasn't it?
A bit slow coming out there, I'm not going to lie.
That does mean, though, generally the juniors will catch them maybe a little bit quicker.
So heat number 3, we're looking at of a junior Rotax, brought to you by NRG Cycles and HRS Racing Engines, as they head out of hairpin number 4 and over the line. Sorry, I'm just going to have to readjust my ears because...
Over start finish they come then. The green flag is down for our junior Rotax class. Gracie Mitchell leading the way from Isaac O'Shea, who comes through from the second row. Bella Franklin and Ben Ficini in 3 and 4. Minis, they come through for their green flag. And it's still Lizzie Mentia. They're going to be 4 wide almost into the first corner. Addison Smith goes down the inside of the Minis into second place. Potter 3rd, Watson 4th, then Goff, Ambler and Robinson. Leaders then in our junior class once again sees Gracie Mitchell moving away at the head of the field. Bella Franklin has come back in front of Isaac O'Shea in the middle part of the opening lap. And it is Franklin still being hounded by Isaac O'Shea. Ben Ficini in 4th place. Then we're going to have Baker, Wallbank and Buckton, who debuts the comp kart here at Teesside this weekend. The bright yellow frame underneath the number 66 machine of Oliver Buckton.
A comp kart.
Well, it's generally winning everywhere else, isn't it?
Well, exactly.
Might as well have a go at winning here.
Absolutely. It's a very good point, David. As we look at your mini-maxes, that's Lizzie Mentia, followed by Addison Smith. Oh, and David's pointing out that Bella Franklin has made her way through.
No, I'm saying she's lost a place.
Oh, and there it is on screen. It's just flipped around. Sorry, I was having a conversation with our director slightly as an aside. But yes, we're looking at your mini-max battle. That's Catherine Potter, who is hounding now Addison Smith. As they come across the line. 8 laps to go here. It is Mitchell from O'Shea now from Franklin. Ben Ficini still there, as is Rocco Baker and Alfie Warbank and Oliver Buckton as well. So there's only 1.8 seconds separating the top 7.
Yeah, nothing between them then, really. And Addison Smith is holding off Catherine Potter once again down the back straight. Moves across to defend to the inside from Potter as Mitchell sets the fastest lap of the race of 42.549 for her. The gap back to the rest of the pack, 1.1. Bella Franklin, Tom, I've just seen in the background, has gone back into second place at the expense of Isaac O'Shea into hairpin number 1. This, though, is the battle for Mini that we were showing, and it's once again Addison Smith is still holding firm from Catherine Potter.
And holding firm is apt, very, very apt, because Catherine Potter is putting him under all sorts of pressure. Franklin has moved back through to second place now on O'Shea, as Alfie Wallbank and Rocco Baker have swapped positions for 5th in junior as well. Amelia Pennington in that sole junior X30 with that green plate that we can see, that green background designating that she is running a junior X30, as Isaac O'Shea now returns the favour on Bella Franklin and moves back through to second. And all of this is allowing Gracie Mitchell to move away at the front once again.
Quite right, Tom, and we see this a lot actually with Gracie Mitchell. And I know it is something that she has been working on in conjunction with with her team boss Jack Dex, is that getting the most out of them opening 2 laps when the tyres are cold is. Basically, they've been doing a lot of cold tyre running, going out, doing 2 laps, coming in, letting the kart cool down, back out again, 2 more laps, whilst to make the most of the early part of the race on the cold rubber. And it is certainly paying dividends for Gracie Mitchell. Certainly being helped to an extent by the fact that O'Shea and Franklin are battling it out behind as they do us a favour and show an overtake as we're talking about it. But Franklin then back up into second place. But in doing so on that previous lap, Tom, they lost nearly 0.3 of a second to Mitchell in front.
Yeah, and that seems like a smart tactic in terms of testing and training, training regime from Gracie to get that experience, if you like, because don't forget that both of them are brand new to this sorry, both of them, as in Gracie Mitchell and Bella Franklin, are brand new to this series this year. So smart tactics there to get that experience and get that running in and take advantage where you can. Marginal gains, as they say.
Correct, Tom. Once again, we see the battle now between Ficini and Wallbank. So Ficini, who qualified in third and within 0.2 of Gracie Mitchell at the start of the day, which was his best qualifying of the season, still managing to run towards the front. He's holding off Wallbank, Baker and Buckton, all nose to tail.
Catherine Potter now made her way through in front of Addison Smith off camera, but Addison Smith is still right there behind. Lizzie Menzies setting a personal best lap in Mini Max, but yeah, is 1.3 seconds clear of Catherine Potter, and then Addison Smith less than a second still behind Catherine Potter for third.
And Smith, Tom, in the minis has been really taking advantage of that third place start. We know the inside is favourable, obviously. It's a long run down into the national loop, which is a long right-hander, certainly at the start of a lap. And he's been taking full advantage by just sticking to the rear bumper of Lizzie Mentier and just not allowing Catherine Potter to come into position. And then it's taken Potter a couple of laps to get past Smith in, for second place.
And by that point, Mentier's got enough of a gap to keep the slipstream as Smith and Franklin, O'Shea and Franklin swap places once again. That's because I had Addison Smith on the brain. But yeah, so O'Shea nips through up the inside of hairpin 4 and in front of Bella Franklin once again.
Ficini behind sets his personal best, as does Buckton. They're still all nose to tail. Ficini, Wallbank, Baker and Buckton. Last lap's out. Bella Franklin knows all about that because she's down the inside for second place on Isaac O'Shea. And this will give her some valuable points towards being at least in the top 2 rows. I'm not sure she's going to get on the front row, Tom, because I think Ficini may well have actually, even though he's down in 4th, been the more consistent, because we know O'Shea's had that retirement. We know Franklin's picked up that 5-second penalty earlier on. Gracie Mitchell goes past the lap traffic. Will come through, though, and take it 3 heats from 3 races with the checkered flag flying. Franklin and O'Shea, the top 3. Ficini, Wallbank, Baker, Buckton, Pennington and Vincent Bailey will come through in that kart that was repaired earlier on in the day. Then it's going to be Mini Rotax coming through in a few moments' time. They're coming out of hairpin 4 already. It's going to be 3 from 3 once again for Lizzie Mentier. She'll start on pole position for the minis in their final. Potter gets second. Addison Smith gets third place, holding off Lewis Goff over the line. Then we're going to have Oliver Watson, Michael Ambler and William Robinson is already over the line, 1 lap down, having taken the checkered flag, just behind Gracie Mitchell. Although having said that, Tom, it's not technically a lap down because it's only a lap down on Gracie Mitchell, and they started half a lap in front of the minis. So yeah, a bit unfair actually there to class William Robinson as a lap down because he wasn't lapped by any of the other minis. Yeah, exactly. Circuit will clear very, very quickly as it does, because with these machines. Next up will be the penultimate heat of the day and the final one for our 2-stroke classes. It is time for Senior Rotax.
Senior Rotax heat number 3 will be headed by the O-plate of Dan Kell, 2 from 2 so far today, with Ashley Savage in second, Martin Fisher in third, with Lee Bell, your 177 class leader, in P number 4. Then it's Paul Swan, Chris Crowther in 6th, Josh Redhead will be in 7th with Emma Brown in 8th. Chris Stoves will be 9th and Tom Reeve in 10th with Kieran Savage, who retired unfortunately from... Oh no, he didn't retire from the previous race, but finished a few laps down due to an issue. Will be starting right at the back in 11th. I'm hoping for the sake of Tom Reeve that he's fixed the issues that he's had as well throughout the day, because it looks to have been a bit of a painful one for Tom Reeve so far, but fingers crossed he can fix those for heat number 3 and start to make his way back through.
Correct, Tom, and I think you're quite right there. He's not had the easiest of day, has he, so far? Handling issues certainly hampering that number 22 machine. Green flag is down, though. We're away and racing at the first time of asking in senior Rotax, and Ashley Savage is able to move from the outside of the front row across before the first corner in front of Max Martin, and moves into, Martin Fisher, and moves into second place quite comfortably. Does not get forced out round the first corner. Everybody this time has managed to make it round the opening first half of the lap.
Yes, indeed.
Well, Paul Swan went very wide round there. Tom washed out round the South Bank corners. Kieran Savage, who we know was a few laps down, so his start position was a bit hampered, is already starting to move his way up into P6.
P6 from P11, everybody. That's 5 places in 1 lap. Well done to Kieran Savage, absolutely fine. He's only 3 seconds off the lead now. I know we've only completed 1 lap, but that is very good going from Kieran Savage. Tom Reeve has dropped back down to 11th place from 10th, but is right there. So hopefully those handling issues have been sorted, and already making a move up the inside now of Chris Stokes. So fingers crossed for Tom Reeve. And another one, a double move. So hairpin 3 and hairpin 4, 2 overtakes, 2 corners. And following through is Chris Stokes. So that's demoted the 9 of Josh Redhead down from 8th. So Emma Brown, Tom Reeve and Chris Stokes have all made their way through on that lap.
Yeah, Reeve seems to have got a bit better handling, Tom, this time on that number 22, but obviously we'll have a lot of work to do because he's coming through from the second to last row with a 10th place start, and there he is going down the inside. Emma Brown lets him through, and the reason for that, Tom, I believe, is just because they're in different classes, because where Reeve is in the 162, Brown in 177, and she can now use Tom Reeve, sort of try and drag her onto the back of Chris Crowther, potentially in front, because now Reeve is going to catch Crowther at some point, and that certainly could lose Crowther a little bit of time, depending on where Reeve gets up to the back of Crowther, and obviously Brown has lost no time at all in allowing Reeve to come down the inside into down the back straight, as Kieran Savage and Chris Crowther continue to battle it out, and Reeve will now come onto the back of that battle in front. Certainly, earlier issues in the day seem to be solved for Tom Reeve.
So far.
Correct.
So far, yes. So good to see Tom Reeve back up to full speed, it seems. But yes, it is Savage and Crowther that we're looking at in front of the aforementioned Reeve. They head through the D-chicane into the National Loop. And it is Dan Kell now 0.8 of a second in front of Ashley Savage. Martin Fisher in 3rd. Lee Bell leading your 177 class in 4th. Then it's Swan, Savage, Crowther 2nd place in 177 with that green number background. Then it's Tom Reeve, Emma Brown, Chris Stoves and Josh Redhead. Oh, and there we go. That was, wow, Chris Crowther with an unorthodox line, to say the very least, coming on through the exit of South Bank and into hairpin 3, and that's allowed Tom Reeve just to say, well, thank you very much, and straight through. So Tom Reeve already up to 7th place.
Yeah, Lee Bell
now right on the back of Kieran Savage once again.
So I say Lee Bell performing well, Tom, just as we cut to him holding off Paul Swan, our Rotax 177 race and championship leader, is holding off Paul Swan. And because they don't actually pick up their own race points, you see, they only pick up points wherever they finish in these races. By finishing in 4th with his nearest challenger down in 8th place, Lee Bell puts a huge amount of points between him and the rest of the pack. Although what that does mean is that the drop score provision isn't quite as important, because they are only picking up somewhere in the region of 170 points per round, because they're not able to hold, they're not winning races and getting the big point differences between the 7 between the top 2 and then 5 down into 3rd place as well.
What you mean is Lee Bell doesn't get 50 points for finishing
correct
top of 177 class. He gets 46 points for finishing 4th overall.
Yeah, and so that means that his points difference as Paul Swan goes down the inside, but it means that he's got
47 points.
Yeah, it means that he's also
but that's why you have the spreadsheet.
Correct, but it just also means that there's just not 1 points difference between him leading the class and Chris Crowther in 2nd. He's got at least 3 more points in the heats with every other car in between, as Paul Swan sets his personal best at the same time as overtaking Lee Bell for 4th place.
Yes, indeed. Right, I understand what you mean now, David, and thank you for explaining that.
Was it clearer than my last effort at numbers?
Well, once I wrapped my head around it and managed to hopefully break it down into simple terms for the general public, yeah, it made perfect sense.
I'm trying to figure whether I'm the problem here or you are.
I think it's probably both. In fact, it's definitely a mixture of both. Let's have a look and see if we've got any comments coming in. Nothing at the moment, people. Come on, get your comments coming in.
Yeah, if you want to get shout out, now would be a good time to get in on the live chat, because the doors are open. 1.5 laps remaining here in the final heat for our Rotax seniors.
Just having a possible notification of some problems for Kieran Savage.
He's still going well, although it may well be.
He's dropped a couple of places though.
Yeah, I'm just going to make sure nothing's hanging off it. But it looks like Tom Reeve and Chris Crowder has come through as Paul Swan makes a play for 3rd place. Tries to get down the inside of Martin Fisher. He's had a tough day as Paul Swan. He went off on the grass earlier on, but is now putting himself in a position for a potential step onto the podium if he can get nearer to Martin Fisher, certainly towards for the final here, because it's going to be Kell and Savage on the front row. That is for sure, and it looks like it's going to be Kell with 3 heat wins on the pole position berth for the final. Round hairpin 3 then for the final time for Daniel Kell. The O-plate out of hairpin 4. It's going to be another heat victory, this time by over 1.5 seconds from Ashley Savage. Kell takes the victory. Savage gets 2nd. Martin Fisher will come out of hairpin 4, and he's had to work to hold off Paul Swan. Over the line he comes then. Fisher in 3rd, Swan in 4th, Lee Bell gets 5th. Tom Reeve comes through the pack from 10th to finish in 6th place, with Chris Crowder, Kieran Savage, Emma Brown, Josh Redhead and Christopher Stoves rounding out our senior Rotax grid.
So congratulations to Dan Kell. Absolute clean sweep of the day so far. 3 heats, 3 wins. So we see him come through hairpin 3 on the slowdown lap. Do love the smell of these 2-strokes. So we've got the door open in the commentary box here because it's absolutely roasting in here today.
No, it's not. It's cold, and you just told me you did it so you could smell 2-stroke.
Well, there's that as well. It's definitely not cold, but yeah, the smell of 2-stroke is one of my favourite things in the entire world. There's nothing quite like it.
One thing that has been cold, Tom, at the front of Senior Pro Kart, which is up next, it's been frosty between the 2 leaders, at least in heat number 2, but the temperature is going to rise once again for the final heat of the day. Next up, Senior Pro Kart heat number 3.
Heat number 3 for Senior Pro Kart. We shall look forward to this one. So going off pole will be Connor Lucas, and directly alongside will be Aaron Alexander. Kieran Lambert in 3rd with Scott Tate in 4th. Jack Morris in 5th and Thomas Braid in 6th. Then it will be Mark Tate, Connor White, Jake Richardson and David Brewis rounding out the top 10. Josh Falkus going off P11 with Rob Lowe in 12th. Then it's Brandon Truman, Reddish, Callum Booth and Mason Barker. Brandon Jennings, a recovering Joe Grinsell in 17th, and then Josh Yeadon. Mark White in 19th, Craig Harris in 20th, then Dan Folsham, Simon Doughty, Jonathan Allen and Joe Burrell. Or Burrell. Sorry, Joe. Jordan Guy in 25th, Thomas Lowther in 26th. 27th is Alban Dowell and 28th Neil Catlow. Already gridding up. We've got about half the grid sorted out as they head down. So we'll keep an eye on what happens between the front three of Lucas, Alexander and Lambert, because they were all summoned to the headmistress's office at race control earlier on after heat number 2. We don't know what was said. I imagine it was a telling off, a lot of finger waving and pointing, but we shall see what happens and whether there is a cooling of the action or whether it just heats it up even more.
Well,
what do you reckon, David? Where's your money? In your pocket.
There's not much in there other than cobwebs. Final few runners then are rolling in as I dodge that.
Yeah, I was going to make a question. Joke, but you see how the silence, that's me going easy on you there.
Yeah, potentially lethal question there from Tom Butterworth as the final runners of Alban Dowell and Neil Catlow roll into position. Start line marshal will have a, I was about to say a jog, because he has done the rest of the day, but it's a gentle walk on this occasion towards the head of the field.
Here he goes.
I think you just make sure everybody's in the correct position. We are about to go racing for the final heat of the day. Then we're going to have 7 finals as well. Green flag in hand then for the start line marshal. The green is up, the green is down. It's a good start from Aaron Alexander.
Very fast.
He gets alongside Connor Lucas. And I imagine that will be looked at as well.
Yes, I was going to say, I'm not sure it was a jump, but it was right on the borderline.
Yeah, we'll see whether that one is judged on the opening lap, but he made a fantastic start and leads heat 3.
We've got 1 round, 2 round in hairpin 1, 3 round,
let's
and 1
get
on the
some
grass.
numbers. Brandon Truman, Reddish, Joe Burrell, and the 124 of... not even quite sure on that one. I'll let Tom do the looking, but facing the wrong way, or might have a slightly different number on the front to the back. We'll confirm that because they'll come through in the final position in due course as David Brewis and Josh Folkers get side by side. That's going to allow Connor White down the inside of the 13 of Callum Booth. Over the line then, Alexander, Lucas, Tate, Lambert, Morris, Mark Tate, Tom Bray, Jake Richardson, Rob Lowe and David Brewis. The top 10 as they come through.
It was Neil Catlow.
The final runner in the 179.
And Joe Burrell has come into the pits according to the timing as well. So that looks like the end of heat number 3.
I think, Tom, actually, it was Mark White who was actually overtaken Neil Catlow on the previous lap. He was the other one that was involved in that incident. Although I think it's showing 128 on the time. I think he's actually got 124 on his kart.
Just to confuse things.
Yeah, Joe Grinsell gets down the inside, I think, of Mason Barker in the background. And he's going to come over the line, actually behind Barker. He's had to slot back into position. Josh Folkers, for the first time in a long time, re-emerges inside the top 10 here at Teesside Autodrome and sets a personal best as well. As he makes his way through. Oh, and we've got Connor White going wide there, because he tried to go down the inside. Then we're going to be 3 wide into hairpin number 2. Then we're going to have to squeeze in there as Brandon Jennings and Simon Dougherty, last year's Clubman champion, go side by side. Connor White's going to try and close the door on Dougherty, but Dougherty's going to get down the inside with a helpful nudge as well by Brandon Jennings into that position. We've got David Brewis facing the wrong way mid-corner at hairpin 3.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. When we didn't see what led up to that, it looked, generally speaking, when you go off way on the outside of hairpin number 3, you've generally speaking, you've lost it yourself over the bump. It's unlikely that you're going to... Normally, if you get a bit of help, you end up on the inside of hairpin 3
You
rather
do.
than
It's
way
such
on
a
the
it's such
outside.
a wide arcing corner as well, isn't it? What round there that you're not on the brakes quite a lot. It's just basically a lift and scrub off on the way in. As we see Josh Volkers and Rob Lowe swap positions, that moves Volkers up into 9th place.
Maybe that's
Rob
where I've
Lowe.
been going wrong all these years. I normally give it a bit of a dab of brake into hairpin 3, but maybe I'm going faster than you are.
Braking's
Or maybe I'm getting it wrong. I'm not
Braking's
sure.
overrated, Tom.
Anyway, we continue here. 6 laps to go, 5 as they cross. No, it is still 6 laps to go, my apologies. It is Aaron Alexander now with almost a second lead over Connor Lucas. So fully putting the hammer down here for Aaron Alexander. Scott Tate close in behind still. And then it is Kieran Lambert, Jack Morris, Mark Tate, Thomas Bray, Jake Richardson, all in one tight group. And in fact, we are looking at it here, headed by Jack Morris.
Jack
So,
Morris.
wondering whether...
He's gone under the radar a bit today, hasn't he, in 5th place?
He has, and we look at the 12 of Thomas Bray going up the inside of Mark Tate, and that will be to take 6th place. Jake Richardson having a little look to try and follow through as well, but not quite able to do it. But what I was going to say is that I'm wondering whether Aaron Alexander is potentially worried about a jump start penalty, because fully putting the hammer down, head down behind the steering wheel, as I look out the commentary boxes as he came down the back straight. I'm wondering whether he's...
Well, we know what the penalty is because we've already had one applied today. It's 5 seconds. So whatever he does, he needs to move away, and not so much from Connor Lucas, because realistically he's not going to get 5 seconds away from Connor Lucas, but it's the rest of the pack, isn't it?
Yeah, he's not going to get 5 seconds away from Connor Lucas, but yes, he needs to gap as many people as he can.
Exactly. If it were to be applied, it's those really outside of the top 4, because Kieran Lambert is hanging on to the coattails of Scott Tate, who in turn is within touching distance of the rear bumper of Connor Lucas.
At the minute, he would be finishing in 9th place if there is a 5-second penalty applied, but we still have 4 laps to go. So it's going to be whether he's going to be somewhere sort of 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th or 9th on the road.
Correct. We are well beyond half race distance. When the leader comes through in a few moments' time, it will be 3 laps of this 10-lap heat. Remember, all of our finals get an additional 2 laps.
Not going to lie, we've been slightly lacking in action so far in this here, third heat.
Yeah, well, cast your mind back, Tom. When was the last time we had I'm not going to term it as boring, but I'll say less than interesting.
A quiet.
Yeah. Senior Pro Kart heat here at Teesside, because it's been a long
I think we were due one,
time.
but although Kieran Lambert is looking racy behind Scott Tate.
Yeah. Come on, drives. Let's spice this up a little.
3 laps to go. I'm hoping for a lunge from Scott Tate here.
Well, who knows? He's very, very smooth, Scott Tate, though, isn't he? And we've seen this many, many times before. We've got the blue out for some lap traffic as Neil Catlow moves out of the way.
So Neil Catlow is running 179 on timing, but 79 on the kart.
Correct. Sadly.
Okay. Well, yeah.
So I do like it when the numbers actually match what's on timing.
As do I. Yeah, it makes it so much easier to commentate on.
Yeah.
But who needs an easy life?
It's almost like the delivery. He's trying to catch us out, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, so Connor has a look. Connor Lucas has a good look behind him. Looking very nervous now to try and hold on to 2nd place.
Yeah, the focus definitely is not on Aaron Alexander at the moment, is it? It's certainly on behind the Scott Tate and Kieran Lambert battle behind. So it's 3 for 2nd place as the last lap board is out. Connor Lucas sets his personal best of 46.7 over the line.
But it wasn't as quick as Aaron Alexander, who set the fastest lap of the race with a 46.484. So almost a quarter of a second faster than Connor Lucas on that previous lap.
Flying, and that would, if a penalty were to be applied, Tom, and it wasn't anywhere near as conclusive as what was the Lennon French one earlier on, which was as Brandon Truman Reddish rolls slowly into pit lane. Looks like potentially, Tom, there's an engine down on that one. Out of the final corner they come, though. It would put Aaron Alexander in 6th place if there was a penalty applied, but we'll wait to see, because it was, like I said, less than conclusive, but he was absolutely rapid over the line.
Absolutely flying start.
Yeah,
so.
checker is out then. Alexander wins certainly on the track from Lucas Tate, Lambert, Morris, Braid, and Tom on the final lap. You can see there the movement in sort of times is that it would move Aaron Alexander to 4th place because he opened up the gap to Morris, Braid, and everybody else.
It had put him just in front of Jack Morris in 5th.
Correct, yeah. No,
yes.
Yeah, but then he'd take the position of Kieran Lambert as that one up, and then he's down into 4. I'm sticking my neck on the line here.
Yes, I think you might be right.
I
think you're right.
Next safe.
Yes, I think you're right.
Next safe until next time I make a bold statement, which will be in about 5 minutes' time.
Sorry, folks, as I keep saying, math's not my strong point.
You're strong at talking, though, Tom, and that's what you're here for today.
Absolutely. Face for radio. I got in there before you did.
Hey, I'd just dish you a compliment out, mate. I don't like to bookend it with a... I don't like to make it backhanded. However...
You don't like to, but it happens often enough.
Every now and again. First final of the day is upon us, though, Tom, here at Teesside Autodrome, and we will start, as always, on the cycle with our Bambinos. Austin Oman takes his 3 heat victories straight into pole position. Alongside him, the AC Racing teammate of Colby Patterson. Harvey Bacon and Josh Cormack on row 2. Ellis Child and Grayson Wortley on row number 3. Edward Rye alongside Fraser Anderson on row 5. Harris Barber will start 9th as Max Gilman creeps inside the top 10 after that early retirement in heat number 1. He picks up enough points to start on the outside of row 5. Joey Swan will start on the inside of row 6 alongside the 12 of Connor Butler. Buddy Hugo starts alongside Jack Mellon on row number 7. Amelia Dial and Alfie Watson on row 8. Riley Murrow and Ethan McClellan on row 9. Our Bambino grid completed then by the 31 of Jack Hutchinson and the 111 of Jake Gibbon. Our helpers then making their way down the track towards our Bambinos, and they will be a welcome face for our youngsters. The top 2 then already in place. Austin Oman on the inside, Colby Patterson on the outside. And, just going to have a quick look in terms of positions, because you'll not be able to see it on this camera shot, but Colby Patterson's number 24 is slightly in front of his mark, so don't know whether he's just overshot it slightly, but the first 2 have come through onto the line. The remaining of the field are actually going to be slightly further forward rather than the normal positions. These Bambinos are gridded up a lot closer given their size from the rest of the pack, although Grayson Wortley will be rolled back ever so slightly by our start line Marshall. He's in a fantastic P6 actually for Grayson Wortley. As we mentioned earlier on in the stream, it's his first appearance here at Teesside Autodrome. Not the first time he's been signed on. Unfortunately, he was unable to make the revised O-plate meeting, but he was here in the December round where we were all here and it got cancelled because Mother Nature decided to ruin it for us with an icy evening, and we just couldn't get the track cleared of ice and to make it safe enough to go racing. But Grayson Wortley in the number 70 starts the final from a fantastic 6th place. As the rest of the field make their way into position, we see Buddy Hugo and Jack Mellon rolling in. There is not only our championship leader but also our pole sitter Austin Oman. And the visor is down early, Tom, and that means only one thing. That means he means business.
And a personalised visor as well. So you don't see a lot of those. So it's got his little racing logo.
Tom, just
In the
having...
visor.
Yep, sorry, Tom. Before we get going in Bambino, breaking news. Aaron Alexander adjudged to have jumped the start in Senior Pro Kart Heat number 3. He drops down into 4th place then, and that will see Connor Lucas, I believe, start the final from pole position. So Aaron Alexander, jump start, 5-second penalty applied. And for me, Tom, I don't think we've seen many this season, and we've seen 2 in the space of around about an hour here at Teesside Autodrome for what is now round number 7 of the NRG Owner-Driver Sprint Series. So race winner, once again, adjudged to have jumped the start in that one. And Aaron Alexander drops down into 4th place. We're 2 for 2 on the calls,
That's
Tom.
right. We haven't had any jump starts all season, to my knowledge.
No, I think we might have had 1, but I think it was well down the field.
So
in one of our cadet classes.
2 in 2 heats. Green flag is up, green flag is down. We are away. Good start from all of our front 4 as they drop into original start positions. Now we're going to be looking at Josh Cormack here, who's going to do his best early on to stick with Austin Oman and Colby Patterson, because this front 2 rocketed away at the start of the previous heat. And they're going to try and do the same again, I think, by the looks of things. And Josh Cormack is going to have to do his level best to hang on to the coattails here. And it looks like he is doing so far. So well done, Josh.
Yeah, he needed to stick with them, didn't he? Because in the opening lap of the preceding heat number 3, Oman and Patterson were already about 1.5 seconds away from the rest of the pack as they battled it out into hairpins 1 and 2.
And as you can see, that's exactly what's happened here. The only difference is that Josh Cormack has gone with them this time, which is exactly what he needed to do. Unfortunately for the rest of the field, Harvey Bacon heading that. There's a big gap now, and it's going to be very, very difficult for Bacon to close that gap up.
Yeah, there's a fantastic battle, Tom, behind from Rye all the way down to Harris Barber in 10th. That's just nose to tail. Josh Cormack with a 1:02 opening lap, which is much quicker than anybody else. That's why he's closed right up on the back. This is the battle I was talking about. I saw out the window. They came through with absolutely no daylight between them. There's an overtake down the inside. That's Max Gilman down the inside of Fraser Anderson. Looked like Ellis Child as well. Went down the inside of Edward Rye. So 2 place changes in the middle of that pack. Harris Barber, much improved from Harris Barber as well in the 32, hanging on to the back and inside the top 10. That will be his first top 10, I believe, here at Teesside, but he does have to hang on for the remaining 9 laps in this Bambino. 2 extra as Max Gilman goes down the inside of Ellis Child into hairpin number 3, gets the move done as well, and now Child will come under pressure from Grayson Wortley going all the way around the outside of Edward Rye. Great move from Wortley and has the track position. And Harris Barber is coming through as well. He's already passed Fraser Anderson, got alongside Edward Rye into that corner, but has to slot in. Only 1 place increase for the 32.
Yeah, brilliant driving so far from Harris Barber. Much, much improved on any previous round that we've seen him driving so far. So at the front, we've got Oman from Patterson. Cormack now dropping back 0.4 of a second behind now, but will still be getting a little bit of a slipstream, so may be able to close that back in. Then it's another 1.2 seconds back to Bacon, then Gilman, Child, Wortley, Rye, Barber, Anderson, as we look at them on screen. So that's your group from Gilman all the way back to Harris Barber. So 5th back to 9th.
Yeah, really, really intense battle, and it's weather.
And Cormack has closed back up as predicted. He is right there again now.
I was just saying, Tom, I wonder whether Gilman could get away from this battle and catch onto the back of Harvey Bacon in the next 2 laps, and then those 2 work together to try and close the gap in turn then to Cormack, Patterson, Oman, the top 3 in the reverse order to what I've just run through them. Because Cormack would be the first one that they'd catch up. But the gap is almost 2 seconds from Bacon. And it's going to be very difficult for him, certainly on his own in 4th place, to get anywhere near this top 3.
Yeah, 2.3 seconds back further than to Gilman, who was slightly quicker, but nowhere near enough to make a big impact. Less than a 1/10 of a second quicker.
Round South Bank they go. It will be 4 laps in the bag at the end of this one. It's a 10-lap final, of course, an extra 2 laps rather than the normal 8 that our Bambinos have been having.
I've got to say, I like this from Josh Cormack. He is absolutely following the wheel tracks of the front 2. They set their fastest laps of the race with Colby Patterson just nicking it, but I mean, really, there was nothing between them. 4 thousandths of a second the difference. However, Josh Cormack is using the slipstream of the front two to pull himself along. He's sitting in the wheel tracks, doing absolutely everything right to be able to potentially take advantage if these two come together, but certainly earn himself a trophy. Oh, I wonder where you've gone then, David.
No, I'd stood up to have a look at the live timing because I saw it flash up in pink. 59.023 is a new lap record, smashed for the second time today by Colby Patterson. Also beaten on the previous occasion by Austin O'Man, who held the lap record for about a tenth of a second before Patterson came over. So O'Man with a 59.027. Colby Patterson a 59.023 sets the new outright lap record round the Teesside Autodrome National Circuit for a Bambino as he chases down Austin O'Man. Once again, though, Tom, it's exactly what we've been saying all day. Driver behind always looks the quickest, and the times they say it, but getting past is a completely different story.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see what happens in the last couple of laps here. Colby Patterson's been very, very patient all day. Hasn't really looked to put much of, well, certainly in Heat 2 and Heat 3, hasn't really looked to put much of a move on Austin O'Man so far. Now, whether that's through inability to make a move stick, or just is quite happy to just sit there and work together, not quite sure. I think we're about to find out.
Yeah, he's only really had half moves, hasn't he, on Austin O'Man, and that's mainly, I'm not saying that that's anything to do with Colby Patterson. I think it's just been fantastic defending and kart placement from Austin O'Man. He's not given Colby Patterson any opportunity at all.
No, what we've said throughout the day is it's just been that optimum racing line used by Austin O'Man, which means that Colby Patterson would have to have a huge amount of overspeed or a mistake from Austin O'Man. And the thing is, under this kind of pressure, with last year's series champion on his bumper for the last 2 heats and half of this final so far, Austin O'Man has been faultless.
Absolutely. We are well beyond half race distance now then, 3.5 remaining in this Bambino. Absolutely nothing between them as Colby Patterson effectively pushes Austin O'Man round the circuit. Does get alongside around hairpins 3 and 4 complex. They have moved away from Josh Cormack and they are about to catch up with a little bit of lap traffic in the certainly in the next lap, I believe.
I think that was Colby Patterson just letting him know he's still there 100%, as if Austin O'Man needed reminding. But it's just Patterson just turning the screw now, applying the pressure.
Yep, very much so. Blue flag is out then for the lap traffic as they come through. This is the one thing that we have seen Austin O'Man struggle with, Tom, is that his actual race pace is there and he is going to actually get past the lap traffic quite comfortably. But we have seen on a couple of occasions this season where
and Patterson's through in that.
I was about to say where he struggled to negotiate the lap traffic, and it has given Colby Patterson an opportunity now to lead the way with 2.5 minutes remaining of this Bambino final at round 7.
That was smart from Patterson. Used the lap traffic as a pick. Got himself through. And, I think that was really going to be pretty much the only way he was going to get through on O'Man, because, as we said, O'Man has been faultless throughout the day, but smart driving from Patterson, and that's why he was last year's champion.
2 minutes remaining then, which means we're going to have at least 2 more laps. 2 more laps of opportunity for Austin O'Man to get back into the lead. He's won 3 heats, but at the moment, it is Colby Patterson leading the way in the final here at Teesside.
Yeah, no, man's already looking racy, desperately looking this way and that. Now, the other thing is that he hasn't had much time behind Patterson.
No,
Patterson has worked out, O'Man, where he's quicker, where he's slower, what lines he likes to take.
Correct.
And now he's in front.
Yeah, effectively today, Colby Patterson's had the best part of half an hour to scout Austin O'Man. And now Austin O'Man needs to be able to scout Colby Patterson in 3 minutes.
Yeah. And it looks like he's struggling to even hold on to the back. Oh, no, I hope that's not Josh Cormack pulled over from 3rd place.
Having a
we've lost somebody. Blue helmet.
we've got another driver off actually with an issue. It looks like the 111 of Jake Gibbon was going over the curb, so we need to keep an eye on the timing to see whether we've got any
oh no, it is Josh Cormack as well. Oh, I'm sorry, Josh. You've done so well today as well as Austin Oman goes up the inside over hairpin 1 on the final lap. Colby Patterson returns the favour and manages to hold on to the lead. Cuts to the inside. White lines it.
Austin Oman tried everything there, including going over the curb on the way into hairpin 2 to try and get alongside Colby Patterson.
And just going back to Josh Cormack, that's a real shame for Josh Cormack, and I'm sorry to see that. He well deserved of a podium place as well today. So as they come through the final corner of the final lap, it is going to be Colby Patterson taking the win here at Teesside. Round number 7. Bambino final. Well done, Colby Patterson, followed over the line by Austin Oman, and then it is going to be 9.3 seconds, probably even 10 seconds, back to Harvey Bacon, taking 3rd place. 8.9 it was in the end. Max Gilman in 4th, then Grayson Wortley, Fraser Anderson, Ellis Child in 7th, Edward Wright 8th, and I think it's going to be Harris Barber in a brilliant 9th place. Well done, Harris Barber. Fantastic improvement. Yeah, over previous rounds, and Connor Butler rounds out the top 10.
Exactly, and normally here at Teesside Autodrome, Catherine Potter from our Minimax class, she makes ornaments out of parts from engines, parts from karts. She gives away trophies to the most improved in Bambino, the most improved in our cadets as well. And her Facebook page is Retired by Catherine.
Tired with a Y.
Tired with a Y. And I think that you will find anybody hard to argue, Tom, that a driver deserving of that one today is the 32 of Harris Barber.
Yes, indeed. Fantastic driving from Harris there. And as you say, well deserved. And heartbreak for Josh Cormack as well. Coming across the line in 16th. In the end, looked like they managed to get him going again, but from P3, that's such a shame. But there is always the next round, David.
There is, and he certainly knows the paces there. I'm not sure what the issue was with that one, because he started dropping away, although that was because the 2 race leaders were continuing to work together at the head of the pack, and then all of a sudden he was dropping like a stone down the timing list. So Colby Patterson then takes the victory, and also a new outright lap record around the Teesside Autodrome circuit for a Bambino. Completing the podium then Austin Oman and Harvey Bacon. 1 final in the bag, 6 more remaining. Next up, Junior Pro Kart.
Okay, so your grid for Junior Pro Kart final will be, pole position will be taken by Max Shields, courtesy of the jump start for Lennon French in the previous heat number 3. That has given Shields pole position, but it is still Lennon French in P2. Then it's Sebastian Pereira, then Caitlin Frame, Ben Hogarth in 5th, and Christian Oblag in 6th. Harvey still in 7th, Joe Arnold in 8th, 9th is Sophie Pawsey, 10th Jacob O'Connor, and 11th will be Matthew Allen.
This, Tom, is going to be very, very interesting. Lennon French with 3 on-track race victories, although the final one taken from him because of that jump start in heat number 3, will now have to start in P2 alongside Maximus Shields. It's going to be a very, very interesting, certainly first opening lap. Tom's having a look at the comments. I imagine we're going to start with David Morton.
Yeah, who's asked for VAR on the jump start. I'm not sure whether that's for Aaron or for Lennon, but yeah. There's, well, we have VAR, don't we? Because you can rewind the stream.
You can.
So the clerk of the course is able to look back and see exactly what happened.
Yeah, there's absolutely no getting away with it.
No. And I'm assuming that's exactly what happened with the Aaron Alexander incident as well. So,
correct.
But that's it. So keep your comments coming in. Fred French is giving a lot of support for Lennon as well, and saying go for it in the final. Asher Blythe wishing Connor Lucas well in the senior pro karts.
Here we go then, Tom. Green flag in hand of the start line marshal. Green is down. It was another quick start again from Lennon French. Another interesting one for the clerk of the course, but Maximus Shields this time leading the way round the national loop.
I think might have been borderline, but then backed off. I think gave it a little lift and slipped back into second place, so should be okay.
Yeah, didn't gain anything, that's for sure.
Definitely didn't gain enough.
I think he was very much aware of it and dropped back into the second place berth. Shields, French and Pereira then, the top three going down the back straight for the first time as Joe Arnold and Christian Oblang make contact down the back straight. They turned into each other down the back straight. I'm not sure that we can pick a fault in that, Tom, because it looked like they just saw each other and just went, let's just turn in on each other.
Yeah, it was a kind of synchronised smashing, wasn't
exactly, as Harvey Still makes his way past Ben Hogarth on the opening lap, up into 5th place. Over the line they come then for the first time. Shields, French, Pereira, Freeman still the top 5. Hogarth, Oblang, Pawsey, Arnold, O'Connor and Matthew Allen.
Yeah,
still runners.
Still moving up 2 places, up to 5th from 7th, and Sophie Pawsey gaining a place courtesy of the contact with Joe Arnold. So she's moved up a place as well into 8th. Oh, as we look at Caitlin Frame having a good look at the inside of Sebastian Pereira as they went into South Bank. And Lennon French likewise having a look into hairpin 3. Oh, there we go, 48 of Harvey Still wasting no time on Caitlin Frame. So she was having a look at the inside of Sebastian Pereira and potentially balked herself, because that's given Harvey Still a look through, and he takes another place. Yeah. Already up to 4th.
Tough start for the day then for Harvey Still with that spin at the first corner of the first heat of the morning, but the race winner here, final winner as well. From round number 5 as he came through the field. That was a sensational race, Tom, you'll remember, at round 5, which saw French leading the way before a retirement at half race distance. Then I think we had 3 different changes of the lead before Harvey Still came through from 8th place to take the victory in that one. It is obviously a 12-lap final this time, and already Maximus Shields going slightly defensive into hairpin number 3. Lennon French electing to take the more conventional line round the outside.
Yeah, much wider entry, although the gap, I think, has gone out, and indeed it has. 2/10 quicker that lap for Max Shields, although you wouldn't know it now, because immediately within 1 corner, Lennon French is already straight onto the back again of Max Shields. So it went out to almost 0.3 of a second, and now it is not that. Not even close to 0.3 of a second.
No, not at all. Lennon French moving then to within striking distance. Max Shields has a look over his shoulder.
Was a nervous look, wasn't it?
Yeah, as if
a sharp look.
Yeah, I'm not sure he needed to do that look over the shoulder, because where else would Lennon French be? Because he's been nowhere. The two of them have been nowhere else but nose to tail this season, so it's hardly likely that he's going to look over his shoulder and be pleasantly surprised that he's not there, as Christian Oblang dives down the inside of Ben Hogarth into hairpin 4. Hogarth, though, should maintain track position as they come through, and Oblang has to oblige and drop back into 7th place. Although it does give him a slight little nudge in the rear quarter as they go through the D chicane.
That was a "don't tap your helmet at me, sir, or I will tap the rear bumper of you, sir."
Correct. Good times.
Don't get fresh with me. Kind of.
No.
Kind of a comment. Anyway, as they head through South Bank, we're looking at Shields and French as per usual. Line astern. There really has been absolutely no separating these two for the entirety of the season.
Nothing at all. It'll be a great shame at the end of the year when it comes to a close.
Going back to the old school reference of there's been nothing but a cigarette paper between them.
Correct. Once or twice, not even that.
No, indeed. Shields setting the fastest lap of the race, a 46.9 on that time across the line. The gap is still 0.187 of a second, which equates to, well, that much.
Basically the blink of an eye, isn't it? Down the back straight as Lennon French gets a good run out of hairpin 2. but elects mostly to stay behind Max Shields until the last moment, and then goes down the inside. Basically, as soon as I said he's going to stay behind him, it's an invite to come through.
I think Lennon French is incredibly fast in the first half of the lap.
Yeah, certainly.
I think he's got an advantage
as well.
I think he's got, well, through the D chicane, he's quicker. Then that gives him the run through the loop to pull up to the back of Shields, and then he's quicker through hairpin 2. But then I think Shields is at very least a match through the South Bank 3 and 4.
Yeah, French is going to be the problem now, Tom, and for Shields is that French is very, very difficult to overtake because that braking style where he slides the car in. Now this is where Max Shields needs to make the move down the back straight because he's got a good run there out of that, and it's noticeable, Tom, like through the D chicane, I think, oh yes, very much so, down the inside. Max Shields is alongside Lennon French. French will have track position. Can Shields get the cutback, but then that puts him on the outside through the D chicane complex that they'll come to in a few moments, so it would have been tough anyway for Max Shields. Beyond half race distance, 5 to go.
And Max Shields had a look behind there just to see where Sebastian Pereira was in relation to him, and had the look to say, kind of, it was a look of, shall we battle now until the end, or shall we just work together again as per usual and save it for the last couple of laps? And I think that look behind has given Max Shields the green light.
Yeah, we saw this before, wasn't it, that the longer that they go...
Oh, no, he is pointing.
Oh, the longer they go into this race, though, the less the element of surprise.
Yeah, that's disappointing from Shields. I think he needs to be more attacking here throughout the race.
Let's see whether that was just a bit of mind games, though, of just going, I'll just look forward and we'll work together, and then all of a sudden down the inside he goes.
Well, it could have been the fake out, couldn't it?
We'll see. They're over start finish, Tom, with, nothing between them. 46.8 from Maximus Shields. Closes the gap by a fraction down to less than 1/10 of a second. They come through, but loses a little bit of space in the middle of the National Loop corner.
That's what I'm saying.
Matches him through the actual D chicane, but then loses 2 kart lengths round the National Loop. Needs a good run out of this corner to try and get down the inside towards the South Bank. Elects once again not to drop the nose down the inside, but he does like that move into hairpin 3 on this occasion. Elects to stay behind. Let's see whether we get a run. French is going to park that in the middle of the track, round 4. Shields is going to have to try and get the cut back and then run round the outside. Sticks in the wheel tracks of the 120. 3/4 of the race in the bag. The final 3 still to go.
Yeah, and here we go. Nothing between them as per. It is Sebastian Pereira still in 3rd, but now being hounded by Harvey still. Only 4 tenths behind as well. So the battle for 3rd place overall, and the final podium step is on as well. Caitlin Frame just a second behind as well.
Yeah, and Sebastian Pereira has around about half a second back to Harvey Still with 2.5 laps remaining. But also, and I know that this will happen, he will have the most nervous dad in this paddock, because it will be a maiden podium for Sebastian Pereira if he can hang on from Harvey Still for the remaining 2 laps. The gap between them, 0.4 of a second on the previous lap. Now down to 0.2 as Harvey Still closes in on Sebastian Pereira and closes in on a podium here at Teesside Autodrome. There is Pereira driving superbly. We spoke to him earlier on in the day. That interview will be on the Teesside owner Facebook page in the next couple of weeks, after he qualified a career best 3rd place, and he will see the last lap board when he comes round, and it will be a welcome last lap board as Harvey Still is closing in on the number 21 Junior Pro Kart. They'll see the last lap board this time round. I'm just keeping an eye out on the rest of the field, because as they're going to come through, our race leaders are still nose to tail. Lennon French in front of Maximus Shields. Last lap board is out as Shields sets the fastest lap again, but still, Tom, less than 2 thousandths between them.
It's now or never for Shields. If he's going to put the move on French, it's got to be here into hairpin 1. French feeling the need to go defensive.
Shields needs to line this up.
Oh, there he goes into hairpin 2, and beautifully done. Parks it on the apex and gets fired out by Lennon.
Exactly. Put the brakes on mid-corner. A fantastic pass from Maximus Shields. Lennon French is going to try and go round the outside. Maximus Shields then, will he need to white line it? French has gone down the inside. Shields wasn't defensive enough into hairpin number 3. Lennon French comes down, there's contact between the two of them. Who's going to get the run out of the corner? I thought Maximus Shields was going to win this after that move at hairpin number 2, but Lennon French wins the final here at Teesside Autodrome. Sensational racing once again between French and Shields, and Sebastian Pereira holds on for P3 and a maiden podium for the number 21 Sebastian Pereira. French, Shields and Pereira then the top 3, holding off Still, Frame, Oblang, Hogarth, O'Connor, Arnold, Pawsey and Matthew Allen.
Wow. Fantastic action again. And in fact, we've got a replay here. So Shields just left the door open enough. A cart width wide enough for French to get through. And that was all it took. And then here we have the contact. Shields trying to shut the door, but it was too late because French was already there. And then that was it. He just had the run and the overspeed to come through.
I'm going to watch this again because I want to know whether Shields going wide. Because see there, he got a bit of opposite lock.
Oh, there was a little bit of smoke as well.
I'm not sure whether halfway that corner, whether French instigated that going wide. Nothing untoward, but we didn't see it over.
No,
I'm not sure.
I think
I think that was where the smoke came at the end. Yeah, as he got alongside.
Because French was already up the
I was
inside,
very. I thought I wasn't sure mid corner because I saw there on the first interview replay, which is why I had our producer drop it 2 more times as to whether that. But I just honestly, Tom, I just don't think Shields was defended enough there into hairpin number 3.
I think you're right. I think that was good, fair, hard racing, and really enjoyed it. And French just came out on top.
Once again, good, fair, hard racing from our junior pro karts. Next up, though, the largest field of the day, our Honda Cadet class. Jared Fox-Whiteley then with 2 wins to his name already today. Will start alongside Thomas Potter on the front row. The 2 championship protagonists with Riley Wright and Tom Holden on row 2. Daniel Minto and Melissa Adrian on row 3. Leon Barlow and Amy Peacock will start row 4 with the top 10 then completed by Larry Price and Lewis Goff, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Joseph Yao on row number 6. Ben Robinson and Harris Alley on row 7 with Joshua Sullivan and Ethan Charles on row 8. Sam Hayes and Zach Turner on row 9. The top 20 then completed by Oliver Sibbald and Holly Swan with Kyle McLean and Ben Adrian in 21st and 22nd. William Howard and Tom Percott on row 12. Mason Dinsdale and Sam Robson will start row 13. Harry Brown and Mason Webster on row 14 with Kian Logan 29th alongside Tommy Ambler, Charlie Eyeball and Cody Lamb on row 16. Reese Penniston, Nolly Carter, row 17. Morgan Cooney and Scarlett Percox on row number 18 with Riley Buckton Young and his Micro Max coming through the field from the back of the pack. Tom, once again, it's a Jared Fox-Whiteley, Thomas Potter front row, but this time the stakes are high, and this time there is a championship to potentially be decided if Jared Fox-Whiteley can finish inside the top 4 and beat Thomas Potter. We may have our first champion of 2021 here at the Teesside NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series.
I'd just like to throw into the mix that if that doesn't happen, and if Jared Fox-Whiteley doesn't finish in the top 4 and doesn't beat Thomas Potter, it's going to get so complicated. It's exactly what needs to happen at the next round, because we've got drop scores to take into account and so on and so forth. So while I don't wish any ill to come of anybody,
no, still plenty more.
It's going to make it very, very complicated if that scenario doesn't play out.
Exactly, but still plenty more opportunities for people to win.
Absolutely.
Win the championship going forward. Final few runners then rolling into position. The bright yellow helmet of Scarlett Percox rolls that kart in. Another driver that we spoke to, I spoke to yesterday alongside her brother. That interview will come to you in the Teesside Owners Facebook page. Between this round and round number 8 here at Teesside Autodrome, that one will be on the 24th of October. All of our drivers are in position. Riley Buckton-Young's Micromax as well is in position to the right of our camera. Visors down then from our drivers, and our Honda Cadets will get going for the final time for them today. Green flag in hand of the start line marshal. A run down to the national loop awaits. Green is up, green is down. It's a good start from everybody, including Leon Barlow, who gets into the back of Daniel Minto off the line and fires him forward. Fox Whiteley leads round the national loop, but more importantly, Riley Wright comes through into second place and gives Jared Fox Whiteley a black, white and grey cushion between him and his championship contender Thomas Potter. Oh, we've got a couple off as well, Tom. Oliver Sibbald, Mason Webster, Sam Robson, the 23. Who's the 23? I've missed who that is, but we'll find out. Reese Penniston as well has had an off, as well as the number 8.
And Riley Buckton-Young was involved in that as well.
Yep, so a number of runners, Tom, towards the back end of the midfield. We've got a yellow out as well. Not sure
what that's first time round.
Yeah, not sure whether we've got actually a bit of kart on the track there, but we are going to find out in a few moments. Kind of keep an eye on that marshal. I don't know what the issue is down there because we can't see anybody with any sort of issues down that end of the track.
Bit of an odd one.
Yeah.
Yellow flag is back in now. So not too sure why that was, but that will have, of course, neutralised the race through that section.
Yep, no overtaking then down that section of the track.
So it is Fox Whiteley from Potter, Holden, Minto, your clubman class leader, is in 5th overall. Then it's Melissa Adrian, Leon Barlow, Larry Price, Lewis Goff and Amy Peacock in a fantastic 10th place.
Yeah, Amy Peacock has performed superbly today.
I think she may be winning an award today if she continues to maintain that top 10 position.
Yeah, agreed, Tom, as they come over the line then. 2 laps in the bag, 10 remaining, and Jared Fox Whiteley leading the way from Riley Buckton-Young, from Riley Wright, the 2 leaders in the CKC Championship, as the number 8 is stationary.
That's Morgan Cooney.
That's down on the outside of the circuit on the entry into hairpin 3, I believe, because the marshal from that post has gone missing. So we've got a yellow out as well, although it's been covered.
Of South Bank.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That kart has been started again, Tom, so it looks like we've had a stalled engine, but now the leaders are going to come through at the same time. So Cooney is going to drop down the best part of a lap on almost the entirety of the field, and we'll move slowly through the pack as that kart gets back up to speed.
8 laps now for Thomas Potter to save his championship. 7 laps as they came over the line. But he's got to get through Riley Wright and Jared Fox Whiteley, and then hope Fox Whiteley drops down out of the top 5. So, yeah, there's a lot of hoping and praying here for Thomas Potter.
Yeah, he got a bit of help at the start of the day from Tom Holden. He's going to need a lot of help now from Riley Wright, who has a little helmet tap to Thomas Potter, although Potter needs to get through and needs to put some sort of daylight between them, although just finishing in front of Jared Fox Whiteley will be enough for Thomas Potter to take this at least to round number 8. But at the moment, he's got to get past Riley Wright and then get past Jared Fox Whiteley, neither of which are going to be easy for the green helmeted youngster.
Thomas Potter setting the fastest lap of the race, and we caught a brief glimpse there of a slow-moving Tommy Ambler in the 40 kart. Down in 31st place, so I'll keep an eye on whether that's been an issue. Yeah, indeed, he is dropping back now. So it must have been a problem for Tommy Ambler as he drops down the order, crossing the line in 34th place.
Yeah, issues there then, and we have a couple of runners on that opening lap who were really struggling to get round hairpin 1. It was actually through the chicanes, wasn't it? Most of them were off into the tyres. Sam Robson, one of those, spinning off into the catch tyres, as we see Amy Peacock still within touching distance then of Larry Price in 9th and 10th. Behind them, Joseph Yao in 11th, currently second in Clubman. Holding off Isabella Stansmore Wilson, a driver who's had a very, very difficult day, Tom, has barely touched the top 10, and she's normally running comfortably inside the top 7.
Oh, at least. And we caught a glimpse there of Leon Barlow, who's now heading...
Yellow flag out, Tom, at the D chicane. There's the 13 of Joshua Sullivan is facing the wrong way, and he will drop down the order outside the top 20, down towards the tail of the field. He's now behind the number 2 of Mason Webster, and will have to work back through the field as Thomas Potter has moved up into second place. Championship battle back on then for Thomas Potter. He needs the help, really, of Riley Wright. Has a little helmet tap, pushes through. The gap has opened up, though, to half a second, with Thomas Potter getting past Riley Wright on that previous lap. 4 laps remaining. 4 very, very nervous laps for those watching. Jared Fox-Whiteley, he's won 2 championships certainly before in the Honda Cadet class. Both of them at one well the grid. Nowhere near as big, though, as this one here at Teesside Autodrome. And we have 3.5 laps remaining for Thomas Potter to salvage the championship here in Honda Cadet 200.
Yes, indeed. He's got to get... Well, he's got to catch Fox-Whiteley first of all, which is no mean feat. Then he's got to get past, and then he's got to try and hope that Fox-Whiteley finishes somewhere down around 6th.
Well, he just needs to finish in front of him, Tom, to get it for it to take it to the next round. It's just that Fox-Whiteley needed to finish inside the top 4 and beat Potter to make this to take the championship today. And Potter is closing up 3/10 out of Fox-Whiteley on that previous lap. And Thomas Potter now right on the back of Jared Fox-Whiteley, being helped along by the 70 of Riley Wright, pushing him onto the back. Thomas Potter knows he needs to do something. Fox-Whiteley looks over his shoulder. Potter goes to the inside.
And there he goes. Well done, Thomas Potter.
Through he goes. Riley Wright, will he try and get down the inside as well? No, he slots back into 4th place. There's the back marker as well.
Sorry. Yeah, exactly, Tom. Back through.
Sorry, lap traffic as well, and Jared Fox-Whiteley comes through. 2 laps remaining, and Thomas Potter's got to do it all again.
Still plenty of time. There's 8 hairpins still to go.
Oh yes, there is. Through the chicanes then for the penultimate time. There's a kart length between them, and Jared Fox-Whiteley noticeably more defensive this time. You think he'll do the same into hairpin number 2? And I don't think, Tom, he's going to be so inviting down the back straight. And this time he chops across to the inside to stop Thomas Potter getting the switch back and through. Round South Bank they go then once again. Jared Fox-Whiteley driving this penultimate lap like it's the final lap. White lining almost every one of the hairpins. Out of hairpin 4, Potter gets alongside. He's going to have to go round the outside, which we know he can do, but it's going to be sensational if he does it on Fox-Whiteley. And Riley Wright has come through into second place. Potter, in going for the lead, has dropped down into P3.
And that's the risk you take when you try to go around the outside at the dogleg and the kink. It's always the risk you take.
It is. Riley Wright then on debut here at Teesside. Can he smell a victory? Will he smell a victory? Or will he ride shotgun down the back straight to Jared Fox-Whiteley? Potter's going to try and go down the outside. Jared Fox-Whiteley then will watch him round the South Bank corner for the final time. White lines it into hairpin number 3 for Jared Fox-Whiteley. He runs very, very wide because he knows he's going to chop to the inside. Out of hairpin number 4. Jared Fox-Whiteley comes through to not only take the victory here at Teesside, but also take the Cadet Championship in Honda 200. Riley Wright gets second on track. Thomas Potter, 3rd place. That's your podium today. But not only that, we pay... Oh, what a fantastic one for Fox-Whiteley. Just having a quick look as well, Tom, at Clubman. Daniel Minto's going to win that with Joseph Yao and Harris Ali on the podium in our Clubman class as the rest of the field come through to take the checkered flag. Down the back straight we go, though. The rest of the field, it's fist pumps all round. But today belongs to Jared Fox-Whiteley, who wins the championship here today at Teesside Autodrome. Zach Turner comes over the line on 3 wheels. I think he's missing a left rear, and I think he's going to be directed straight into pit lane, probably for the safety of his kart, although he has elected to do another lap. I'm fairly sure that's not going to do his dad any favours as he takes that kart round.
We clap across the line on the cool-down lap. Jared Fox-Whiteley, congratulations, young man.
He's going to slow this one down and bring it in, and rightly so. The elation on
Jared Fox-Whiteley. That is a brilliant result, and taking the championship in style with a final win as well.
Exactly.
That's how you do it.
It is, isn't it? Riley Wright then gets second place, Thomas Potter third in our Honda Cadet class. The new clubman class won then by Daniel Minto.
He's feeling really good about himself.
That joke was really poor.
Maybe he was just looking tired. Oh, hey, there we go.
Field comes through then, and next up will be the guesting Micromax UK round. Our producer is very tired of Tom's jokes. Rory Armstrong then will lead the way through for the final. Seb Corking alongside on the front row. Zane Kuwaker and Charlotte Stanley row 2. Caden Simpson and Aston Brown on row number 3. James Roberts not showing there as any as 0 points because he hasn't joined us for this round, so it is a 6-kart grid. Micromax UK will be around. However, what we have got at the moment is a backlog of Honda Cadets because most of them have to have their transponder removed from the back of the kart.
Please keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream as well. We've had support for Leon Barlow and Thomas Potter coming in as well, but please keep your support coming in. Drivers do appreciate it, as do we. And if you haven't already, click like, click subscribe, and you will get all of the live streams from Alpha coming through to your phone, to your tablet, to your TV if needed, or to your laptop, however you are watching us, and from wherever you are watching us as well. We had a lot of comments earlier on from Australia and various other parts of the world, so please keep them coming in. Let us know where you're watching from.
Very much so, and also do press that bell icon to stay notified, and that way every time Alpha Live goes live, we are generally covering racing most weekends throughout the United Kingdom, both karting, circuit racing, and on 2 wheels as well. We cover the mini bike championship and the motocross as well. So there's plenty of action for all of your racing tastes. The track looks just about clear now. Looks like Zach Turner, the 99, who took that kart round at the end, although looks like we're about to go racing then for Micromax UK for their final. And Tom, this one is going to be, whilst it's a small grid, it's an enthralling front row between Rory Armstrong and Sebastian Corking. They've been very evenly matched throughout the day with 2 victories for Armstrong, 1 for Corking. And in that final race, obviously, Armstrong managed to get the jump on Sebastian Corking at the start and put another kart between them in the early throws of that race, which then allowed him to move away. Round they go South Bank then, and they'll come through side by side and through over the lines. It is a rolling start, of course, for our Micromax UK. It'll be a rolling start following that as well for junior and mini and for senior Rotax as well. Through they come then. It'll be 12 laps of action for our Micromax UK final. They come to the acceleration line. Rory Armstrong goes, Sebastian Corking goes as well. Zane Kuwaker from P3 is going to come through down the inside, is he? At the expense of Sebastian Corking, he does. And Zane Kuwaker is up into second place. It's going to be Armstrong, Kuwaker, Corking, then the top three as they come through, as Corking tries to go to the inside of Zane Kuwaker into hairpin one. Charlotte Stanley can then try and run around the outside of Sebastian Corking. And Sebastian Corking's early chances of getting on the back of Rory Armstrong have been paid to at the opening corner of the opening lap as he got overtaken by Zane Kuwaker down the inside. And now it's Kuwaker who is taking the final to Rory Armstrong rather than Sebastian Corking.
Yes, indeed, as they come across the line for the first time. It is Armstrong from Kuwaker, from Corking. Charlotte Stanley in a very good and respectable fourth place, with Caden Simpson in the 77 in fifth, and Aston Brown in the 57 in sixth, but looking very, very racy again on the back of Caden Simpson. Yeah, we saw that they did in Heat 3.
Yeah, Heat 3 was great between those two, wasn't it? And they were battling out. I think a lot of it to do is they take such differing lines that it's just a case of chopping and changing all the way through. Zane Kuwaker has been managed to actually stick here with Rory Armstrong round the opening couple of laps, because Sebastian Corking has not been able to go with the two leaders. He's some 1.5 seconds almost. We'll get confirmation he comes through. Almost 2 seconds now behind Zane Kuwaker, who sets the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap of 46.826 for Kuwaker, closing in now on the back of Rory Armstrong. So Kuwaker, Tom, has found a couple of tenths either in himself or either in setup before this final.
And I think Corking's gone the other way. By the looks of things.
Unless he's expecting them tyres to come to him towards the latter part of this race.
Well, can I throw something else into the mix here, David?
I'll allow.
It's all of a sudden there's very heavy cloud cover.
Yeah, correct.
I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say it looks like it's going to rain yet, but heavy, heavy cloud cover. That's going to drop the temperature of the track. Could well make a massive difference in what tyre pressures these drivers and their mechanics have chosen to run.
Yeah, I think the sun's gone in, Tom, and we get preoccupied in here, but I imagine that we are around, it's probably been in for around about 10 minutes or so. That track temperature is naturally going to drop, and at the moment, Sebastian Corking struggling to get away from Charlotte Stanley as Caden Simpson and Aston Brown once again argue over tarmac. Down the back straight they go, and Simpson goes defensive into the South Bank corner, with Aston Brown trying to go round the outside on this occasion. Simpson moved to the inside halfway down the back straight.
They come across the line now. Still 8 laps to go here at Teesside. Micromax UK final.
Kuwaker set a personal best as Armstrong steals the fastest lap of the race away, but still the gap between them still only half a second.
Charlotte Stanley looking very racy as well behind Sebastian Corking.
Yeah,
she's right there.
Yeah, Corking struggling to get away in this one, and
do you think maybe gone the wrong way on setup here? It's we've not seen Sebastian Corking be 4 seconds off the lead at any point today.
No, not at all, and we thought we were going to have an enthralling battle actually between Armstrong and Stanley, and what we're actually getting is a battle between Armstrong and Kuwaker. Half a second between them. The gap goes up fractionally by 0.5 thousandth of a second over the line.
Fastest lap of the race from Rory Armstrong on that previous lap as well.
Yeah, that's 2 for 2 then in the fastest laps for Rory Armstrong, but still not able to get away from Zane Kuwaker, who sets a time within 0.5 tenth on the previous lap, which keeps him within touching distance, but will also put him on the podium as well. Third place, the battle behind, but certainly 2 by 2 in terms of battles, with Armstrong and Kuwaker the top two, then Corking and Stanley the next two, Brown and Simpson. Looks like Brown has actually got in front of Simpson now.
Yes, indeed, and likewise Corking has started to move away ever so slightly. Well, I said that as they come across in front of me in the commentary box. Not moved that far in front.
No, 3 tenths I think the gap between Sebastian Corking and Charlotte Stanley. half race distance then now for our Micromax UK guest round here at Teesside Autodrome as part of round 7 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. And Zane Kuwaker is keeping Rory Armstrong honest, Tom. 5.5 laps remaining, and he's keeping within half a second or so of our race leader. Means that Armstrong certainly can't go easy towards the latter part of this race. The final step of the podium still to be sorted out as well between Corking and Stanley as we wait to pick them up. And Charlotte Stanley, Tom, is getting closer and closer to the back of Sebastian Corking.
And the final step on the podium.
Yeah, exactly. They're going, in terms of actual time to the leaders, though, they are going backwards now. Seb Corking almost 7 seconds off Rory Armstrong. Be interested to see Charlotte Stanley's tactics going towards this. As Sebastian Corking,
need to go defensive.
Yeah, I was about to say, felt the need to go defensive. Move to the inside of the back straight as they head down towards the South Bank corner.
Just lifted that radiator up as well. The cover on the radiator, just to get a little bit more cooling going on in there as well. So potential issues for Sebastian Corking here.
Yeah, what it is though in terms of like the engines, obviously they're not revving anywhere near their actual maximum capacity because they've got that reduced radiator, and there's restrictions in place as to what can be done on these Micromax karts because it is still a cadet class, even though the Rotax engine, the evolution of them means that you can change 1 or 2 pieces and then just move up class. But yeah, definitely Sebastian Corking, Tom, is struggling, and Charlotte Stanley's able to get alongside, although it would be a long way round that South Bank corner. And there's a bit of gap opening up actually there under braking. Seb Corking managed to get on the brakes and a little bit later and open the gap up. But then Charlotte Stanley is coming out the corners, isn't it, Tom? Stanley's able to close right up.
Yeah, it's almost like it's bogging down for Corking.
Yeah.
Interesting. Kuwaker, the gap to Armstrong now is 1.5 seconds, so that's gone out again. Kuwaker had a bit of a poor lap that time round as well, certainly in terms of compared to Armstrong. Round about 0.4 of a second down.
2.5 laps remaining then. Here at Teesside Autodrome, Seb Corking holding on from Charlotte Stanley round hairpins 3 and onto the overstart finish. And once again, Charlotte Stanley closing up on Sebastian Corking.
And Charlotte Stanley, yes, closing in once again onto the back of Sebastian Corking. It's ebbs and flows, this gap, doesn't it? Do you know what it looks like to me, David? Sebastian Corking's right rear tyre looks a little bit low in pressure. Is it just my eyes?
Well, we'll have a quick look as they come round.
So the left rear looks very much up, and then the right rear looks a little bit bouncy.
Potentially, and that's that's going to give some issues, isn't it? Yeah, that's going to give some issues with scrub, isn't it? Because obviously it increases the contact patch here on circuit, which will then naturally slow down the car. Because
we have
whilst you
Armstrong
need,
here through the you see nowhere near as low.
I was about to say, whilst you need grip, you don't need too much grip, or it does scrub off some speed.
Could potentially be a slow puncture for Corking, or could just be an error where that tyre has been underinflated.
Yep, round the
potentially.
Final. Yep, round
I could
the
be way off.
Correct. Round the final corner they come though. Last lap board already out. The checkered flag awaits, and it awaits your race winner in Micromax UK. Rory Armstrong holds off Zane Kuwaker for the victory. They're going to come through. The final step of the podium is going to see Sebastian Corking hold on from Charlotte Stanley for 3rd place. Stanley will get 4th. Aston Brown in 5th place. Caden Simpson will cross the line in 6th place. Micromax UK then coming to a conclusion. 3 more finals here then today at Teesside Autodrome. Next one up for you will be our amalgamated junior and Minimax class.
So, we are about to go racing for your junior Rotax final. Pole position goes to Gracie Mitchell, then it's going to be Ben Ficini, Bella Franklin, Rocco Baker, Alfie Wallbank, Oliver Buckton. Then it's going to be Isaac O'Shea in P7, Vincent Bailey, Lucas Miles, Amelia Pennington goes off P10, but she is in the Junior X30, the sole Junior X30. Then it's going to be your winner of the Micro Max 3 heats, which is Lizzie Mentier. Then it's Catherine Potter. Then it's Addison Smith, Lewis Goff, Oliver Watson, Michael Ambler, and William Robinson will go P17.
It's been quite interesting, this one, with the exception really for Gracie Mitchell, who has been away at the head of the field in all of this, Tom, just moving away at the opening couple of laps, as we spoke about previously, just giving her that opportunity to take full advantage of that opening couple of laps. You know, moving away, just giving, like I say, giving the opportunity, just move away as the rest of the field continues to battle behind, has really, really paid dividends for Mitchell in this one. It might not be quite the same in the final, but we'll see going forwards here at Teesside Autodrome.
Sorry folks, there is just a slight pause in proceedings here at the moment, just while we deal with something at the track, but we will be continuing to go, we think, in a few moments' time. So David, championship situation?
Oh, the battery's gone on the laptop. But you know the battery's gone on the laptop, so I've closed it.
I didn't realise the laptop was gone. Sorry, I thought that's what you were pulling up on your phone.
You sold me down the river.
No, not quite.
Down the river.
Not quite. My apologies. I thought there was a championship update to be given.
Well, this one we know is already going to roll over because Gracie Mitchell has missed a round. Bella Franklin's
that's all I meant.
Let's
just talk about it. I didn't need stats and figures.
Yes, Bella Franklin's had issues as well with dropping some scores. So this one has been less than conclusive in our classes. Obviously, Minnie's then picking up the points from anywhere from the juniors backwards. So that's going to go to the final day. Although at the moment, Lizzie Mentier is fairly comfortable at the head of that one, but does require some work coming through and still needs to finish the races, does Lizzie Mentier. We're about to go racing though for the first time. It's a good start from Bella Franklin. She moves to the inside and slots in behind Gracie Mitchell. So they come through the chicanes for the first time. It's Mitchell, Franklin and Ficini, the top three, as Minimax start to make their way through. Mentier on the inside, Potter on the outside. Oliver Buxton is spun off camera in the juniors, and it's a good start this time, Tom. And Catherine Potter has actually managed to get in front of Addison Smith as they go down towards the first corner at the first time of asking. That means now she's able to take the fight straight to Lizzie Mentier without having to try and have to get past Addison Smith in the early part of this race, which allows Mentier to get away.
That's absolutely right. Yeah. So it is Mentier in your Minimax from Catherine Potter, from Addison Smith, and then right behind, or was right behind, is the 41 of Lewis Goff, who's just overtaken Addison Smith up the inside into hairpin 3, holds it through hairpin 4, and Ben Ficini has forcibly come through on Bella Franklin. We only caught the tail end of it as Ben Ficini bounced across the inside of hairpin 1. Bella Franklin immediately tries to return it in to South Bank, but can't quite get the move done and completed, although she does in hairpin 4.
You know Ficini, Tom, is very, very difficult to overtake.
Ficini
He's proving it there, isn't he? And Isaac O'Shea is going to come through into third place. Franklin will drop down into 4.
Yeah,
under pressure then from Baker and Warbank.
It cost Franklin the position, and immediately she gets back through on O'Shea as well. So this is really heating up this final, but all it means is at the front,
Gracie Mitchell is well on her way towards the checkered flag and another race victory here at Teesside.
Gracie is gone.
1.5 seconds the gap back then from Gracie Mitchell to the rest of the pack, and it looks like she's taking a maximum score of 215 points away with her at the end of the day. All being well, 9 laps remaining in this junior Rotax final.
Indeed, so it is Mitchell from Ficini, Franklin, O'Shea, Warbank as they cross the line, but right there is Rocco Baker as well in 6th place. So, as Franklin goes up the inside of Ficini, off camera, but we can see it out the commentary box window. We're looking at Mentier taking the fight to Potter in the Minimax.
The other way round even.
Sorry, yes, the other way around. Indeed, yes, it is. Sorry, Mentier's leading. And that's Potter in second. We look at there with the red, white and blue helmet.
Mentier hasn't been able to get away though, Tom. Potter, now that she's been able to get past Addison Smith in the, without having to battle at the start of the race, is now having the opportunity to take this final to Lizzie Mentier. Has a half look down the inside. Third place in that one sees Lewis Goff getting more of a handle to that Minimax kart in front of Addison Smith now.
And Lizzie Mentier almost looking worried as well. She's having to get down behind the steering wheel, trying to eke as much speed as she can out of that Minimax, because for the first time today, Catherine Potter is absolutely hounding her.
Yeah, all over the back of the number 50 is the 20 of Catherine Potter, as we see Ficini, Warbank. Ficini and O'Shea, as O'Shea goes to the inside of Ficini. Just a bit of side pod, lets it slide wide as Alfie Warbank bounces over the curbs and will lose 2 places at the very least. He'll go down to 6th place behind Ficini and Baker, because Ficini had fell behind Warbank in the early part of that corner in O'Shea's move down the inside, using what Tom Cutter, the NASCAR move, just letting the kart slide wide towards the outer apex of that corner. Yeah,
the slide job, you just sort of slip up the inside. It very much what we saw with Max Shields do in the junior Pro Kart when he overtook Lennon French into hairpin 2. That's the slide job done to perfection.
Yep, correct. We are at half race distance now then as Mitchell comes over the line. 2.2 seconds in front of Bella Franklin. O'Shea third, Ficini, Baker, Warbank, Buckton and Bailey, the runners in our junior class. Mentier, Potter, Goff, Smith, Watson, Ambler and Robinson. No Amelia Pennington this time out, Tom, in that junior X30. So we are down at least 1 runner from the early part of the day.
And Debbie Trevor giving some support to Catherine via the YouTube comments as well. So yeah, giving some, sending some support through, and we will, obviously we have passed those on. Gracie Mitchell pumping in the fastest lap of the race as the 14 of Rocco Baker and Alfie Warbank move through in front of Isaac O'Shea, coming through the 3 and 4 complex.
Yeah, race continues, Tom, here at Teesside Autodrome. 4.5 laps remaining then for our race leaders.
It is noticeably darker again as well, David.
Yeah, I'm not sure with any rain, but I'm sure there's a couple of senior pro karts who race only on slick starting to get slightly worried.
Yeah, certainly there'll be a lot of contemplating about setup as they go into this final.
Yeah, O'Shea and Warbank, then the 84 and the 64 respectively, arguing it out over 4th place, because this has allowed Rocco Baker through, Tom, who's come out of nowhere.
Yes,
he's the only one so far today of those 4 that hasn't been in 3rd place until now. and he's in third place when it matters.
And
3.5
starting to
laps
pull away.
remaining, yes.
But yeah, Rocco Baker took advantage of O'Shea, Ficini, and Wallbank sort of squabbling, and opportunistic moved through and has taken third place and is now, as we said, starting to move away.
Yeah, race leader Mitchell still 2.4. Rocco Baker, though, is in third place, and it will be his first podium here at Teesside if he can hang on for the remaining 3 laps over the line. Isaac O'Shea is closing slightly, though.
Well, I was going to say Lizzie Mentier is still being hounded by Catherine Potter. There they are on screen. She cannot get away.
No, Lizzie Mentier then, who has won, to the best of my knowledge, all of the finals here this season in the mini Rotax class. Hasn't won all the heats. Potter's had a few of those, but when it comes to the final, I believe Lizzie Mentier is currently 6 for 6 as we enter round 7 here at the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. And 2.5 laps remaining. Gracie Mitchell starts making her way already through some of the lap traffic from our junior grid, which already sees William Robinson and Michael Ambler now a lap down. As Mentier and Potter continue to squabble over what will be the top step on the podium here. Last year's top 2 in our cadet championship will be in the other order, with Potter ahead of Mentier.
That's exactly what I was just about to say, David. That last year it was always Potter who came out on top, or seemed to be, right up until the very end of the season.
That's Isaac O'Shea getting past Rocco Baker for third place, and Baker then now coming under pressure from Alfie Wallbank. So Isaac O'Shea back into third place. Bella Franklin gets past Michael Ambler over start finish. Last lap board is out for Gracie Mitchell. We've got a spin. It's Addison Smith at hairpin number 1 in his battle with Lewis Goff for the final step on the mini podium. Means Lewis Goff is going to take third place, all being well for him. Addison Smith spinning then in hairpin number 1 has managed to rejoin in front of Oliver Watson as Gracie Mitchell makes her way round the final part of the circuit here at the Teesside Autodrome. She's coming through out of hairpin number 4 now to take a clean sweep of victories and a maximum points haul for the driver of the number 11. Bella Franklin will get second. As it come over the line, Isaac O'Shea completes the top 3 in front of Rocco Baker and Alfie Wallbank. Ben Ficini, Oliver Buckton and Vincent Bailey will complete our junior runners. We still, though, have the minis with Lizzie Mentier leading the way from Catherine Potter out of hairpin number 3. They're going to come then into hairpin 4 for our 2 leaders in the mini class. Lizzie Mentier keeps hold of her grip on the mini championship, holding off Catherine Potter over the line. Third place goes to the debuting Lewis Goff in the mini class. He's going to take P3. As Oliver Watson actually gets past Addison Smith on the final lap as well, Tom, to come through to take their checkered flag. They're the last 2 runners, I believe, on the final lap.
I've got Goff in front of Watson on the timing.
Yeah, so have I. It was Watson and Smith.
Oh, Watson and Smith,
on the
sorry.
last lap. Yeah, Watson got past on the final lap round here.
Yeah, fantastic result for Lizzie Mentier, you know, taking another final win, as we've said. However, what we were saying before was that last season it was always Potter taking the win, and then it was only right at the very end of the season that Lizzie Mentier actually got that checker flag first, took the checker flag first, got that win, and literally since then she just hasn't looked back.
Yeah, Tom, I'm gonna give you some credit now. You correctly spotted that Seb Corkin had a puncture. Because I've had confirmation that Seb Corkin's had a puncture in that Micro Max final.
I'll say it because no one else.
Fantastic though that he managed to hold on for P3, but yeah, confirmation there.
Wow.
That Seb Corkin.
Glad I brought me bins.
Oh, of course.
My Hector Spectres on today, and yeah, wow. Okay. Was it a right rear?
I'm unclear.
Okay. I'll take that as a yes. So we will move on very swiftly to our next final.
Right rear puncture.
Right rear puncture. That's what I said.
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you very much. Is that Mr. or Mrs. Corking getting in touch?
Misses, but what we might need is somebody to help us get your head out the combox door on the way out when we're done here. Finish wrapping up.
Thank you, Mrs. Kell, for clarifying. Mrs. Kell. Mrs. Corking for clarifying that. That's because I've just seen Dan Kell's name up on pole position. And so we'll run through the grid quickly for your final senior Rotax. It is going to be Daniel Kell, Ashley Savage, Martin Fisher, Lee Bell leading 177. Then it's going to be Paul Swan, Chris Crowther, Kieran Savage, Tom Reeve, Emma Brown, Josh Redhead and Chris Stoves. Here they come across the line. Senior Rotax final is go, and Dan Kell immediately into a commanding lead, set the pace of the start to perfection and moved away, and Savage has dropped immediately into second place as well. Martin Fisher looks like he is in third, followed by Paul Swan and Lee Bell. And I believe, in fact, that is the order. It is. It's the 59th of Fisher from Paul Swan, and then it is Lee Bell.
Yep, clean opening lap then for our senior Rotax as Tom Reeve goes down the inside of Kieran Savage into hairpin 3. Savage should still have track position for 4. Might need Reeve to have a bit of a cutback, but no, he's too far back and has to settle back into what I believe may well be 7th place. It is confirmation there. So it's Kell, Savage, Fisher, Swan, Bell, Savage, Reeve, Crowther, Brown, Redhead and Stoves at the end of the opening lap of 12 here at Teesside Autodrome. Our penultimate final of the day here in senior Rotax will be followed up in around 10 minutes time by senior Pro Kart, and we should be wrapped up for around about 5:20, which with an extra 6 races, Tom, is a good showing in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's too bad. We'll still be packed up and away at our usual time by the looks of things. So well done to the organisers here, as always. And we will save our congratulations and thanks until the end of the Senior Pro Kart final. But across the line with 10 laps to go, it is Dan Kell from Ashley Savage. Half a second in front now for Dan Kell. Then it is Martin Fisher, Paul Swan, Lee Bell, who we look at here. So that is Paul Swan in the 162 being hounded by Lee Bell in the 177 class. In fact, no, that's Kieran Savage and Tom Reed. My apologies. A little bit further down, 2 places down. So that's 6th and 7th. And there it is, Tom Reed with a lovely move up the inside of hairpin 3 and then round the outside of hairpin 4. Lovely move on Kieran Savage and moves into 6th place.
Yeah, great move all the way around
Kieran
the
Savage
outside.
has actually pulled into the pits.
Yeah, good spot, Tom. Kieran Savage then off into the pit lane. And for the first time today, I say not for the first time today, into an early retirement. He did manage to get back out earlier on. I was wondering if he can do the same this time round, because he does need to complete at least 6 laps to pick up points from this final.
Yeah, Dan Kell as usual, I say, but certainly has been today pulling away at the front of this grid. He's had the clean sweep all 3 heats. He's the fastest lap of the race as well. He's just pumped in 0.4 of a second quicker than anybody else out there. And yeah, commanding Dan Kell performance in this senior Rotax grid. It wasn't the situation in the last round because he had competition from the 2 guest drivers from Teesside Academy.
Andrew and Shane Collins.
Yes. And wasn't that way in the last round, but certainly without the Collinsons here, has certainly been commanding in his driving and lead that he's managed to build up throughout the day.
Yeah, just saw in the background there, Josh Redhead get it crossed up a little bit out of hairpin number 2. As he
That's
pushes.
a nice looking machine as well, isn't it?
It is. Onto the back of Christopher Stoves.
I even like the font on the number.
Non-standard.
Yeah, but it's nice.
Oh, Paul Swan gets that number 95 jacked up into hairpin number 1, and by that I mean got the inside wheel off the floor by a good couple of inches, which helps drive the kart round the circuit.
Puts all that weight on that. Well, for the left-hander, well, you can see it there. puts all that weight on that front tyre, digs it into the tarmac and rails it around the corner.
Yep, through they come then. We are beyond half race distance now, 6 in the bag of this 12-lap senior Rotax final. And through the chicanes they go, and that is Paul Swan just having to work incredibly hard actually to keep both Lee Bell and now Tom Reeve as well behind, because both of them are coming onto the back of this one. Lee Bell currently leading the class in our Rotax 177 and puts up very little fight to a recovering Tom Reeve after the early issues he had in heats 1 and 2 here at Teesside. Got the car a bit more to his liking in heat 3, and now it's going a lot better in the final. Probably will miss out on battling for a podium. He needs to find 2 seconds and 2 places in the final 2 laps. There is currently the driver on the final step of the podium in this Rotax class, and the 162 at the very least, Martin Fisher, who Tom Reeve needs to get onto the back of, as Fisher has a look over the shoulder. He's got a couple of seconds back to the rest of the pack, but has 5 or 4.5 laps at the very least to have to hold on. Race leader though, Daniel Kell, already making his way through overstart, finished the gap 1.9 seconds back to Ashley Savage. And there's Martin Fisher, Paul Swan, Tom Reeve behind as Fisher and Swan respond with their personal best of the race to the threat of Tom Reeve coming through from 5th place then now in this Rotax final. Bell, Crowther and Brown the top 3 in 177. They've got a Josh Redhead behind them holding off Christopher Stoves. Top 10, the only runners still going. Kieran Savage come off into the pit lane and has only completed 3 laps, so unless he can get back out in the next 15 seconds or so, he will not be able to complete half race distance and won't pick up any points in this final. Over the line they come then, Kell leading the way by 2.5 from Savage and Fisher. And the final step of the podium is where the action is at, as Fisher, Swan and Reeve with less than 1.5 seconds between them. And Swan coming under pressure then from Tom Reeve, and if Tom Reeve needs to make a play for this final step of the podium, he needs to get past Paul Swan, he needs to get past him in the next couple of corners to give him sufficient time then to try and close down Martin Fisher in the final 2 laps of this race. The time will clip to 2 over the as Dan Kell comes over the timing. And, Tom Reeve now is close right up onto the back of Paul Swan, but hasn't been able to overtake so far and goes slightly wide round the national loop, which is going to give Swan a little bit of respite, as Reeve then decides not to go down the inside of hairpin number 1. Let's have a look at whether he does it into 2. He doesn't. And now it's a case of whether they can push each other onto the back of this, or whether Martin Fisher's going to pick up a fairly uncontested P3, because it does require Swan and Reeve to either work together or for Reeve to get through, because Swan hasn't been able to make inroads into the number 59. Maybe Reeve can, but first of all he's got to get past Paul Swan for 4.
Yes, indeed. Oh, there was a little bit of contact there between Swan and Reeve, as Reeve stuck his nose at the inside coming out of hairpin 4, and I don't think Paul Swan knew he was going to be there.
No, not at all. Last lap board is out then for Daniel Kell. He's already on the back straight and heading towards South Bank for the final time. Rounds hairpin 3 and 4. And Daniel Kell, through he comes to take another clean sweep of victories in the Rotax class for Daniel Kell. The O-plate takes the victory and a maximum 215 points haul towards his championship quest. Ashley Savage will get second, with Fisher, Swan and Reeve completing the top 5. Lee Bell will come through in a few moments' time, and there he has to take the win in our Rotax 177 class. Then we're going to have Chris Crowther and Emma Brown completing the order in our 177.
Fairly uneventful, David.
It was. I thought the Swan and Reeve. Reeve came through the field quite well.
He did.
I thought then
he did. Good
I thought then
recovery
him
from
and
Tom Reeve.
Swan might have been able to work either together, or Reeve get past Swan in the early part of the second half of the race and then have at least half a go at getting towards Martin Fisher, but ultimately couldn't get past Swan, which means that he cannot get anywhere near Martin Fisher. So it's Kell, Savigny, Fisher, the top three in 162, Bell, Crowder and Brown, the top three in 177.
And it should be noted as well that that is a good recovery drive from Tom Reeve as well, because he had quite a few problems in the first two heats, and the handling was all over the place, and recovered well. To take,
it was like a pig on roller skates.
Yeah, it was.
But
taking 5th overall from that position is quite a big achievement. So we move on very swiftly to the final of the day, which will be Senior Pro Karts. David will run you through the grid for Senior Pro Kart.
Yeah, don't think we've got it on screen, but I can confirm that Connor Lucas and Aaron Alexander will share the front row. Kieran Lambert and Scott Tate on row 2. Jack Morris and Tom Braid, row 3. Mark Tate and Connor White on row 4, with Jake Richardson and Rob Lowe completing the top 10. David Brewis and Mason Barker will be on row number 6. Josh Volker starts 13th alongside Brandon Jennings. Josh Yeadon will be 15th alongside Callum Booth. Brandon Truman Reddish and Simon Dougherty will share row number 9, with Joe Grinsell and Tom Lowther completing the top 20. Then we're going to have Craig Harris alongside another novice, Jonathan Allen. They're the top 2 in that championship. They go off row number 11 together. Then we've got Mark White, Dan Fulsham, Joe Burrell, Jordan Guy, Alban Dowell and Neil Catlow completing this Senior Pro Kart grid. Quite quickly, Tom, getting these runners into position as Brandon Truman Reddish and Simon Dougherty roll in, so that at least the top 20 are into position. As
and there they are, the final runners are just taking their places. We've got a bit of a gap. It's just going to be closed up. There we go. That's the 98.
Jonathan Allen, he's currently, I believe, our leader in the Novice Cup here at Teesside Autodrome, although Craig Harris has taken the majority of the spoils throughout the day, taking 3 heat victories in the Novice Cup here at Teesside Autodrome, and he will go off from alongside Jonathan Allen.
Novice is designated by an extra number plate on the back of the kart that's got an X on it. You will see that on the pictures.
Final race of the day then is upon us here at Teesside Autodrome. The green is up, the green is down. It's a good start from Aaron Alexander. Connor Lucas is going to try and straight line it, and Aaron Alexander is through and into the lead at the first time of asking as they go into the D chicane and round the national loop. Connor Lucas tried to straight line the start and do everything he can to hold off Aaron Alexander, but could not get it done.
I think that's Mark Tate. It's definitely one of the Tates. Josh Falkus is in there as well.
Those two, I don't think, can they get that move? Yes, they can, which means we are able to go racing. Because I thought if we couldn't get one of those 2 karts moved, Tom, we were going to have some issues at potentially looking at a red flag because they were bang on the racing line. But it's Josh Volkers, Mark Tate and Connor White, the 3 involved there, all running just outside the top 10 when that happened. Then issues going round the national loop into the first part of the chicanes.
Yes, indeed, and that's Jack Morris making a move up the inside of hairpin number 4 as well to take 6th place off of Jake Richardson. So we're seeing those 3 dropping down the order that were involved in the incident. I can't call it. I didn't fully see how it was instigated. What I did see was that Josh Falkus was on the inside and potentially even on the grass. As we look at a brief replay, here we go. Yep, so Falkus on the grass, but gets tagged, it looks like, by Connor White, and then there's
not much White can do. He's actually got to get out and lift that cart off,
and that sort of takes Tate with him.
Well, but yeah, certainly
I don't think you can apportion blame there around what is essentially the first corner, and they're 3 wide.
No, but I remember, Tom, from my very young days, is that that was very much a case of a triangle into the square hole in the top of the bus. You just know it's not going to work.
Yeah. Definitely not. As they stream over the line. So Aaron Alexander now 3/4 of a second clear of Connor Lucas, who in turn is another 3/4 of a second clear of Scott Tate in 3rd place. Then it's Kieran Lambert, your clubman leader, followed by Thomas Braid, another 3/4 of a second back. So gaps opening up initially, with the exception of Jack Morris and Jake Richardson.
Do you think
on the screen?
Do you think Aaron Alexander's got the bit between his teeth, Tom?
Yes, I think he's. There's a little bit of red mist here.
Yeah, and he's
coming down.
But
Point to prove, should we say?
Yes, exactly. But he's using it to good effect at the moment, leading the way. Then from Connor Lucas, and opens up a gap of around about another 1/10 of a second. There's a contact warning coming out. Looks like it's for the 199. That's Joe Grinsell.
And I was just going to say, Joe Grinsell is actually in a group around. Well, he's in 13th as they came across the line, absolutely hounding Brandon Truman Reddish.
Yeah, Josh Yeadon on the back of that as well. Going down the back straight, looks like potentially Mason Barker as well, but I'll confirm that because the number board on the back one that was red, and I'm struggling to make it out, but Grinsell has got past Brandon Truman Reddish down there. It's Mason Barker in front, it's Brandon Jennings, I think, on the back that we're struggling to pick the number out on there. As they come over the line, the top 3, Alexander, Lucas and Tate, the top 3, and for the first time, Connor Lucas drops out. Drops out of second within the back of Aaron Alexander, as Tom rightfully points out, a new fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, Aaron Alexander absolutely flying. He's 2/10 of a second quicker than pretty much anybody else out there at the moment, with the exception of Kieran Lambert, who is still a 1/10 and a half down.
Yeah, and still leading the way in clubman is Kieran Lambert, 4th overall behind Scott Tate, but doing enough to pretty much cement that the clubman championship. That will ultimately go down to the final day of the season, because they are only picking up points as part of the race. So there was an option that another clubman could potentially come and score a maximum amount of points haul, but Kieran Lambert certainly not doing his championship chances in clubman any harm at all. 7 laps remaining then, so that's 5 already in the bag. Next time through will be half race distance. Alexander, Lucas and Tate, and once again Alexander adds another 1/10 and a half to his lead.
And sets another fastest lap of the race.
Correct, Tom. And the thing is, he dropped down, I think, to 4th place, as we correctly figured that one out as well, with that 5-second penalty. So he'd have only dropped 3 points in that. He's obviously picked up 1 heat win as well to Connor Lucas. So he's only going to drop 3 points, but he will make up 7 points if he wins the final. So he's going to close the gap by 4 points in the overall standings from 11 down to 7. So all to play for going into the final 2 rounds between Connor Lucas and Aaron Alexander, if it stays as it is. Because once again, Alexander will take more points away from this Teesside Autodrome National Circuit, and that will be the 4th consecutive time he's outscored Connor Lucas this season. Lucas outscoring in the opening 3 rounds, and then Alexander flipping the table for the remainder of the season thus far until now at round 7. Over the line he's going to come. It will be 5 laps remaining when he does so.
And another fastest lap of the race. Oh, swiftly beaten, I must say, by Kieran Lambert, who's just gone basically 2/10 faster than he's gone for the entirety of the race so far. So
yeah,
flying.
He's gone right up onto the back of Scott Tate as well, Tom.
Yeah, he has, and in fact, there they are on screen. So using the toe of Scott Tate to set that fastest lap of the race, but Aaron Alexander absolutely flying a second and a half out in front of Connor Lucas now.
Yeah, and this is the thing now, Tom, for Kieran Lambert, is that he doesn't need to get past Scott Tate because he's in the Clubman Class Championship. He just needs to stay in front of Thomas Braid. I'm sure he'd like to finish 3rd overall, but he's still going to pick up the trophy for the lead in Clubman. So he doesn't need to get past Scott Tate, and it's not like Scott Tate's holding him up and backing him into Tom Braid. And what he doesn't want to do is throw this effectively a championship points haul and a winning Clubman away, going for a 3rd place, which isn't going to it's not going to increase the size of trophy for him at the end of the day in around about 20 minutes time when we do the presentations.
Yes, indeed. Indeed it won't. But yeah, Lucas with another nervous look behind there. I mean, he is slightly pulling away from Scott Tate, but not by much. You know, it's 0.6 of a second, and we've seen this before, that Scott Tate is able to go with Connor Lucas at various points this season. He's been able, and even be in front of him at various points as well. But what we're seeing now is Kieran Lambert really moving up, and of course we've had Aaron and Alexander move into the mix as well.
Yeah, well, at the start of the season, Tom, it was Connor Lucas, and it was Scott Tate who was invariably taking the challenge to Connor Lucas in the opening couple of rounds. No. So the pace is there, but this is the thing with Connor. He moves away and then holds that gap. That's why he's looking over his shoulder quite a lot. I think Tommy knows that this one's gone as Kieran Lambert goes down the inside of Scott Tate into the South Bank corner, takes P3 overall and puts another kart between him and Thomas Braid in the clubman class, although they were moving away from the driver of the number 12 anyway.
Scott Tate with a good look around there as well, trying to get situational awareness of what's going on behind him. Well, the gap is 2.5 seconds back to Thomas Braid.
Lap traffic now, Tom, is coming into play for our race leader, Aaron Alexander. As he catches up onto the back of the 79 of Neil Catlow down the back straight, although I'm not sure he's going to catch him by the time they get to South Bank. Although I think Catlow will be greeted with a blue flag as Catlow actually moves offline.
Yeah, he has.
Good awareness then from the driver of the 79 in 28th place to allow our race leader to come through, and the rest of the pack follow suit as well. They'll come through then and over the line to take the last lap board here at Teesside Autodrome. And Aaron Alexander leading the way now by 2.177 seconds from Connor Lucas and Kieran Lambert. Scott Tate hanging on as well. The top four, as we've got, I thought we had a driver going slightly wide there, but it was Catlow allowing everybody up to Jake Richardson through.
Just looking at Alexander's driving style, and even though with this massive gap, and you can see the look behind and the big sigh of relief, but coming into hairpin one, he was still super aggressive on the turn in, on the brakes.
Yeah, it's been
right on the edge.
Overall, it's been a good day for Aaron Alexander with a heat victory. Disappointment then in heat number 3, but it's elation at the end of the day for the youngster from Norfolk. Takes the checkered flag and the final victory and closes the point standings up to Connor Lucas as well. It's becoming an enthralling battle in this senior Pro Kart class, Tom. That's it. Alexander, Lucas and Lambert, the overall top 3. But in terms of class, it's going to be Alexander, Lucas and Tate on the pro podium.
Whoa.
With Lambert, Braid and Richardson.
Well, that's one way to wreck a set of tyres.
Yeah, the top 3 in Clubman. Brewis takes the win in our 40s. Craig Harris with a superb 16th overall in our novice class. And as you rightly say, Tom, that was Josh Folkers coming into the pit lane, just locking the brakes up and probably absolutely ruining a tyre. And if you are watching down there in the paddock and you are one of our youngsters, don't try that.
Yeah. That's yeah, it's definitely a good way to wreck a set of tyres. Definitely.
Very much so. That does, however, bring an end to proceedings here at Teesside. We are back, obviously, next month for round number 8 because we've got our round 8 on the 24th of October. We do have our sponsors, of course, to thank. NRG Cycles, Lucas Racing for sponsoring the 4-stroke classes, and HRS Racing Engines for sponsoring the 2-stroke classes here at Teesside. Thank you, as always, to the medical staff here at Teesside Autodrome and the marshals out there on circuit as well for all their hard work. Tom, another fantastic day's racing here at Teesside, and I personally cannot wait for round number 8.
No, me either. We've got a lot of championships still to decide. It's only the cadet one that's been sorted out so far, so plenty still to go. And even within cadets, there will be, although the overall championship has been decided, Still many, many places up for grabs.
Yeah,
in
and the new
overall finishing
Clubman
position.
Championship, which will run for the final 3 rounds, and then we'll obviously roll into next year,
Absolutely.
as well as a separate standing.
So thank you from me to all our organisers. Thank you to the Alpha Live staff for having me and production crew. And thank you very much to my good co-commentator, David Sullivan, as well. Where would we be without you? So thank you, David. Thank you, everybody, for having us. And I hope you've enjoyed the show. Please leave your likes and comments in the appropriate stream on YouTube. And please like and subscribe to the Alpha Live channel. Thank you very much for having us. Until next time, goodbye.